A lot of people were suddenly on their feet, milling around and talking. Madhura Singh waved someone away and led Holly to her party, out a side door, down a short hallway, and into a conference room. Windows ran the length of one side, looking out on a park-like space surrounding a small lake, upon which were ducks, though she didn't know what kind. Madhura Singh said, "At Theo's request, pizza has been ordered and should be here any minute. If you'll excuse me, I need to go back into the lion's den and make sure none of them try to walk out." Holly collapsed into a leather chair, propped her feet up on the table, and let out a long sigh. "Okay, that part is over. I have delivered the fragment's proposal." "That was the easy part," Adrian said. Holly rolled her eyes. "I hope not. This doesn't have to be that hard, but the way they were going on and on and on about whether to formally recognize me or not, I thought I'd left that crap behind when I left the university to join the Jupiter mission." Robert pulled up a chair beside her. "You did good, sis. You reeled them in and made them listen to you." He attempted an imitation. "With all due respect, ladies and gentlemen, this is bullshit." "From their expressions," Adrian said, "you'd think you had pulled down your pants and crapped on the table." 3 large pizzas arrived, along with 2 women who set the conference table for 5, with china plates, silverware, napkins, crystal glasses. The table settings sat incongruously around the pizzas, but Holly didn't care. She grabbed 3 pieces with pepperoni, sausage, onions, and black olives on them, dropped them on a plate, grabbed a knife and fork, and proceeded to devour her pizza. She ignored the wine poured into the glasses, opting instead for water. An hour and a half later, Madhura Singh appeared. "Madam Emissary, the Council of Enclaves requests a 3-day postponement. They would like time to consult with their own people." 3 days, Robert said. "It's a 6-point outline. How hard can it be?" The Secretary-General held up his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I am merely the messenger. The proposal presented by the emissary is indeed short and simple, deceptively so. There are serious implications for each of the 6 points, as I'm sure you know. It is perhaps understandable that some of them want to think about it before going further." "It's not really a request, is it?" Holly said. He gave her an apologetic look. It was not an unreasonable request, but the council members would be a lot better informed when they consulted with others if they took the time for a Q&A first. They must have known that too. Theo looked disappointed. Adrian looked frustrated. "Dr. Madhura Singh," she said, "take your 3 days. You know where to find me." "Thank you for your flexibility, Madam Emissary." He bowed and left them alone. She looked around the table. "What am I missing?" Theo and Adrian exchanged looks. Theo said, "They want to control the narrative, and for that, they need time to spin their own answers to the multitude of questions the proposal raises. That becomes more difficult once your answers are out there. To put it bluntly, they don't want to hear your answers until after they have gotten their own answers out there." Adrian said, "I would expect a flurry of activity on the feeds pushing their own narratives." Great. More conspiracy theories. More like spinning the narrative to their own advantage. 3 days is plenty of time to get alternate narratives into the world's collective mind. These people have entire branches of government dedicated to propaganda. They are good at it. "But to what end?" she said. "I thought we were all on the same side with the same goal, to save the species." "Yes and no," Theo said. "Your proposal will set in motion tectonic shifts in the fragile balance of power that holds the world together. Frankly, they are scared. Scared that if they back you and your proposal, they will turn out to have bet on the wrong horse. And there are also those who don't believe the end of the world is coming. Adrian said. "At least, not in the way you have described it. They believe we can survive the apocalypse, and they want to ensure they come out the other side with at least as much power as they have now." "Like the CRA?" Robert said. "The CRA and their allies consider Holly and the fragment a clear and present danger to humanity," Adrian said. "Every bit as dangerous as the Deathbringer. To be fair to them, they are not simply in denial or just being obstinate. They too want to save the human race, or at least their part of it. They will advocate for getting advanced technologies from the fragment, and then doing whatever they wish with them." "But isn't that exactly what the fragment wants too?" Holly asked. "Yes and no," Theo said. "By making you his emissary, the fragment has put you in the middle of it. Politically, it was a brilliant move. They have to play by your rules to get what they want." "So what now?" Adrian said. "We should leak the fragment's proposal to the media." "I agree," Theo said. "In fact, it is necessary that we do so. Some of the people in that room may be considering direct action against you, just to mix things up and see if things fall out in a way more favorable for them. That will be harder to do if the entire world knows the fragment might withdraw his help if anything happens to his emissary." "I'll see to it," Adrian said. "Excellent," Theo said. "Then we wait and see what happens. In any case, I will be very much surprised if we find ourselves back here in as little as 3 days. 25. Theo was right. 3 days came and went with no word from the council. The heads of state had returned to their respective capitals and showed no sign of coming back. Madura Singha released a press statement to the effect that the heads of state had accepted Holly as the fragment's emissary and had heard the fragment's proposal for giving Earth advanced technologies, but that the precise terms of that were still under discussion. Adrian had leaked the plan, as it came to be known, and it went global. The world was paying attention. The initial reaction was mostly positive, but by day 2, several news feeds and a plethora of social media feeds had dissected the plan, pointing out how one-sided and arbitrary it was. Adrian said this did not represent a change in the public's perception of Holly or the fragment, but was a massive and coordinated negative publicity campaign designed to drown everything else out. By day 3, the social media feeds were showing a dozen nays to every yay, and public opinion began to change. 5 days after her meeting with the council, in the early afternoon, she received a message from Madura Singha's office by courier. It was an invitation for the emissary to meet with the council the next morning to continue negotiations. "Negotiations?" Holly said. "What negotiations? There's nothing to negotiate. Just take the damn deal and let's get on with the business of saving the human race." They were in the drawing room, Theo, Adrian, Robert, and herself. And Tomas and Anna, of course. Theo had been right about her getting used to having a PPI with her all the time. Anna had become so much a part of Holly's life that she barely noticed her anymore. Like a shadow that followed her around wherever she went. Sometimes she felt like she was taking the woman for granted, but all it really meant was that Anna was doing her job well. Theo smiled one of his smug little smiles. He knew it irritated her. He liked to say that most crises weren't. That is, they looked like crises until you pulled away to see the bigger picture, at which point they usually stopped being crises. In fact, if looked at the right way, they often turned out to be opportunities. This was a perspective Holly had never mastered. "Adrian," Theo said, "why don't you explain to us what is going on?" Adrian walked to the fireplace, which looked like a real fireplace, but wasn't. It was gas. It wasn't as good as the fragment's fireplaces, but since this was Theo's home, she hadn't mentioned that. She had experienced a lot of things she couldn't share with anyone, simply because you had to have been there to appreciate them. Besides, who wanted their fireplace compared with one made by a multi-billion-year-old alien? 3 things, Adrian said. First, they made us wait 5 days instead of 3. The language of diplomacy is often more about gestures than words, more about what is left unsaid than what is said. This is their way of saying they are not sure how seriously to take the emissary without coming out and saying so. After all, she is a political neophyte, and, as Weatherford pointed out, they aren't even sure she really represents the fragment. Holly started to object, but Theo waved her off. Adrian continued. Second, the invitation came not from Madura Singh himself, but from an anonymous flunky on his staff. Diplomacy is like a chess game. Sometimes the game can be won by simply gaining a better position than your opponent. They are seeking a positional advantage by asserting that they are in control, not Holly. They know as well as we do that this is not so, but the psychology of it often works anyway. We will want to take the initiative back. Holly just nodded to indicate that she understood what he was saying. Third, the heads of state are staying home. Their ambassadors will represent them. Again, this is a positional maneuver. Whatever happens from here on out, the emissary will not be talking to the people who make the decisions, only to their subordinates. Frankly, they did not like the way the emissary turned the tables on them at the last meeting. They lost face. They are making sure she can't do that to them again. It also ensures that no decisions can be made without going back to them. Again, it is a question of control. He looked at Theo, who positively beamed. Well done, my boy. Well done. Couldn't have done it better myself. You will make a fine diplomat some day. He frowned. Assuming there is a someday. Holly had followed Adrian's explanation easily enough, but knowing what was going on behind the scenes did not make her feel any better about it. On the contrary, it made her mad. These supposed leaders were still playing games. Theo, she said, please notify Dr. Madura Singh's office that the emissary regretfully declines his invitation due to a personal matter she must attend to tomorrow morning. But she would be happy to meet with the council the day after, say, at 9 o'clock in the morning. If that is not acceptable to the council, they can go fuck themselves. There was a loud silence. Then Theo said, I am not sure. Don't start with me about protocol and politeness, she said. I've had all the protocol and politeness I can take. Robert held up a hand. If I may, sis, I think Theo is wondering if we can leave out the part about them fucking themselves. It took her a moment to realize what he was getting at. She giggled. That's personal commentary. You can leave it out. Thank goodness, Theo said. I did not want to say that to the General Secretary of the Council of Enclaves, especially not in a formal missive that will go into the permanent record. When Holly and Anna came downstairs the next morning, Sophie directed them to the dining room, where the table had been set with plates and silverware and crystal glasses. A decorated 3-tiered cake sat on the table, with a circle of candles around the second tier, and a statuette of a ballerina perched on the top tier. The others were already there and stood when she walked in, and broke out into a painfully mediocre rendition of Happy Birthday. Even Anna and Tomas. The empty seat at the head of the table was obviously for her, so she sat there. Happy birthday, sis, Robert said. 37 years, I believe. At least, that's how many candles we put on the cake. There was some debate about that, Adrian said. You spent 5 or 6 years of that time in stasis, and we weren't sure if those years should count. Robert said, We went with the number of years since you were born. But if you would prefer not to count the stasis years, feel free to remove some candles. It's your birthday. She grasped Robert's hand. "I had forgotten it was my birthday. Thank you for remembering." She attempted to blow out all 37 candles in one breath. She got them all on the second try. Sophie and Cook brought out trays with omelets and little bowls of fruit, which they set on a side table. Everyone served themselves. It seemed odd to be eating cake with breakfast, but that didn't stop Holly from having 2 pieces. This provoked some needling from Robert about needing to watch her weight. That had always been a sore spot when she was growing up. She was pleasantly surprised to find it didn't bother her like it once would have. When they had finished and returned to the drawing room, Robert said, "You must have stories about your interplanetary travels. Regale us with one we haven't already heard." She thought for a moment. He was right. She did have stories to tell. It was too bad she would never have grandchildren to tell them to. One story stood out in her mind. There is an old dictum from Arthur C. Clarke that says, "Any sufficiently advanced technology will be indistinguishable from magic." I experienced a number of moments like that, but the most amazing one was walking on the shore of a methane sea on Titan. Watching small waves rolling slowly up a rocky beach and slowly receding back into the sea. And then looking up to see Saturn with its glorious rings hanging large in the sky. "I hope you were wearing a spacesuit," Robert said. "I hear Titan is pretty cold this time of year." "It's cold any time of year," she said with a laugh. "Around 180 degrees below zero. Celsius. And yes, I wore an environmental suit." I was in the living area of the habitat, watching the live vid of the seashore. The same view I had awakened to that first day. I sometimes sat in front of the large screen for hours just watching the waves rolling up onto the shore and retreating back down into the sea, or the ever-changing bands of clouds racing across Saturn's surface, or those glorious rings with their shepherd moons keeping the gaps between the rings clear. I had seen images of them before, but to see them with my own eyes. Shivers ran down her arms. One day, the fragment asked me if I would like to take a stroll on the beach. I thought he was joking, but he wasn't. One of the hallway doors I had noticed the first time I left my room, but which was always locked, turned out to be an airlock. We changed into environment suits. The fragment's avatar didn't need one, of course, but he wore it anyway. Then I stepped out onto the surface of Titan for the first time. She paused and savored the memory of the feeling that had swept over her. I slowly turned 360 degrees to take in the entire horizon, which was closer than I was used to because Titan is smaller than Earth. The sea stretched away to the west and disappeared over the horizon, making it seem like an ocean, though it's really just a big lake. On Earth, you would be able to see the opposite shore, but on Titan I couldn't see the other shore because Titan has a much nearer horizon than Earth. The fragment said our astronomers call the lake Kraken Mare. It is in the northern hemisphere and is mostly liquid methane. Earth has a water-based hydrological cycle, but Titan has a methane-based one. The methane evaporates off the surface of the sea and is broken down into ethane by radiation as it rises in the atmosphere. Then it falls back to the surface as rain. Not the kind of rain you get on Earth, of course. For one thing, it's ethanol. For another, it usually falls as a mist or maybe a drizzle, though every once in a while you get a downpour. She pictured it in her mind as she spoke. There are mountains to the north, the east, the south, some close, some distant. Everywhere the landscape is barren, bereft of life. The fragment says there is life in only 2 places in our solar system, Earth and the subterranean oceans of Europa. She paused. Soon enough Earth will be gone, and the ocean life on Europa will be alone. She said nothing for several seconds. Nobody else did either. I explored the area around the dome many times while I was there, and even went sailing on the lake a couple of times. But it is that first step onto the surface of Titan that remains etched in my memory. The crunch of my steps on ground that has never felt a human footstep. The breeze pushing gently against my suit. The brownish-red haze of the dense atmosphere. The low, slow waves of the sea. It was magical. She stopped. They were looking at her strangely. "I would like to see Titan again," she said. 26. 2 days later, Holly found herself in the same seat as before, next to Madura Singh. There were new faces around the table. The seats previously occupied by heads of state were now occupied by their ambassadors. Were they sending her a message? Madura Singh turned the floor over to Ambassador Keith Richardson from the Republic of Pacifica. "Madam Emissary, thank you for meeting with us again," he said. "The proposal you put before us a few days ago is concise and clear, but it raises many questions and a few concerns. The Council has asked me to present these concerns. I would like to proceed through each article, asking some questions and entertaining discussion." He paused and looked at Holly. She gestured for him to continue. Apparently, they had decided to treat her with more respect than during the first meeting. Theo leaned forward and said to her, "For whatever it's worth, Richardson is on your side." The ambassador began. "Article 1 specifies that you personally are the single point of contact between the fragment and Earth. By definition, a single point of contact is also a single point of failure. If, God forbid, something unfortunate were to happen to you such that you could no longer fulfill this pivotal role, we would be left with no fallback." He paused and looked up. Holly again gestured for him to continue. "The Council proposes that a delegation be appointed by this body to assist you in what is, after all, no small endeavor, and that this delegation meet with the fragment and be involved in future discussions with him. We feel this would ensure a more robust line of communication between our two species." He paused and looked up. "Mr. Secretary General, I move the proposal." Before Madura Singh could say anything, Holly leaned into the microphone and said, "No." She and the fragment had discussed this while she was on Titan, and he was adamant that she be the single point of contact. She had several times asked him why this was so important to him, but had never gotten a satisfactory answer. The closest she had gotten was something about potential and actual futures, which apparently had something to do with quantum flux and the nature of the space-time continuum. The upshot was that he seemed to think there was something special about her that made her uniquely qualified for the job. She suspected the real reason was that she had been the sole survivor of the attack on Ganymede and was now a known quantity to him. Her many conversations with the fragment prior to her return to Earth might have seemed to an outside observer like casual chats between old friends, but the truth was that she understood very little about what the fragment thought about things, or, for that matter, how he thought about things. He was alien to her, and always would be. She had gotten used to it, but not entirely comfortable with it. Her no had been louder than she intended, but maybe that was a good thing, because it served notice that she was in charge of this discussion. Madura Singh looked like he had swallowed something a little too big for his throat. She had trampled all over the Council's protocol again, which even she had to admit was a tad on the rude side. But it was her meeting, and she would do it her way. She said, "Ambassador Richardson, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, I do not intend to be rude or disrespectful toward this body. I am not a diplomat. I am a scientist, trained to deal with facts, not the nuances of diplomatic discourse. Please bear with me if I seem brusque." She looked around the circle but couldn't tell how any of them took that. She continued. The request for a delegation to act as the intermediary between the fragment and the human race is not unreasonable and not unexpected. The fragment and I discussed it at length while I was on Titan, and he is adamant that I be the sole point of contact. I do not claim to fully understand his reasons, only that it is non-negotiable. At this point, I would encourage the Council to remember we are talking about an alien here, whose motives and thought processes are, by definition, alien to us. You can make a motion and debate it, and even vote on it if you wish. I will take it back to him and present your reasoning, but I can tell you with near certainty that he will not change his mind on this. The ambassador took a few moments to consult with members of his delegation. Very well, Madam Emissary, he said. We will table the motion for now, and I will continue. Holly nodded. Article 2 specifies that hostilities toward the fragment or toward yourself will cease, and that the Council will assume responsibility for enforcing this. He looked up, and Holly again nodded for him to continue. The Council would like to insert a clause specifying that neither the fragment nor his emissary will initiate hostilities toward humans, either individually or as a whole. He did not propose a motion this time. He merely looked up at Holly and waited. I understand your concerns, she said, and they are entirely reasonable. However, the fragment and I discussed this possibility as well, and he rejected it. Ambassador Dasgupta from the Republic of India raised his hand, and with a nod from Madhura Singh said, The requested change seems fair to us, whereas the article as it stands is manifestly one-sided. Would the emissary be willing to explain the fragment's logic? Yes, at least as well as I can, bearing in mind what I said earlier about the difficulties inherent in understanding the fragment's thought process. The fragment has been observing us for over 10,000 years. In that time he has learned that while there is much that is admirable and worth saving about us, we are not a race to be trusted. We often break our promises, and we are very good at creating ambiguous situations that keep the letter of the law, while ignoring its spirit. In view of this, he insists on retaining the right to act, should we engage in actions that threaten him or his emissary. In short, he doesn't trust us. I do not intend this as an insult. After all, I am human too. I am only reporting what the fragment has observed, and why he insists on Article 2. I imagine all of you can understand how he might have reached that conclusion about us. To me, the amazing thing is that he believes we are a species worth saving. A long silence followed before Dasgupta said, Thank you, Emissary. Ambassador Richardson continued. Article 2 also specifies that in the event of a failure by this Council to enforce the no hostility rule, the emissary will enforce it. I am sure you can see how this sounds like a threat, which seems inappropriate in what is, in effect, a peace treaty between our two species. He looked up, and Holly said, Correct on all counts, Ambassador. The Council would like to remove this clause. Again, the fragment was very specific about this. Since I am the one on the ground, so to speak, and am the only practical target for opposition or aggression, he has given to me the authority and the ability to respond in whatever way I deem appropriate to hostilities or threats of hostility. You saw an example of that when I disabled a British space plane and inadvertently destroyed another when they attempted to board my ship at Tiangong Station. I will repeat what I told Major Reed at the time. Do not test me on this. Richardson sighed. Some of the other ambassadors were talking with their delegations. The leaders of the enclaves they represented were undoubtedly involved in those conversations. Madam Emissary, Richardson said, it appears you have not given us much room for negotiation, which does not bode well for future relations. Nonetheless, I will continue. He sipped water from a bottle. Article 3 specifies that alien technology will be provided on an as-need basis, and that you yourself will be the sole determiner of the schedule for technology delivery. That is correct. Not all of us are comfortable with what appears to be a somewhat parsimonious delivery plan. We feel we would have greater flexibility as we move forward if all the promised technologies were delivered at once, enabling us to make use of them when and how we deem appropriate. We are not, after all, children who need to be spoon-fed. Holly allowed several seconds of silence to pass before replying. Are you sure about that, Mr. Ambassador? Sure about what? About us not being children. Behind her, Adrian said, Uh-oh. From the fragment's point of view, we are children, she said. He is giving us powerful technologies that we could easily hurt ourselves and each other with. You would not give a child a stick of dynamite and a box of matches without first ensuring that the child was knowledgeable enough and responsible enough to handle them safely. I have seen the fragment's technology in action. Trust me when I tell you that this article is in your best interests. The ambassador again consulted with the people behind him before continuing. Article 4 specifies that new technologies will be made available to all the enclaves. As I am sure you can appreciate, there is some concern that not all enclaves will use it responsibly. There is also concern that this technology might fall into the hands of the warlords. Is the fragment willing to consider limiting the transmission of this knowledge to a somewhat smaller circle, say, the enclaves currently leading the alliances? He is not, she said. I refer you to the next article. He said. He probably wished they had chosen someone else to do this. He looked down at his desk. Article 5 states that the human race is responsible for the effective use of alien technology to save itself from extinction. The fragment will not save the human race from itself. He stopped and consulted with one of the people sitting behind him. This afforded Holly an opportunity to study the rest of the ambassadors, several of whom were also talking to their delegations. It seemed they had not linked Articles 4 and 5 together before now. Ambassador Richardson, she said. Everyone's attention turned back to her. If I may, let me help you out here. All of you. Please do, Madam Emissary. I draw your attention to the last article, Article 6. It says that issues not specifically spelled out in the document will be resolved by the Emissary. That is, by me. In my view, the misuse of alien technology by one or many of Earth's actors falls under this article. The fragment has made it clear that he will not intervene to save humanity from its own hubris and tribalism. But I can, and I will. Article 6 was not in the original document. It was added at my request. For reasons of his own, the fragment's help is limited to giving us certain technologies. My help, on the other hand, is not. I too am human. I too will perish if we do not find a way to leave our world before the Deathbringer gets here. I too have people I care about deeply, who will die if we, you and I, should fail. The fragment has put immense power in my hands, of which you have seen only a fraction, and which I am free to use at my discretion. You may choose to see this as a threat to your own power and agency, and I would not blame you. However, I urge you to get over it. This isn't about you, nor is it about me. It is about saving our species, Homo sapiens, from extinction. I did not seek this power, nor did I want it. I am certainly not comfortable wielding it. Nevertheless, it has been given to me, and it falls to me to use it as responsibly as I can to achieve the best possible outcome for the human race. You came here to ask, what is the best deal we can get out of this? That is, after all, what you do for a living. But it is the wrong question. The question you should be asking is, do we want the fragment's help or not? It is a yes-no question, a binary proposition. I suggest you focus on answering that question, because if you are unwilling to accept the fragment's terms, then as far as he is concerned, we are on our own. All semblance of order broke down as the ambassadors conferred with their delegations, and probably with their enclave's leaders. Voices were raised, angry words exchanged. Madura Singha leaned toward her and said, "My dear Madam Emissary, you certainly have kicked over a hornet's nest. I must admit that I am not clear—" The ambassador for the Srivijaya Empire interrupted. "Mr. General Secretary, I move the following. The Council of Enclaves accepts the 6 articles before us without change or comment, and requests the emissary tell the fragment that we appreciate whatever help he is willing to give us in whatever manner he deems appropriate, with the goal of saving the human race from annihilation." "Mr. General Secretary, I second the motion." It was the ambassador for the Russian Federation. Madura Singha said, "Moved and seconded. Could we get that up on the board?" The motion appeared on the vid-screen behind Holly. "The chair recognizes the ambassador of Great Britain. A question for Dr. Burton, if I may." He spoke with that typical British politeness and dignity, but glared at her with palpable ill will. She nodded her assent. "With all due respect, Dr. Burton, there are some questions whether you are who you claim to be, and some of us would like to resolve that question before we go any further. There are some who say you are not human at all, but some kind of android, made to look and sound like Holly Burton. Are you willing to undergo a physical examination by a mutually agreed-upon team of medical specialists to determine whether you are human, and if so, whether you are in fact Holly Margaret Burton?" "Objection," said the ambassador from the People's Republic of China. "The question is irrelevant. I believe the emissary is the same Holly Burton who left Earth on the Asimov 7 years ago. But even if she were not, even if she were a facsimile or a clone or whatever, it makes no difference. She is here as the fragment's representative, offering us a way to save our species." Britain's ambassador shouted, "On the contrary, it makes a great deal of—" Holly held up a hand, and he stopped talking. Sour expressions from several of the ambassadors reminded her she was not showing them the deference they were used to. "I have no objection to a medical examination," she said. "Perhaps Ambassador Geary and my advisor, Ambassador Peters, can work out the details. However, I can assure you the results will show that I am as human as any of you, and a DNA test will show that I am Holly Margaret Burton, the same Holly Margaret Burton who left Earth 7 years ago on the Asimov." The CRA ambassador, 2 seats to Holly's left, held up a hand, and Madura Singha said, "Ambassador Close, of the Christian Republic of America." She leaned into the mic. "The Christian Republic of America rejects the aliens' proposal in its entirety, because it presupposes a situation that, in our view, is not in accord with the facts. The evidence that the Deathbringer will bring about the end of the world is not conclusive. There exists within the scientific community a body of opinion that the Deathbringer will not destroy the world and all life in it. Certainly it will wreak havoc with the planet on a scale not seen since the extinction of the dinosaurs 60 million years ago. But just as life survived that extinction-level event, so life will survive this one. The project proposed by Dr. Burton would require a worldwide effort of unprecedented scale. It would allow 120,000 people to leave Earth with no assurances they can survive in space or on other worlds in our solar system or elsewhere. To the contrary, Our species will probably find that we are biologically and psychologically unfit for long-term survival anywhere other than Earth. This is our home. It was made for us, and we for it." She paused and looked around the room. "The Christian Republic of America proposes that the world's resources be directed instead toward building massive underground structures, cities, really, where many millions of people can live for the few years I am told it will take for things on the surface to settle down, to the point that we can emerge and begin to rebuild. The CRA is already building such structures, as are a few other countries. As it stands now, these structures are primitive, hardly deserving to be called cities. But if the world unites around this project, we can save not just tens of thousands, but hundreds of thousands. All without the aliens' help, which we neither need nor want." Several other ambassadors rose to speak, but Close waved them away. "There is another reason for rejecting the aliens' proposal, and this may be the most important one. It would require each signatory to relinquish their sovereignty and become subject states to an alien, about whom we know almost nothing. It would take away our right of self-determination, and would put our future entirely in the hands of an alien race. This is unacceptable. If these aliens' motives are as altruistic as Dr. Burton claims, why then do they not give us the technology we need to survive on our own world, to choose our own future, to be masters of our own fate, with no strings attached? We would welcome their help in that case, but not at the cost of our own sovereignty and self-determination. Therefore, the CRA opposes the motion and urges the Council to do so as well." Madhura Singha said, "Thank you, Ambassador Close." He turned to Holly. "Madam Emissary, would you care to respond?" "Thank you, Mr. Secretary General." She looked around the room until she was sure she had everyone's attention. "Ambassador Close is correct in her claim that there are experts who have a different assessment than the fragment about the level of destruction the Deathbringer will inflict upon our world. However, she neglected to mention that the experts to whom she refers represent a tiny minority of the scientific community and lack expertise in the relevant fields, such as astronomy and physics. Thus, it is not surprising that they have produced no compelling evidence to support their opinion. I emphasize opinion because that is all they have to offer. Opinion backed by an embarrassing lack of factual data. That is because there are precious few facts to be had in support of their opinion. Although there appears to be a significant number of people arguing, as Ambassador Close has, if you examine their sources, you will find that they all refer back to the views of a handful of people. 4, to be exact. Consider the credentials of these 4 people. She sent a file from her computer to the pit, and it appeared on the big screen. What you see here is a list of the names of the 4 experts whose opinions lie behind virtually the entire body of opinion that Ambassador Close refers to. Notice in particular their professional credentials. Dr. Jan Erickson, Ph.D. in chemistry and an associate professor at Kansas State University. Mr. Elliot Mansford, M.A. in information technology, and an instructor at the University of Montana. Dr. Amelia Hunter, Ph.D. in biology and a professor at Blakesfield State College. Dr. Franz Anders, Ph.D. in education and the well-known author of several books, offering a variety of what are widely considered crackpot theories on a variety of subjects, including, most recently, a theory proposing that there is a secret agreement between the Chinese government and the aliens, in which China ends up running the world after the cataclysm. She paused to catch her breath. It had not been difficult to anticipate the objections her adversaries would raise, and she had prepared her responses. I have no reason to question their expertise in their respective fields, except perhaps for Dr. Anders, who strikes me as a nutcase. However, not one of them has demonstrable expertise in the fields relevant to predicting the impact of the Deathbringer's passage through the inner solar system. I am transferring a file to the pit, she said. It contains the data gathered by the fragment, along with his analysis of that data. As I speak, this same data is being transmitted to 100 of the world's most respected mathematicians, astronomers, astrophysicists, and geologists, most of whom are at leading universities. I encourage those experts, the real experts, to examine the data and verify its accuracy and the accuracy of the fragment's analysis. Why should we trust an alien's data or an alien's analysis? The British ambassador said. You shouldn't. You should trust your own experts, some of whom are receiving this data as we speak. They will tell you that the fragment is right. What followed could only be described as a shouting match between the ambassadors whose nations favored accepting the fragment's proposal and those that opposed it. After 15 minutes of angry exchanges and recriminations that did not appear to be going anywhere good, and which Madura Singh was unable to quell, Ambassador Close stood and held up her hands to quiet everyone down. It is my duty to report to you that the government of the Christian Republic of America, after considering all the facts, has issued a warrant for the arrest of Dr. Burton for treason against humanity by aiding and abetting an alien takeover of our world. The CRA requests that this body issue an international warrant to the same effect. She sat down, and the British ambassador said, I second the motion and call for a vote. Pandemonium again broke out, with Madura Singh trying in vain to bring the meeting back to order. Gabriel's fire spoke in her mind. I believe you are in immediate danger, and urge you to leave immediately. American and British armed forces have landed at Geneva International Airport and are moving on Eos, Theo's compound, and the Council complex. They came from Great Britain through the no-man's land of northern France. 27. Holly sat in disbelief for several seconds, her mind trying to wrap itself around this new development. She leaned toward Theo and said, Gabriel's fire says CRA forces are approaching the building, and we are about to come under attack. They have taken the airport and are moving on Eos and your estate. Eos can take care of itself, but we have people at the estate. That seems unlikely, Theo said. They would. Tomas interrupted him. The compound is under attack. CRA forces are moving to surround this building. We need to go. Go where? Holly asked. Tomas walked quickly to one of the exits to confer with his people. Anna remained in her seat, but took her gun out of its holster. Does this building have a helipad? Holly asked her. Yes, but a helicopter is a soft target. Eos isn't. You can bring it here? I can. Anna tapped her headpiece. The emissary says she can bring the Eos to us and land at the helipad on top of the building. Tomas's head snapped toward them. He said something to the woman he was talking with and strode across the space to their seats. Let's do it, he said. Holly leaned toward Madura Singh, who had become aware of her delegation's disquiet, and said, CRA forces are deploying around the building, no doubt to arrest me. I think it would be best for everyone if I took my leave. I wonder if you would be so kind as to escort us to the helipad. His face paled. But that can't. Dr. Madura Singh, I don't have time to argue with you. The helipad, yes or no? He looked around the room, said something to one of his aides, and walked toward an exit with Holly and her delegation in tow. The argument among the ambassadors had died down to murmurs by the time they reached the door. Two of Tomas' people fell in behind them. Madura Singh took them to a row of elevators and used his card key to give them an express ride to the top floor. From there, they took stairs to the rooftop. A helicopter with the words Council of Enclaves painted on its side occupied the helipad. She pointed at it and said to him, Get someone to fly it out of here in the next 10 minutes, or my space plane will remove it, which will leave it somewhat worse for wear. Madhura Singh got on his phone. She brought up a virtual control panel and started waving her hands around in the air. At least, that's what it would look like to her team, since they couldn't see the virtual controls. She could only imagine the shock of the Swiss troops guarding the spaceplane at the airport when its engines came to life with a rising whine. A quick blast from the VTOL thrusters blew the tent away. The view from Eos confirmed that the soldiers were backing away in a hurry. She took it up 100 meters and sped toward the council building, where she brought it to a hover a short distance from the top of the building. Madhura Singh's face had turned an unbecoming shade of gray. "I can't find a pilot." She turned to Tomas. "Get everyone into the stairwell. I'm going to take out the helicopter, and there's bound to be some shrapnel." Eos abruptly jerked to one side, narrowly evading a missile that swished by and began looping around for another try. An explosion engulfed Eos as a second missile struck. The shock wave knocked Holly off her feet. She took a moment to decide she was uninjured, then studied the virtual control panel. The explosion knocked out one of Eos's point defense lasers, but the spaceplane, which was constructed of materials humans had never seen before, was otherwise undamaged. A ragged line of fire reached out from its remaining point defense laser and blew the first missile apart as it closed in on its target. She switched Eos's weapon systems from passive to aggressive as the fighter jet responsible for the attack roared overhead. Eos fired a missile of its own, which caught up with the jet and blew it apart, raining debris on the street below. Everyone had recovered from the initial blast and were backing into the stairwell. Holly took control of the spaceplane's offensive system, targeted the helicopter resting on the helipad, and fired Eos's plasma cannon. The helicopter vanished in a ball of fire. More debris fell toward the street below. She brought the plane in and landed it, crushing what little was left of the helicopter. "Everybody aboard, unless you plan to stay here," she said. The door was already open, and the steps were descending. She turned to Madhura Singh. "Sorry about the helicopter, and thank you for your hospitality, but I've had all the diplomatic hospitality I can take for one day. On the bright side, this is going to make one hell of a story for your memoir." She sprinted for the plane, leaving the General Secretary with his mouth hanging open. Once they were in the air, she looked back at her passengers. With the extra security people on board, it was crowded. "Everybody all right?" she said. She tried to sound confident and in control, but she was pretty shaken and on full adrenaline overload, which her nanites would manage. Anna handed her a headset. Someone was saying, "Like they are preparing for an assault. The gate guards have retreated to the house." "Where should I take us?" she said. "Not sure," Tomas said. "The house is about to come under fire, and there is only a skeleton guard there. This plane has some impressive firepower. Are you prepared to take it into combat?" Eos could certainly handle anything the CRA's forces might throw at her, but she wanted to minimize casualties. She glanced at Theo, who had strapped himself into the co-pilot's seat. A ferocious frown covered his face. "You realize the CRA has challenged your threat to respond to attacks against yourself," he said. "This is a direct challenge to your credibility. You need to respond. Otherwise, the CRA will have successfully called your bluff and gotten away with it. That might embolden others to take military action against you." As much as she hated to admit it, he was right. When she had agreed with the fragment to add that to the second article, she had not envisioned having to execute it. Now she faced a dilemma. How could she respond to the attack without using force and the attendant possibility that people would die? "Buckle up," she said. She gave Eos 3 Gs of acceleration and began climbing over the vast no-man's land of northern France. The Paris enclave claimed the area, but in reality it was an empty, burned-over area devastated by several wars that included the use of nuclear weapons. Only a few outsider communities lived there. She waved her hands over the control panel. "Gabriel's fire?" "I'm here, Holly," the AI replied over Eos's speakers. I need you to relay a call for me to the White House, Oxum's private line, from the Emissary. Stand by. She didn't have to look to know that everyone was staring at her. What? She said. It's just a phone call. The familiar beep beep of a call request sounded over the speaker. It repeated itself several times before it connected. This is the office of the President, a woman said. The Secret Service does not take kindly to crank calls. Holly choked back a laugh. This really is the Emissary. Put Oxum on. There was a long pause. She said, The President is not available. I'm not surprised. Tell him that if he doesn't call off his assault on the council building and on my compound, a lot of American servicemen and women are going to die in the next few minutes. Then I will come over there and level the White House. There was a pause. Please hold. A few minutes later, the connection dropped. Did she hang up on me? So it would seem, the AI said. Would you like me to try again? No. Either she had failed to get past his personal secretary, or, more likely, Oxum and Cartwright were calling her bluff. Time to piss or get off the pot. What's happening at the compound? She asked. My people are under fire, Tomas said. One of them is down. Sophie was hit, but it's not life-threatening. There are about 20 hostiles, and they have 2 armored vehicles and a couple of trucks. Damn you, Cartwright, she said. It was, of course, Cartwright giving the orders. Oxum was a puppet. Cartwright the puppet master. She brought Eos around and sped toward Theo's compound. A few minutes later, they broke through clouds 5 kilometers from the house. She flew low over the compound and let the targeting computer identify hostile targets. 2 armored vehicles sat in the driveway. Soldiers were using them for cover as they laid down fire. One of Tomas's people was on the roof with a rifle. At least 2 others were maintaining a steady barrage of gunfire from windows on the 2nd floor. She laughed a bit hysterically. If those bozos shoot up my bedroom, there's going to be hell to pay. Theo stared at her, but she paid no attention, because by now she had multiple targets to shoot at. She released 2 missiles, one at each armored vehicle. Both vehicles blew up in satisfying explosions. She brought the plane around in a sharp 5G turn. Theo groaned. Someone behind her gasped. A helicopter appeared and unleashed a barrage of heavy gunfire at the man on the roof. He went down. Holly targeted the helicopter, and a crimson pulse shot out from Eos's plasma cannon. The helicopter vanished in a ball of fire. On her 3rd pass, she targeted 2 trucks parked on the road under the trees. They probably thought she couldn't get a clear shot at them. They were wrong. The road turned into a strip of flame, punctuated by explosions as fuel and ordnance blew up. She brought Eos to a standstill 100 meters above the house. No more hostiles appeared on the tactical display. She brought the plane down in front of the house, doing further injury to the already damaged raised garden and its gnarled tree. Everybody out, she said. Anna slipped into the co-pilot seat when Theo vacated it. Where are we going? Cartwright and I have unfinished business. I'm coming with you. No. This is on me now. I don't want you involved. Well, that's just too bad, ma'am. I'm coming with you. Fine. Buckle up. She lifted off, leaving behind an unknown number of dead people, 4 wrecked vehicles, and a damaged compound. Anna said, The CRA's transport planes will be at the airport. Holly brought Eos around and accelerated hard toward the airport, exceeding Mach 2 by the time she reached it. 5 giant British heavy lifters sat on the tarmac. She banked hard and brought the spaceplane around for another pass. She was a kilometer out when she released a barrage of missiles. 5 transports burst into flame. The Swiss Army would take care of the remaining soldiers, who now had no way to get home. She banked into a steep upward flight path and increased their acceleration to 5 Gs. Anna grunted. You okay? Yes, ma'am, she gasped. Holly's stomach churned. She did not know how many people she had killed, but it was more than a few. She had not come back to Earth to get into a war. But 100,000 years of tribalism had dug a deep trench in the human species' psyche, and for all of humanity's evolution, they had not yet escaped from that ugly trench. She couldn't imagine the diplomatic furor that would break out now. Oxum, or more likely Cartwright, had bet he could capture her, which would have made any political cost worthwhile. He had lost that bet because he had again underestimated the resources she had at her disposal. Now, a lot of people were dead. She was processing a lot of anger when she called Oxum's office again. She had Gabriel's Fire broadcast the call to every major feed in the world. The same woman answered. "Hi, this is the Emissary. We talked earlier. I don't suppose President Oxum will talk to me now?" "One moment, please," she said. A few moments later, Oxum said, "Ah, Dr. Burton. I understand you have been killing American servicemen and servicewomen. Not a move likely to garner sympathy from the people of Earth." His nonchalant jab made her want to spit nails. "Is Cartwright there?" "Well, now," Cartwright interrupted him. "I am here, Dr. Burton." "You're a bloody fool, Cartwright," she said. "The soldiers you sent to attack me are dead, or in custody. The ones you sent to Ambassador Peters' home are dead. I don't think there were any survivors there. I also took out 5 British heavy lifters at the Geneva International Airport. I imagine the remaining troops there will soon be in custody as well. This blood is on your hands. I suggest you evacuate the White House and its immediate vicinity, because in 2 hours, I am going to reduce it to rubble. You really should have listened when I warned you not to test me." She dropped the connection. "Gabriel," she said. "I'm here, Holly. I just promised Oxum and Cartwright that I would level the White House in 2 hours. Can we do that with minimal collateral damage? A hypersonic missile would be difficult to stop and will not miss its target." "Do it. Try to limit the damage to the building itself. I don't want to kill any more people if I can avoid it. Can you put some drones over the area and broadcast a warning to evacuate? I don't trust Oxum to do it." "I will do that." "Maybe flood the local feeds with the same warning." "I will do that as well." 2 hours later, a single missile struck the White House. The Capitol's missile defense system tried and failed to stop it. The missile was just too fast. When the dust cleared, the building and grounds were gone. 28. President Oxum was on the Cinta Alejandre show that evening. Holly almost skipped it. She had spent most of the day in her room and refused to see anyone, except the man who replaced her French doors. There were repairmen of various sorts all over the place, doing what they could about the damage from the firefight. "Stop with the pity party," Theo said from the other side of the door. "You're being childish." He was right, of course, but she had earned that right to a little moping. She had won a military battle, but lost the political battle, which was the one that mattered. She finally relented and came out to watch the interview with the rest of them. Oxum was being interviewed remotely from an unspecified site. Alejandre. "President Oxum, thank you for being with us tonight." Oxum. "We live in difficult times, Cinta. I felt it important that the President of the Christian Republic of America explain what happened in Switzerland yesterday." Alejandre. "Let's get into it then. There has been considerable diplomatic fallout from the CRA's attempt to arrest the Fragment's emissary on the grounds of the Council's headquarters. I understand Switzerland has made a formal protest to the CRA for violating their sovereignty, which some would consider an act of war. How do you respond to that?" Oxum. "It is important to understand what is at stake here. The aliens represent an existential threat. A threat every bit as dangerous as the Deathbringer. The fact that these aliens have appeared at the same time as the Deathbringer is too much of a coincidence to be believed. Whatever the aliens are planning, the Deathbringer is part of it. That is why Great Britain, with our blessing, attempted to board the alien spaceship when it arrived in orbit around our world, although in that case we also hope to take Dr. Burton into custody, along with the aliens we suspect are on what is clearly a warship. Obviously, we failed. But the technology we could have gained by capturing an alien warship would have been invaluable in what I believe will inevitably come down to a war between the aliens and ourselves. Our attempt to arrest Dr. Burton in Geneva was again motivated by our desire to defend the world against the alien menace by removing the so-called emissary from the equation. I have instructed our ambassador to Switzerland to apologize for our violation of their sovereignty. Our intent was to save the world from an alien takeover, as our ambassador to the Council of Enclaves has explained. We have made the video of her speech public. Several news feeds, including yours, have shown it. The Council agrees with our assessment of the alien threat, as evidenced by their rejection of the ultimatum presented by Dr. Burton. The interview continued for another 15 minutes. To Alejandre's credit, she pushed back on Oxum several times, but he held his own. Near the end of the interview, she asked him the kind of question she was famous for. Alejandre: President Oxum, if you could say one thing to the emissary, what would it be? Oxum, looking into camera: Dr. Burton, I appeal to you to surrender yourself to the appropriate authorities. I can assure you of a fair trial. Let the world get on with surviving the coming apocalypse. When pigs fly, you cretin, Holly said. She returned to her room more discouraged than ever. The council, after a marathon debate, had rejected the fragment's offer and issued an international arrest warrant by a vote of 7-5, with one abstention. According to Theo's sources, President Oxum himself had leaned hard into the other alliances, employing a carrot-and-stick approach. The CRA was the wealthiest and most powerful alliance in the world. Few of the other alliances were willing to stand up to it. She had made her case to the council, and it had not been enough. The CRA and its allies had won. Humanity would continue on a course that would lead to its extinction. She might as well have stayed on Titan. Anna appeared at the door to their shared bathroom. May I come in, ma'am? Of course. How are you doing? She took that to be a rhetorical question, not requiring a response. Is there anything I can do? She thought for a moment. Yes, as a matter of fact, there is, but you're not going to like it. Anna slowed the vehicle as they drove past an upscale club near the airport. According to the reader board, it had live dance music, and judging by the crowd standing outside, it was a popular place. Looks like people are partying like there's no tomorrow, Anna said. What do you think? I think I don't want to wait an hour to get in. Anna drove a few blocks and pulled into a parking lot across the street from the Axios Tavern, which had no queue. A bit on the downscale side, Anna said. I'm feeling a bit on the downscale side. A pianist played soft jazz on a small stage. There was a smallish dance floor, but nobody was dancing. They snagged a booth near the back just as its previous occupants were leaving. Holly wore tight jeans, a somewhat revealing blouse. As far as she knew, nobody had seen the emissary in jeans before. She tied her hair back in a ponytail and added a baseball cap and sunglasses. She hoped the disguise in the venue would be enough for her to go unrecognized. She ordered a double whiskey sour. She was here to get drunk, and wasn't about to waste time getting there. Anna asked for a beer, though Holly doubted she would drink it. When the server delivered their drinks, Holly took down half of hers in 2 quick gulps. She shuddered and settled into the worn leather seat to let the burns spread through her body. The piano player was good, and the murmuration of conversations in several languages felt comfortable and familiar. This was the most normal she had felt in a long time. She finished her drink and ordered another, which she approached in a more relaxed manner, savoring the light buzz that was forming in her head. Anna didn't try to make conversation, just left her alone in the little alcoholic bubble she was making for herself. She scanned the room for the ever-present security detail, but didn't see anyone. It was just the two of them, a girls' night out. She had escaped her security bubble. Anna had refused at first, but relented when Holly threatened to go by herself. After all, she was the emissary. She could do whatever she damn well pleased. It wasn't like they could keep her prisoner in the mansion. By the time she got through her second double, which made it 4 drinks, she had to pee. She narrowly avoided tumbling to the floor as she maneuvered out of her seat. She wasn't used to drinking alcohol, nor high heels, but she was an old hand at walking drunk, so getting to the women's room proved straightforward enough. Anna followed her through the crowd, which had gotten larger since they had arrived. When they got back, a bassist and a singer had joined the pianist, and they switched to livelier music. The small dance floor in front of the stage started filling up. "Let's dance," Holly said. I don't think so." "Fine." She took a moment to appreciate the room's newfound spin. "You stay here and do your PPI thing. I am going to dance." She waded into the crowd and danced by herself, which was all right because there were other people dancing solo too. She was soon lost in music and motion, and the world of emissariness receded into the background for a while. A man dancing behind her brushed against her butt. She turned to face him and put her hands on his shoulders. He was tall, good-looking, and a good dancer. That was all she required. The only question was, how would she get away from Anna? She woke to a familiar pressure in her head. A wave of nausea rolled over her, but wasn't bad enough to merit throwing up. She pulled herself into a sitting position and found herself in a bed she didn't recognize, in a room she didn't recognize. How did she get here? The tall man from the night before sat in a chair, watching her. The pressure in her head decided to ratchet up the intensity and began pounding on a large drum just behind her eyes. Maybe she was going to throw up after all. "Gotta pee," she said, and made her way to the bathroom. When she returned and climbed back into bed, he strolled over and sat on the edge of the bed. In his hand was a glass of something orange. "Drink," he said, handing it to her. He had a pleasant tenor voice. "What is it?" "Orange juice." She took a sip. It was indeed orange juice. That was probably better than water, but she would need water, too. She emptied the glass in 3 swallows. It was pretty good for hotel fare. Bits and pieces of the night before were coming back. She had danced with a guy for half an hour, and then went with him to a hotel. She had no memory of what happened after that. How did he get her away from Anna? For that matter, where was Anna? "How do you feel?" he asked. "I feel like—" She was going to say she felt like crap, but she didn't. Her headache was gone, and she felt alert, energized, ready to tackle a new day. "Wow, what's in that? I gotta get some." "I'm afraid it can't be found in your world." She closed her eyes and let the pieces drop into place. When she opened them, there was a hint of a smirk on his face. It was irritating. "Where's Anna?" she demanded. "Anna is fine, as is the small army of security personnel that kept an eye on you while you were making a fool of yourself." So she hadn't managed to sneak away from the house after all. Anna had created the illusion that she had, but the ever-present bubble of security had been there the whole time. She wanted to be mad about that, but Anna was just doing her job. It had been foolish of her to risk not only her own life, but Anna's. "How did you get me away from my security team? And where are we?" "You are still on the dance floor." How does that work?" "As you know, I maintain a presence in your amulet. It is trivial to hijack your nanites to create a dream state in your mind." She looked around. "So none of this is real?" "An interesting epistemological question, perhaps best left for another time. I must say, I am disappointed. One minor setback, and you are ready to throw in the towel, get drunk, and get laid. Your go-to solution when the going gets tough." "Oh God, we didn't... Did we?" "What? Have sex?" "Please tell me we didn't have sex." "Okay, we didn't have sex." "No, really, tell me the truth." "Would it be a problem if we had?" "Have sex with an alien? Yes. No, I mean, I'd like to at least know what I was getting into before it happened." He laughed an easy, relaxed laugh. "We did not have sex. Frankly, you were in no condition for that kind of activity. If I were human, I imagine you would have been something of a letdown. By the way, your nanites would not normally let you get that drunk. I instructed them to take the evening off." "I need water," she said. That seemed odd since this was an illusion, but she really was thirsty. He retrieved a bottle of water from the mini-fridge and handed it to her. She guzzled down as much of it as she could handle in one take, then focused on his remark about being disappointed with her. The more she thought about it, the madder she got. "So, my ancient alien explorer is disappointed in me," she said. "Well, shit, I'm sorry I have disappointed you, but I'm sure you'll get over it. Besides, what the hell am I supposed to do? The Council is the only game in town for pulling off the biggest project in human history. Without them, it's dead in the water." He raised an eyebrow. "For someone who is supposed to be a genius, you display a shocking lack of imagination." "Fuck you." "Anatomically possible, but not helpful in the current context." She glared at him. "What do you want from me? I tried. I gave it my best shot. I couldn't sell it." "You failed." "Well, duh. Your powers of comprehension are astounding, as usual. What did you learn from your failure? That you picked the wrong person for the job?" There was an uncomfortably long pause before he said, "Perhaps I did." That alarmed her. Was he giving up on her? She said she was the wrong person for the job, but it was a different matter to hear him say it. Did she really want him to give up on her? To cast her aside and start over with someone else? Or perhaps you are the right person for the job, but going about it the wrong way. What the hell did that mean? Was she not supposed to have gone to the council? It had been his idea in the first place. Besides, what other options did she have? He seemed to read her mind. "What makes you think the council is the only option?" He had an irritating habit of asking leading questions rather than just telling her what he wanted her to know. She hated leading questions. Maybe corrupting the youth wasn't the only reason they killed Socrates. "I don't know what you want me to do," she said. "Just tell me and I'll do it. Otherwise, leave me alone." The fragment tilted his head and peered at her. "You understand technologies that would seem like magic to most people. For example, you know how to build stasis machines 1,000 times better than Earth's current capability, employing theories and techniques your fellow humans haven't even imagined yet. Or fusion reactors. Your people have been trying to create sustainable, controllable fusion reactors for a century, but have made virtually no progress because they can't figure out how to contain plasma as hot as the center of the sun. But you know how to do that. You have an in-depth working knowledge of dozens of future technologies I put in your brain. We spent the better part of a year on Titan exploring that knowledge together. You have all that knowledge with or without the Council of Enclaves. With or without the Council of Enclaves. But therein lay the problem. She had the knowledge the world needed. She could teach it to the experts in the various fields. She could advise them as they turned that knowledge into practical applications, like spaceships and space elevators and space stations and lunar mining sites. But that required organization and planning and execution of plans. It required cooperation among the enclaves. It required financing. It would be the biggest project in the history of the world. The Council of Enclaves was the only organization on Earth capable of even attempting it. The fragment was watching her, as if he was waiting for her to have some kind of epiphany. He finally said, "Do you remember when I asked you if you wanted to save the human race?" She nodded. "Well, do you?" Then she saw it, and was appalled by the sheer audacity of it. "Let's celebrate," he said. Upbeat jazz came from somewhere. "Care to dance?" Before she could respond, he swept her up in his arms, and they were dancing. The music got louder. The sounds of French and German conversations emerged. The lights, the other dancers, it all washed over her as he spun her around. Then he was gone, leaving her alone on the dance floor, surrounded by other dancers. Anna was watching her from their booth, her beer untouched. It had been a dream. 29. It hadn't been a dream, of course. At least, not in the normal sense. The fragment had hacked her brain to create the entire scene in her mind. It had been so realistic it was scary. How could something seem that real if it didn't actually happen? Or maybe it did happen. After all, what was the difference between the perception of something happening and the thing actually happening? From an epistemological point of view, there was no way to tell the difference. She shut herself in her room for the next 2 days to review the vast store of knowledge the fragment had given her. It was stored in the form of dreams, and it was mostly a matter of remembering them. There were a lot of them. Sophie brought meals to her room, along with a steady supply of water and tea. On the 3rd morning, she called everyone together in the drawing room. At her request, Cinta Alejandre had flown in from Madrid for the meeting. "First, I want to be clear about one thing," she began. "I did not have sex with an alien." This provoked an awkward silence. Theo said, "I did not realize that was on the table. Not that I have anything against interspecies sex. It's an inside joke between me and the fragment. I did, however, have a chat with him. Don't ask how. Just call it magic." She sipped her tea. "The fragment once asked me, 'Do you want to save the human race?' I heard it as, 'Do you want to save the human race?' But that's not quite what he meant. What he meant was, 'Do you want to save the human race?' It is a small distinction that makes a huge difference." The fragment made it clear from the beginning that he would not save humanity, but he would give us the technology we need to save ourselves. In fact, he already has. This provoked more silence. Before he awakened me on Titan, he implanted a vast store of knowledge in my brain. I spent a year sorting through it. I know everything we need to know to leave Earth and begin anew somewhere else. She tapped the side of her head with her finger. "It's all right here, in my head. Need a safe, sustainable fusion reactor? I know how to build one. Want to know how to improve our current hibernation technology to keep people in stasis for 5,000 years? I know how to do that. Want to make alloys that are 10 times stronger than anything we know how to make, and only a little heavier? Advanced robotics? Sustainable space habitats? AIs so smart they will frighten you? I know how to do all of that. It is scary how much knowledge is packed away in my head." She watched their expressions, Theo's baffled look, Adrian's curiosity, Robert's concern, Cinta's intensity. The question is, how does that knowledge get translated into actual working technology that can be used to save the human race? I had hoped the Council of Enclaves would be the answer to that. It's not. The Council is a dead end. They will never relinquish their power and control. Not even to save the human race. So screw them. I'll do it myself. More silence followed this. They were probably wondering if she had gone completely off the rails and maybe in need of an intervention. She wondered about that too as she listened to what she had just said. Cinta asked, "How are you going to do that?" Nice segue into my next point. Everyone laughed, releasing some of the tension in the room. Robert, a few days ago you told me I would need to create an organization. I didn't understand why. Now I do. I'm going to create an international non-governmental organization. It will be called the Exodus Company. Through this organization, I will train the best and brightest people we can find across dozens of disciplines, and I will direct what they do with that knowledge. She brought up a list on the vid screen. Here are some corporate divisions I foresee the Exodus Company needing. Artificial intelligence, astrobiology, corporate governance, diplomacy, financial, legal, life sciences, logistics, materials science, medicine, metallurgy, nuclear physics, planetary science, public relations, quantum physics, robotics, security, space elevators, space mining, space stations. They studied the list. Robert said, "Holy crap, sis, this is mind-bogglingly huge. Are you telling us you have the technical knowledge to jump the human race 100 years ahead in all these areas?" "Yes." "How did you arrive at this list?" Adrian asked. "Well, some things are obvious, like a legal division and a finance division. The fragment has given me no knowledge at all in those areas, but I figure any large company needs them. The others represent knowledge domains the fragment has stuffed into my head. Working on the assumption that if it's in my head it must be important, I have spent the last couple of days reviewing what I know and using that as a roadmap for building a space program that can get us off the planet and into space. For example, the fact that I know pretty much everything there is to know about space elevators tells me we are going to need space elevators." She drained her teacup and waited while Anna refilled it. "Obviously, I can't do this by myself. The Exodus Company will become global in scale. It will have to, and fast. We will need a lot of people in key positions right away. A director of employee relations, a director of finances and acquisitions, a chief information officer, a chief technology officer, a chief diplomatic officer, just to name a few. These people will have to staff their divisions quickly. We don't have the luxury of time. I want a functioning global company stood up and staffed in 1 year. I want to be building space planes in 2. Theo, I need you to be my chief of staff and personal advisor. Your job is to advise me and keep me sane. Adrian, you're my chief executive officer. You will guide and direct the company to accomplish my goals. You need to find a chief operations officer right away to handle the day-to-day operations of the company. Robert, you will— Whoa, Adrian said, both hands in the air like he was surrendering. I can't manage something on this scale. Why not? Corporate governance is what you studied, isn't it? You wanted to become a consultant to NGOs on corporate governance and planning, didn't you? Well, here is an NGO in desperate need of a CEO who specializes in corporate governance and planning. With all due respect, Emissary, there is a big difference between theory and practice. I have lots of theory and 0 practice. Yeah, I get that. Really, I do. You'll have to hire people who have the knowledge and expertise you lack. We all have a steep learning curve ahead of us. He did not look mollified. Robert, as my chief legal officer, You will be responsible for all legal matters, of which I imagine there will be many, like international corporate law and space law, to name just two. I don't expect you to know all of that, but I will expect you to hire the best legal minds in the world across a range of specialties so that the Exodus Project has that knowledge even if you don't. Robert looked like he was going to object, but then shrugged and settled back into the settee. Tomas, you're my chief security officer. I need you to create and manage the company's physical and virtual security. I imagine that will be a huge undertaking. He raised a hand. With all due respect, Emissary, I am not qualified for the job, and more importantly, I do not have the right disposition. I am a bodyguard, not an administrator, and before you say the same thing you said to Adrian, I know someone who might be perfect for the job. Hire him, and you'll be his boss. I appreciate your confidence in me, but I would be a square peg trying to fit in a round hole, more a bottleneck than anything else. We can do it that way if you insist, but it would be suboptimal. Besides, I am Theo's PPI, and I would like to keep it that way. He will need protection more than ever. All of you will. That was an ominous thought, but he was probably right. Their security so far had been aimed at protecting her. Once this thing got going, they would all become potential targets. Reach out to him. If he is willing to consider it, I'll meet with him. She turned to Cinta. I want you to be my chief communications officer. I am sure you have a much better idea of what that entails than I do. Cinta grinned. I suspected as much when you asked me to come, though I thought you would be looking for advice, rather than offering me the job of a lifetime. In any case, I have an immediate recommendation. Buy a media company. You will need one. Either we build it out ourselves, or we buy one that already exists. I recommend the latter. We get expertise and experience out of the box. You have something in mind? I do. With your permission, I will put out some feelers. Buying a media company sounds expensive, Robert said. In the neighborhood of 500 million euros, Cinta said. That price will come down if we offer to take the executives, staff, and families with us into space. See what you can work out, Holly said. Adrian said, As I understand it, all this corporate infrastructure we're talking about, its purpose is to get 120,000 people off the planet and into space, right? Yes. So what exactly are we building? That's a good question. She brought up another list. Here are a few of my favorite things we are going to build. Mining bases on the moon, space docks, spaceships, space stations, space elevators, space arcs. This list expands exponentially as you drill down on the things required for each of them to become a reality. They studied the list. Robert said, So, €500 million for a media company is only the beginning. You're envisioning the largest, most complex, most expensive construction project in the world's history. Before we are done, €500 million will be a rounding error against the total cost. That begs the question, how do you plan to pay for it? She was surprised it had taken this long for someone to ask about that. I have no expertise in finance, she said. I will have to depend on all of you to manage the money end of things, especially Theo and whoever we hire to be the chief financial officer. However, I have a general plan of attack. First, I will meet with some of the world's wealthiest people and persuade them to give me their money in exchange for places on an ark. Second, I will meet with various heads of state and persuade them to throw their enclave's resources behind this, in exchange for a portion of their population being part of the Exodus. Tickets for the end of the world, Cinta said. I like it. A thought occurred to Holly. Perhaps it goes without saying, but I should say it anyway. When the time comes, all of you and your families will be on the arks, unless you choose not to. That includes the PPIs. not just as a reward for your loyalty and hard work, but because I will still need you. Getting a remnant of humanity off-world and safely away from Earth is Phase 1 of Project Exodus. After that, Phase 2 kicks in, namely, building sustainable colonies on distant worlds. I suspect that will be the hardest part. 30. 2 weeks later, Holly brought Eos down in a clearing surrounded by forest, 20 kilometers north of New Auckland. A light gray van waited near a dirt road that provided access to an undeveloped property. Eos was designed to carry 12 people. On this flight, there were 8. Holly in the pilot's seat, with Robert next to her, Anna and Robert's PPIs behind them, and 4 Marines in full battle gear at the back. The Marines weren't really Marines. They were former Special Forces soldiers, hired by Theo. But Holly thought of them as Marines because mercenaries seemed pejorative, even if it was accurate. Rhys Frater was Robert's PPI. Like Anna, he wore a vest under an otherwise normal-looking suit. They were both armed and deadly. Robert had objected to having a PPI, but Tomas was adamant. "The Emissary has powerful enemies," he said, "enemies who will go to any length to take her out. She is what we call a hard target, because she is well protected. You, on the other hand, are a soft target. If they can't get at her directly, they might try to get at her through people she cares about, like you and your family. I have hired a security firm in Auckland to provide round-the-clock protection for your family. They will be as inconspicuous as possible, but your lives are going to be very different going forward." They waited in the plane while the Marines got out and looked around. When Holly exited, the smells of the forest triggered a cascade of memories of tramping in the hills and mountains with Robert and her parents, before everything went wrong. The fern-like ponga trees, the towering eucalyptus trees, the dense undergrowth, the smells of the land, the sounds of the birds. It reached out and embraced her as if welcoming her home. It seemed like it belonged to another lifetime. Robert's PPI walked over to the van and talked with 2 men who had gotten out. They were the men in black variety, not the battle gear variety. He came back. "That's our security detail," he said to Robert. "They will be with us for the duration of our stay, and will remain after to protect your family." Robert frowned. "I told Janet to get the spare bedroom ready for you. We weren't expecting 2 extra guests. They will stay in the van." "You're kidding." "The back can be turned into a surprisingly comfortable sleeping space." When Robert continued to look skeptical, he said, "They're used to it. Trust me." Robert shrugged and turned to Holly. "You sure you can't drop by the house? Kiri and Peter are staying with us for a few days. You are something of a mythological figure to them. They are going to be disappointed not to get to see you." "I wish I could," she said, "but it would put your family in unnecessary danger." She did wish she could see the grandniece and grandnephew she had never met. But Tomas, Anna, and Rhys had all insisted that the risk of driving into New Auckland was too great, both for her and for Robert and his family. This was supposed to be an under-the-radar visit. "I understand," he said. "Good luck with the billionaires." He and Rhys walked to the van and drove off down the dusty road. Anna and a Marine set up an awning over a table and 3 chairs. They even put a white tablecloth over the table and set out water glasses and crystal goblets. She had brought what Theo assured her was an excellent brandy. Her guests arrived an hour later. Conrad Kaufman and Norval Brandt were partners in a tech company that specialized in artificial intelligence. They were estimated to be worth something in the order of €500 billion each. They had taken the outdoor venue to heart and dressed casually. Holly wore her usual white skirt, white blouse, black jacket. Her guest's driver and another man stayed with a vehicle. More men in black. "Mr. Kaufman," Holly said, "and Mr. Brandt." She shook hands with each of them. "Thank you for agreeing to meet with me. I apologize for the somewhat rustic setting. It seems I am an internationally wanted criminal these days, so I try to keep a low profile." They both glanced at Eos and laughed. "Good luck with that," Brant said. "You announced your presence when you requested permission to enter New Zealand airspace. It was on the vids in about 5 minutes. The entire world knows you are here by now. It won't take them long to work out where you landed." "Well, in that case, I guess we will have to keep this meeting brief so I can make my escape before the press shows up." Kaufman said, "We have been looking forward to meeting you, Emissary. Please, call me Conrad." He glanced at his partner. "You can call him Norval." The other man laughed an easy laugh and said with just a hint of sarcasm, "Thanks for the intro, Connie. By the way, we appreciate the outdoor setting. Beats the hell out of a stuffy boardroom." They sat. Anna produced water bottles from a cooler and set them on the table. They chatted for a while about New Zealand, the economy, the fragment, the Deathbringer, the social and political fragility of the world. Finally, Conrad said, "Pleasant as this is, it is not why you asked us to meet with you. I rather suspect it has something to do with the fact that we are numbered among the world's wealthiest people. Yes?" Holly settled back in her chair. "I am creating an international non-governmental organization called the Exodus Company, which I intend to use to drive the largest and most complex project ever undertaken by humankind, to get 120,000 people off the planet before the Deathbringer arrives. I expect many enclaves to eventually join me in this endeavor, but in the meantime, I need an infusion of cash to get the ball rolling." "And you would like some of ours," Norval said. "Pretty much all of it." They looked at each other, and Conrad said, "What will we get for our investment, aside from the warm, fuzzy feelings that might come from helping save humanity from the apocalypse?" She couldn't help but laugh at that. They were easy to get along with, and she liked them right away, but they were astute businessmen who would eat her for breakfast, lunch, and dinner if she wasn't careful. As much as I might, in my naivete, hope that altruism would be its own reward, she said, I am not quite that naive. You and your families will be among the 120,000 people who leave Earth. About that, Conrad said, James Cartwright made a similar offer. You know Secretary Cartwright? By reputation. He seems determined to be my enemy. I take it he offered you a few places in one of his underground cities? We told him we'd think about it, and then did a little research. Turns out his underground cities idea is a fool's errand. They will not survive the Deathbringer. He glanced at Norval, who said, He offered each of us 30 places. I can match that, she said. They exchanged looks again. Nah, we'll take 15 each. Outside of family, there ain't hardly anybody we like well enough to want to take with us. They both grinned. It occurred to her that maybe they had been working together a bit too long. They sounded like an old married couple. Then the obvious dawned on her. They were a married couple. Her briefing had failed to mention that. Emissary, Anna said, putting a hand on Holly's shoulder. Holly looked in the direction she was pointing. 2 SUVs pulled up behind the vehicle her guests had arrived in. The Marines reformed into a tighter circle around her and the space plane. Don't get all excited and start shooting people, Norval said. That'll be Imogene Reed. Holly looked at them. The Prime Minister of New Zealand? They nodded in tandem. Conrad said, I hope you don't mind us inviting her to the party. We figured you'd want to talk to her sooner or later, so why not sooner? Anna said to the Marines, Stand down. We don't want to shoot the Prime Minister of New Zealand. 2 of them might have cracked a smile, but the only change in posture she could detect was that their weapons now pointed toward the ground rather than toward the new arrivals. Holly, Norval, and Conrad stood and greeted the petite woman, who was indeed Imogene Reed. She had brought 2 PPIs with her. Madam Prime Minister, Holly said. Emissary. They shook hands. Reed shook hands with Conrad and Norval, who she obviously knew.
"Sorry I'm late to the party," she said. "Traffic getting out of New Auckland was awful. Somebody ought to do something about that."
She smiled at her own joke. Anna retrieved another chair and a couple more bottles of water. Holly said, "Anna, can we move our protection detail out a bit? All these guns are making me nervous." Anna gave the order.
Reed said, "I see you have not gotten used to being surrounded by a small army everywhere you go. You will. It just takes a while."
She glanced at the two billionaires.
"Conrad and Norval are key supporters of mine. We have known each other for a long time. They told me you were dropping in for a visit and wondered if I might want to tag along. Not being one to pass on a good photo op, I decided to put in an appearance. Besides, I wanted to meet you in person."
"You're right on time, Madam Prime Minister," Conrad said. "We have just concluded an agreement with the Emissary, in which we pledged $1 trillion in exchange for a handful of seats on the last ship leaving Earth. I think we got snookered, but it seems to be for a good cause." The Prime Minister raised her eyebrows.
"That's a lot of money, even for you boys."
"What else are we going to do with it?" Norval said. "I saw on the news feeds the other day that the world is coming to an end." He turned to Holly. "Just so you understand, Madam Emissary, we cannot give it to you all at once. We have to liquidate assets and investments, which takes time, especially if we want to avoid spooking the markets. We'll get a few $100 billion to you by the end of next week, and spread the rest out over the next few years." He grinned. "But I'm betting you will have a lot more funding coming into play pretty soon. Tickets off the planet are going to be a hot item pretty soon. But really, you are going to need the backing of the enclaves." "Like New Zealand," Conrad said, looking pointedly at the Prime Minister. The woman sat back and looked at Holly for what seemed like a long time. She liked Reed, but reminded herself that this woman was New Zealand's de facto dictator. One did not become a dictator without a certain amount of ruthlessness.
"I would like you to consider me an ally," she said, "but I have 2 conditions."
Well, she had certainly cut to the chase, just like Conrad and Norval. It dawned on Holly that all 3 of them knew exactly why Holly was here, and had already decided how they were going to respond.
"First,"
Reed said,
"I need to understand how you plan to save the human race, so I can be sure you have some idea what you are doing, before I commit my country's resources to you. Oxham's underground cities are a crock. I need to know that what you are offering isn't a crock too."
The woman's bluntness took Holly aback.
"Second, I want security assurances. You have powerful enemies. Backing you will make them my enemies as well. We are a small country. A couple of nukes lobbed at Wellington and New Auckland would pretty much finish us off. Other nations considering your offer are going to have similar concerns. It may seem like I am exaggerating the dangers we face, but let me assure you, I am not. I didn't get where I am by underestimating my adversaries."
She gulped down some more water.
"Tell me, in as few words as you can, just how you intend to save the world."
Holly had outlined her plan to her leadership team, but hadn't put together an elevator pitch, which is what Reed was asking for. She took a breath. "I am going to put 120,000 people into stasis on 6 space arcs, along with everything they will need to build sustainable colonies on planets in other star systems. That will give the human race 6 chances to start anew." Reed blinked a few times. She imagined Conrad and Norval did too, but she wasn't looking at them. She was watching the Prime Minister.
"That's it? You are going to launch 120,000 sleepers into space, and hope they survive?"
Holly made herself smile, hoping it communicated more confidence than she felt. Her plan sounded crazy even to her when stated so baldly. "There is a little more to it than that, but yes, that is what I intend to do. The human race does not have the technology to accomplish it, but I do." Reed thought about this for a few moments. Then,
"What security assurances can you give me?"
apparently, they were done with the first question. Whether she was satisfied with Holly's answer was difficult to say. The woman seemed open and friendly, but gave little away. Holly hadn't given any thought to the second question, though it was an obvious one now that Imogene Reed had put it out there. She had not come prepared for this conversation and wished Theo were here. But he wasn't. She was on her own. "Madam Prime Minister, I cannot guarantee your country's security. Nobody can. What I can offer is my promise to use the military capabilities the fragment has given me to defend your country from other enclaves. We can formalize this in a mutual defense agreement, if you like, stating that the emissary will regard an attack against New Zealand as an attack against herself, and will respond accordingly. I would think that would give any potential hostile nation pause, especially after I laid waste to the White House." Reed took her time thinking about it.
"I'll tell you what. Have Theo Peters call my foreign minister to provide us with a little more clarity on your plan and to hammer out the wording of a treaty. If all goes well, you will have your first national ally."
Holly couldn't stop an audible sigh of relief. Reed pointed at the goblets. "I don't suppose you have anything stronger than water that we can celebrate with?" Theo sent along a couple bottles of brandy. Knowing him, I'm sure they are excellent. She glanced at Anna, who disappeared into the plane to get the bottles. Reed looked toward the plane. "I have seen vids of that amazing space plane of yours in action. A warplane, I'm told. I don't suppose I can get a peek inside?" In theory, Eos's journey halfway around the world to New Zealand and back made a tempting target, but nothing untoward happened. The world seemed to have decided the emissary was best left alone. Holly brought the spaceplane down on the landing pad they had added behind the house. While she appreciated the convenience, it was a shame it took out a third of the park-like space in the back. That was not the only change. They had converted an outbuilding into barracks for the growing number of soldiers, turned the beautiful drive into a concrete block obstacle course, and added 2 heavy machine gun emplacements on the roof. The beautiful old house had become a fortress. She turned into the first room on the right as she entered through the back entrance, leaving Anna and the security detail to continue down the hall. It seemed the compound was secure enough that Anna didn't feel the need to follow her around inside the building. The room had been turned into an office for Gail Meisner, their administrative assistant, and a secretary. At 52, Gail came with a broad portfolio of expertise and a permanent scowl. She was all business, with little patience for anything she considered frivolous. Holly hadn't found a way to like the woman yet, but she couldn't fault her skills and work ethic. Both women stood when Holly entered the room.
"Emissary," Gail said, "welcome back. I hope your trip was pleasant and productive."
She had a strong German accent. "Please," Holly said, "you don't have to stand up every time I walk into the room." She looked at the other woman. "It's Lana, isn't it?"
"Liana, Emissary."
"Liana, sorry. Being the fragment's emissary has not improved my memory for names." She turned back to Gail. "Where are Theo and Adrian?"
"They went to Lausanne again, ma'am, to try to speed up the process of getting the Exodus Company registered as a legal entity. Also, Mr. Verhoeven is looking at a new office building being built on the outskirts of the city."
"He's not thinking of putting our headquarters there, is he?" She already knew where she wanted to build EXCO's headquarters, and it wasn't in Lausanne.
"It is for office space. He says we are going to hire a lot of staff in a short time, and will need a place for them to work."
That made sense. The snowball had started rolling down the hill, and was going to get bigger and bigger as it went, taking on a momentum of its own as it gained mass and speed. Holly shouldn't have to worry about any of that, of course. Adrian and Theo would take care of it. But it was hard for her to leave all the details to them. Anything else I should know?
Not that I am aware of, ma'am.
Is Cinta here? I saw Miss Alejandre earlier. Try the drawing room. If she is not there, try the library. Cinta was not in the drawing room, but Danae was. When Tomas had declined the job of head of security, he had recommended Danae Najafi, a Norwegian born to Iranian parents who had emigrated to Norway before she was born. She came with special forces training and experience leading security teams. She was the reason for the beefed-up security around the house, not to mention the 4 Marines that accompanied Holly to New Zealand. When they first met, she had corrected Holly's butchering of her name. "It's Danae Najafi." When Holly pointed out that Danae did not sound Iranian, the woman shrugged and said her parents gave her a Norwegian name so she would not stand out so much. She stood when Holly entered the room. "Emissary, welcome back." Holly dropped into her usual chair. "Thanks. It's good to be back." Gretchen appeared from somewhere with a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, and a plate of cookies, all of which she placed on the table under the chandelier and retired from the room. Cinta walked in. "Emissary, how was your trip? Did you charm the billionaires?" "It's more like they charmed me." "They also pledged €1 trillion. She tried to keep a straight face, but couldn't suppress a grin. Cinta's eyebrows went up. "Trillion? With a T?" "Not all at once, but spread out over the next few years." 2 vehicles pulled up in front of the house. A few moments later, Theo and Adrian joined them. "How'd it go with Conrad and Norville?" Theo asked. €1 trillion, spread out over the next few years, Holly said. "Plus, they are going to set up a meeting with other potential investors next week, so I can make a pitch to them." After a moment of silence while they absorbed the information, Adrian said, "I'd call that a successful trip." "Adrian and I had a good day too," Theo said. "We put money down on an office building in Lausanne. It will take a few weeks to work out the details and sign the papers, and then we'll have it built out into office space." "And our corporation?" "Very close to a done deal. As always, the devil is in the details, but I think I impressed on them the urgency of getting the company up and running as soon as possible. I ran into the foreign minister, by the way. He wants to meet you." He let that sink in. "I think Switzerland is looking to join forces with us." He looked smug. Holly hated to burst his bubble, but she did anyway. "That is good news. Set it up. Speaking of allies, I ran into Imogen Reed." There was a moment of surprise, then simultaneous questions. "What?" from Adrian. "Where?" from Theo. And "How?" from Cinta. "Conrad and Norville brought her along." Theo recovered first. "Well, I knew they were well connected, but I did not know they could drag the Prime Minister out into the woods for a secret meeting with the emissary." He paused. "On the other hand, this is New Zealand we are talking about. It's not a big country." "What did you talk about?" Adrian asked. There was caution in his voice. "She wants to ally with us, contingent on more details about Project Exodus and a mutual defense pact of some sort. She said Theo should call her foreign minister and work something out." The room got quiet, and tension filled the space. "Well, what was I supposed to do?" she said. "She offered to put her country's support behind us. It didn't seem like I could say, 'Thanks, I'll think about it and get back to you.'" "No, I suppose not," Theo said. "Did you promise her anything else?" "Yeah, I told her we would give her Australia as a third island if she signed up." Why were they throwing cold water on her first political win? It wasn't like either of them had been there. Theo leaned back in his chair and held up both hands in a gesture of surrender. "I'll give her office a call." "Not to change the subject," Cinta said, "but I have some news too." Holly was fine with changing the subject. "I convinced my former bosses at Madrid Media that it would be a brilliant move if they could land a deal to be the exclusive distributor for broadcasts made by the Emissary. That was this morning. They had to make a few calls of their own. I just got off a call with them, and they are ready to sign as soon as we are." "An exclusive deal?" Adrian said. "What about the other international news feeds?" Cinta grinned. "Eventually, we will buy Madrid media. So the rest of the media giants might as well get used to it. I planted the seed in a few executives' heads, and they didn't reject the idea. I think a meeting with the Emissary might cinch the deal, especially if she were to offer places on an ark for their executives, key employees, and families." Theo and Adrian were watching Holly. That meant they liked the idea and were waiting for her reaction. A frisson of excitement ran through her. "So, who has signing authority around here?" "That would be Adrian and myself," Theo said. "I guess you should have it as well. Get the exclusive signed as soon as you can. I have some things I want to say to the world." 31. It dawned on Holly that she was envious of Cinta Alejandre. Envious of her competence, envious of her confidence, envious of her ability to take command of every situation she found herself in. Compared to her, Holly felt drab, awkward, unsophisticated, incompetent. The fragment might have done better to have chosen someone like her to be his emissary. "Good evening," Cinta said to the camera. "At least it is where I am." She glanced over her shoulder at the vid screen behind her. It displayed a familiar but always astonishing view of Earth from space. Holly had moved Gabriel's flyer into a high Earth orbit to provide a panoramic view of the entire planet. 1,000,000 sparks of light spread across much of the globe, some crowded into bright splotches, others into small clusters, some alone in the dark, all announcing that a technologically advanced civilization lived here. It looked nothing like it had before the Great Collapse, but it was still awe-inspiring. "As you can see, we are on Earth's night side," she continued. "And yes, the view is the real thing, in real time. I am speaking to you from Gabriel's flyer, the Emissary's spaceship. She gave me a tour. Trust me when I tell you that this spaceship is the most amazing thing I have ever seen. And I have seen a lot of amazing things. But that is not why I am speaking with you tonight. I imagine just about everyone in the world knows by now that the Council of Enclaves turned down the fragment's offer of advanced technologies we could use to leave our world before the Deathbringer sweeps it away. The reason the Emissary took the fragment's offer to the Council in the first place is that they offer the only existing organization with worldwide reach. Her hope was that they would take up the offer and take charge of the greatest project ever undertaken by humankind. Unfortunately, the Council in effect said, "No thanks, we've got this." She leaned a bit toward the camera, a move Holly had seen before. It created a sense of intimacy between her and her audience. "Let me tell you a little secret. They don't got this." She smirked. The smirk that those who followed her broadcast had seen many times. The smirk that said, "We know the real story, don't we?" Holly didn't know how she did it, but in a few brief minutes, she undoubtedly had the world eating out of her palm. The Emissary is aware the Council does not speak for everyone. The Council's vote to reject her offer was 7-5, which tells you something all by itself. And the Alliance leaders do not always speak for all their enclaves. With that in mind, she has decided to bypass the Council and appeal directly to you, the people of the world, citizens of Earth. I want you to listen to what she has to say. Your future, the future of your children, the future of humanity, depends on it. Holly joined her in front of the camera, and Cinta stepped away, leaving Holly to face the camera and the world alone. Cinta had negotiated a deal with Madrid Media for exclusive rights to broadcast the Emissary's addresses. She had brought 2 of the company's engineers to handle video and audio. Holly wore her usual white outfit, which the press had taken to calling her signature attire. She looked into the camera and counted to 5, which seemed like an eternity, then began. "I thought it appropriate to speak to you from orbit, because what I have to say concerns every man, every woman, every child on Earth. Behind me you can see what our world looks like from space. I am sure you have seen images like this before. I never tire of looking at it. As Ms. Alejandre pointed out, Gabriel's fire is on the night side of the planet. The Terminator line separating night from day will appear over the horizon about the time I finish talking, which, I promise, will not be long." She turned to point out some features. "You can make out Spain and southern France here, and over there, the boot of Italy, thrusting out into the Mediterranean Sea, which is the large dark patch. Down here, at the bottom, is the coast of North Africa." She turned back to the camera. "Beautiful, isn't it? Our island home in the vast emptiness of the universe." She paused. "You might have noticed what looks like a digital clock above the vid screen. It reads 18 BEW. That's 18 years before the end of the world. That's all the time our world has left. It is all the time we have left. What we do with those 18 years will determine the fate of our species." The image of Earth gave way to a star field. An opaque circle of blackness occupied the center of the view, blocking out the light of half the stars. "This is the Deathbringer, seen from a probe accompanying it as it plunges into our sun's gravity well. You can't see any details because it has a low albedo. That means it doesn't reflect much light, and is one of the reasons it took so long for our astronomers to notice it. Right now, it's halfway between the orbits of Uranus and Neptune, the 2 most distant planets in our solar system. In a little less than 18 years, it will cross Earth's orbit and toss our world into the sun." The image behind her switched back to the view of Earth. "That is why we must leave." She pushed her hair back. "If you saw the press conference I gave a few weeks ago, you already know all of this. I imagine most of you have also seen the agreement the fragment laid out as the basis for giving us advanced technological knowledge that will enable us to leave Earth before the end of the world. The agreement the Council rejected. Some of them believe the Deathbringer is not a brown dwarf star, but a Jupiter-sized planet, and that Earth will survive its passing. They believe we can hide in underground bunkers and emerge a few years later to rebuild. They are wrong. As the Deathbringer gets closer, its gravitational field will begin to affect other bodies in our solar system, and our astronomers will be able to get a better sense of its true mass. But by then, it will be too late." She sipped some water. "Since the Council has rejected the fragment's offer of assistance, I have decided to bypass the Council and appeal directly to the enclaves. I am creating an organization called the Exodus Company. It will provide a structure or framework for the transfer of technology to those enclaves that are willing to work with me, to leverage the fragment's technology to leave Earth. Where will we go? We have 2 options. First, we can build colonies in space and on the moons of Jupiter and Saturn. The problem is that we humans have evolved as a planet-based species, with gravity and an atmosphere. Space is an utterly hostile environment for us. The fragment puts the probability of the human race successfully colonizing the solar system at 6%. I don't like those odds. The other choice is to leave our solar system and colonize other worlds circling other stars. The fragment has identified 6 star systems with human habitable planets within 1,500 light-years of Earth. None of them is as human-friendly as Earth, because our species is uniquely adapted to this world, and not to any of them. Nonetheless, We can live there, and our descendants will adapt to their new homes over time. This is the option I have chosen. The fragment puts the probability of at least one of the 6 colonies succeeding at 97%. There is a 23% probability that all 6 of them will be successful. She brought up a diagram of a star field. A bright yellow dot sat in the middle, with green lines extending away from it in different directions. Each line ended in a bright green dot. The yellow dot is our sun. The green dots are the star systems the fragment has identified for us. As you can see, they are at various distances from Earth. The nearest is 237 light-years away. The farthest, a little over 1,200. Each has a planet we can live on. That is where we will go. How will we get there? We will build and launch 6 space arcs, each carrying 20,000 sleepers, each headed for one of those worlds. Their journeys will take a long time. Traveling at 30% the speed of light for most of the journey, it will take an arc 756 years to reach the nearest one. It will take 3,800 years to reach the furthest one. The passengers will be unaware of the passage of time because they will be in stasis. Think of it as hibernation. They will go to sleep here and wake up in orbit around their new home. Earth will be long gone, but it will seem like yesterday to them. What will happen when an arc reaches its destination? The command crew will be awakened first, along with some specialists in biology, geology, climatology, and so on. They will explore the planet and identify the best place for the first colony. Then they will awaken the first few hundred colonists and use the space planes they have brought with them to travel to the surface and begin building. More colonists will be awakened as the initial colony expands and other colonies are established. She paused for several seconds and then continued in a quiet voice. I cannot promise that it will be easy. In fact, it will be the most difficult thing our species has ever undertaken. Neither can I promise that we will succeed. The fragment has offered us the means to save ourselves, but we must do the work, and there is no guarantee we will succeed. What I can promise you is this. We have been given a chance to avoid extinction, a chance to write the next chapter of humanity's story. I invite you, no, I beg you to tell your leaders that you want to be part of this, that you choose life rather than death, that you want to reach for the stars. I challenge the heads of the enclaves to join me and others in this greatest of all endeavors. Together, we will build Humanity 2.0. Cinta had predicted they would be deluged with calls following the broadcast, and they were. Fortunately, Madrid media had a controlling interest in a call center and had secured its use to handle the calls. It was a good thing they did, because the calls started pouring in as soon as Cinta provided a call ID for the Exodus company. Adrian had hired a marketing firm to do an analysis of the response. On the 4th morning after Holly's speech, Adrian and Cinta brought early results to her. Theo and Robert were there too. Marcelo Bautista, CEO of Estudio Bautista, had flown in to make the presentation. He was a short, plump man in his 60s. His daughter Erica, who he was grooming to take over the business, came with him. "Emissary," he said, "it is an honor to meet you." He made some more remarks, expressing his gratitude for the opportunity to be of service to the emissary. Then he brought up a bullet-pointed list on the vidscreen. "I have provided Mr. Verhoeven with a full analysis of the first 3 days of calls. What you see here is an executive summary of the results. 1. The response has been huge. Our initial analysis covers 163,000 calls. The call rate shows no signs of slowing down. 2. They are largely from normal, everyday people. No presidents or prime ministers. But you struck a chord among the common folk. 3. 72% of the calls were positive. The most often heard words from this group were like and hope. 4. 19% of the calls were negative, with the phrases dangerous woman and bitch coming out on top. There was also a fair amount of general xenophobia toward the fragment in this group. 5. 9% of the responses could not be categorized as definitely positive or definitely negative. That is not unusual in cases like this. 6. There were some death threats, which is to be expected in a sample this large. I referred them to your security people. She glanced at Anna, who said, Tomas is checking them out, but at this point he doesn't see any cause for concern. You have other enemies who present a much higher threat profile. Apparently that was supposed to reassure her. Bautista continued, 7. You have 312 marriage proposals so far, mostly from men. Or at least they claim to be men. There are at least 2 genuine billionaires in the mix. We checked. Robert snickered. Good to know, Holly said. That's all I have, Emissary. I would be happy to answer questions. Adrian looked at Holly, and when she shook her head, he said, I have reviewed the full report, Mr. Bautista, and I am pleased with your work. We would like you to continue analyzing the data as it comes in. Perhaps in a week or so you can forward us a final report. I am particularly interested in how attitudes change over time. Gale escorted Bautista and his daughter out. Holly made herself a cup of tea. There were no calls from heads of state. I suppose that's not surprising, but it raises the question, how would they reach us? I can answer that, said Gale as she walked back into the room. Everyone turned to look at the tall, stern-looking woman who rarely said anything in meetings, just recorded them. Incoming calls to the mansion come to my desk, and I forward them to whoever they should go to. In the last 2 days, we have received 4 calls from people claiming to represent heads of state. Kuala Lumpur, Sri Lanka, Nairobi, and Ecuador. Holly set her cup down and stared at the woman. What did you tell them? I put them on hold while I ran a backtrace to verify that the calls at least came from the right city. Then I forwarded them to Mr. Peters. Holly turned to Theo. Why do I not know about this? He shifted in his seat. Because Gale is under orders not to forward calls to you, but to transfer them to Adrian or myself, so we can filter out superfluous calls. Really? She made no attempt to keep the sarcasm out of her voice. Calls from the leaders of Kuala Lumpur, Sri Lanka, Nairobi, and Ecuador are superfluous. Something that needs to be kept from me. There was a tense pause before Adrian leaned forward in his chair. Emissary, we are not keeping anything important from you, but part of our job, especially Theo's, is to make sure you are focused on the things only you can do, and not on things others can do. He is your chief of staff, which makes him your primary gatekeeper. She chewed on that, but it left a bad taste. Did you at least call them back? As a matter of fact, I did, Theo said. You have a meeting tomorrow with Switzerland's Foreign Minister, Xavier Fischer, which will be held here. Next week, you have meetings with Prime Minister Abdu Mwangi of the Nairobi Enclave, President Deng Wei of the Beijing Enclave, President Daniel Lucio Mendoza of the Quito Enclave, and Empress Huang Meili of the Kuala Lumpur Enclave. I have scheduled them over 4 consecutive days, allowing us a full day with each for talks, meet and greets, state dinners, and so on. I will prep you for each meeting on the way there. Fine, she said with a tone she was sure told everyone in the room she was not yet fine with it all. I suppose I should get back to planning how to save humanity, so I have something intelligent to say when I meet with them. They made love that night, she and Theo. Afterward, as they lay together, her head resting on his chest, she said, I'm sorry about earlier today. You and Adrian were right. I don't know why I got so defensive. She felt him smile. That's an easy one. When you bypassed the council and appealed directly to the people, you usurped their power and authority and became the most important person in the world. Half the world will follow you anywhere. The other half is scared to death of you. Then you find out your top lieutenants are screening your calls as though you are a child who needs looking after. Huh, she said. That made so much sense she was a little embarrassed at not having seen it herself. She hadn't needed taking care of since she was 12. No wonder she chafed at having handlers. So I'm a spoiled kid, throwing a tantrum? That is hardly a fair characterization. You have been catapulted into world leadership with little preparation for the role. It is not surprising that you are having difficulty adjusting to it and figuring out who and what you have become. If you sometimes push back against it, so what? You may be the fragment's emissary, but you are still human, with all the hang-ups and baggage that comes with that. So cut yourself some slack. The rest of us do. I don't like it when things come between us. Well, I have never been married, but I have it on good authority that married couples fight with each other. Then they work it out and have sex. Make-up sex? Is that what we just did? Make-up sex is what you do after you make up. We had sex before we made up, so it doesn't count. I see. What can we do about that? 32. 13 years before the end of the world. Holly was hot and sticky with sweat, and it was Danae's fault. Not long after joining the Exodus Company, she learned that Holly used to practice kickboxing and suggested they spar together. Even the emissary needs exercise, she joked. After 5 years of this regimen, Holly had gotten very good at it, and as a bonus, was in the best physical condition of her life. Danae was stronger and faster than Holly, and could be counted on to push her to her limit every time, often putting her on her butt, while rarely ending up there herself. It turned out she was a certified instructor, so she could show Holly how to improve. They also practiced what Danae called street fighting, where they threw out the rules, and Danae attacked her like someone on the streets would, sometimes using weapons as part of her assault on the always weaponless Holly. A small crowd often gathered in Exco's gym to watch the emissary and Exco's chief of security spar. Holly sometimes accepted challenges from the Marines. They seemed to get a kick out of sparring with the emissary, and she got a kick out of holding her own against them, even though they were heavier and stronger. She won as many bouts as she lost, and there were few things more satisfying than putting a big, muscular Marine on his or her butt. She was pretty sure they weren't going easy on her. Money often exchanged hands afterward. Back in her apartment on the 16th floor of the new Exco headquarters, after she had showered and dressed, Holly stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking Quito, Ecuador's capital high in the Andes. She had not yet gotten used to the breathtaking view of the city of 3.5 million spilling out of a natural bowl toward the rainforest of the Amazon River basin. Ecuador was a small country and did not have as much to contribute to Project Exodus as some countries, but it did have one of the few locations on Earth that was ideal for the ground-side terminus of a space elevator. A location near the equator was a must-have. An altitude of 2,800 meters was an added plus. The Ecuadorian government had donated land on the northern outskirts of Quito for her headquarters, and a national park straddling the equator for the terminus. That, along with a guaranteed local workforce, ensured there would be Ecuadorians on the Ark. She went to her private office to review the master Gantt chart. It showed her a top-level timeline, mapping out every major project, its dependencies, and its progress to date. If she wanted to, she could drill down on any of the projects to see the sub-projects that had to be accomplished in order to finish that project. along with progress to date for each sub-project. She could even drill down further to see progress on the individual activities that comprised a sub-project. She didn't. That's what she had project managers for. All she needed was the top-level view, which showed her at a glance if they were running behind schedule on something. She would ask questions about those. In 5 whirlwind years, the Exodus Company had grown from meetings in Theo's drawing room to a global spanning organization employing nearly 10,000 people in a dozen locations around the world and in space. Much had been accomplished. The first Exco's spaceplanes were coming off the production line in Germany. She had named them Zephyrs. They were designed to shuttle her people around the world, to the space stations, and even to the moon. A few of them were configured as attack planes, something she made sure the world knew about. She would rather scare someone off than fight them off. 2 space docks had been constructed in low Earth orbit. One was producing spaceships to transport people and supplies to and from the lunar mining bases. The other was scheduled to begin construction on the first arc when the second lunar base came online. The mining bases were crucial because it was much easier to launch a heavy load from the moon to low Earth orbit than to blast that same load out of Earth's gravity well. The first base was an upgrade to the existing Chinese mining operation, which they had been happy to contribute to the cause since they had been getting ready to abandon it anyway. The mining crews lived underground and used bots to mine regolith and other raw materials, which were processed and turned into modular components that could be assembled into whatever they needed. The components were packed into a large cylinder, which was loaded into an oversized railgun and shot into space on a trajectory that would take it into low Earth orbit, where it would be captured by a tug and towed to a space dock or a space station. In principle, the lunar mining project was straightforward. In practice, it turned into a nightmare that had required Holly to go there in person on 2 occasions to resolve problems. One involved a labor dispute, which she resolved through sheer presence and some tough negotiations. Another involved sabotage, which she resolved with a major security upgrade. The 2 space stations were far enough along to begin building the space elevator tether, which would be constructed from the top down. That is, from the space station to the ground-side terminal. 2 near-Earth asteroids were hauled in to act as the counterweights for the tethers. Spaceships, spaceplanes, mining bases, space stations. All these projects were dwarfed by the construction of the tethers, which were the most challenging and most critical part of the endeavor. Without the tethers, they had no space elevators, and without the elevators, they had no way to get 120,000 sleepers and supplies into space. Rapid growth did not come without its problems, the biggest being Holly herself. Everything depended on her imparting enormous amounts of technical knowledge to scores of teams of scientists and engineers, and there was only one of her, making her Project Exodus' biggest bottleneck. Her calendar was booked solid, several months out, with 14-hour days. This was down from 18 after Theo insisted she slow down before she burned herself out. She and Theo took to doing short hikes in the national forest Ecuador had given to the project. It wasn't quite like getting away from everything, because her security bubble followed her everywhere, but it was a change of pace, and it got her out of the office. There was still politics, of course. She held monthly virtual meetings with the heads of the enclaves that were part of Project Exodus, and in-person meetings twice a year. They always had a lot to say as they jockeyed to ensure their enclaves were being treated fairly. Not a week went by that she didn't have to personally intervene in a dispute of one sort or another. Then there were the knowledge transfer sessions. Early on, she had been meeting with the world's leading experts in a variety of fields for intensive 5-day knowledge transfer sessions every week. After 5 years, she was still meeting 2 or 3 times a month with teams of experts to share knowledge they needed to deal with new challenges. The knowledge transfer sessions were the most demanding part of the job. The people she was teaching were smart and asked a lot of smart questions. There was always the problem of ongoing anti-emissary propaganda. The single loudest voice was that of the Reverend Dr. Alexander Taylor, whose daily programs to the faithful around the world were filled with all manner of invective aimed at the fragment and herself. As a result, nearly a third of the world's population still believed the fragment was the Antichrist, and Holly was the whore of Babylon. She wasn't sure what the whore of Babylon reference meant, but it didn't sound like a compliment. "It's the drug-fueled orgies that are particularly juicy," Adrian said. "That, and your out-of-control alcoholism, child sacrifices to Satan, and mental illness." "Hey," Robert said, "I didn't get the memo on drug-fueled orgies. How do I get in on those?" It weighed on Holly that a third of the world's population believed the stuff. She had her own propaganda machine, of course, which she hated, but she couldn't compete with the sophisticated operations of the CRA and the Reverend Taylor. Why did they hate her so much? Then, out of the blue, came a call from Alexander Taylor himself. He wanted to meet with the fragment. Even more surprising, the fragment agreed. 3 days later, Taylor stared out the forward windows as Gabriel's fire grew in size. Holly recognized the expression of wonder on his face. One of the space stations, a repurposed Tiangong station, hung like a jeweled bracelet in the distance. Earth's horizon was visible below them. She had seen all of this many times, but never tired of it. "Beautiful, isn't it?" "It's absolutely astonishing," he said. She maneuvered Eos alongside Gabriel's fire, a little aft of the rotating ring. The spaceship extended mechanical arms, grabbed hold of the plane, and pulled them into the hangar. "Welcome to Gabriel's fire," she said. She guided him through a zero-G corridor from the hangar to the hub of the ring, then up one of the spokes to the ring's inner surface, where its rotation produced the equivalent of Earth gravity. A short walk down a corridor brought them to a circular room that looked very much like the meeting room on Ganymede. "Have a seat," she said. "The fragment will be here in a moment. Would you like a cup of coffee?" "That would be wonderful." A spider bot trundled out from the kitchen with a tray holding a coffee mug and a teacup. To Taylor's credit, he didn't panic. "That sure looks like a giant mechanical spider," he said. "It does, doesn't it? I assure you it is harmless. The fragment tells me that any resemblance to our class Arachnida is coincidental. It is simply an example of form following function. Believe it or not, you get used to it after a while. Well, mostly." The bot set the tray on the coffee table and backed out of the room. An interval of silence followed while they prepared and sampled their beverages. Taylor looked surprised when he tried the coffee. "This is very good." "I am pleased it meets with your approval," said the fragment as he entered the room. He walked up to Taylor, who stood. "Dr. Taylor," he said, extending a hand, "I am pleased to meet you in person." Taylor accepted the fragment's hand and waited for the fragment to take a seat opposite him before sitting back down. "May I call you Alexander?" "That would be fine. What should I call you?" "Fragment, or the fragment. Whichever rolls off the tongue easiest." "Do you have a name other than that?" "Holly asked the same question when we first met on Ganymede." "I have never needed a name, so I don't have one. Fragment is the name I offered to Holly when we first met. Neither of us has seen fit to change it." A frown formed on Taylor's face. The fragment noticed and said, "Next you are going to ask me if there are others of my kind." "How do you know that is my next question?" Holly laughed and said, "It's the question I asked next." The fragment chuckled. "The function of names among your kind is to identify and reference other people in a relatively unique way. There are 4,263 people in the world named Holly Burton. Considerably fewer named Holly Margaret Burton, but still quite a few. Her name functions as a useful label to distinguish her from, say, Anna Lindstrom, because, in the current context, Holly is the only one in the room with that name. When you ask me for my name, you're asking me to differentiate myself from others like me, which assumes, incorrectly, that I exist as one among many, in a way that would make personal names useful. Taylor considered this for a few moments. You are the only one of your kind, then? No doubt that seems like a straightforward yes or no question, but it's not. If I say yes, I will have misled you. If I say no, I will still have misled you. You humans lack the mental framework necessary to understand what kind of being I am, by any means other than analogy. I mean no offense. None taken. It is not unlike the biblical descriptions of your God, which rely on analogy and imagery to express the inexpressible. For example, when the psalmists say, "The children of men take refuge in the shadow of your wings," he is saying something profound about God, man, and the relation between them, but he does so by analogy, and does not intend the image to be taken literally. In fact, to take this text to mean that God has literal wings would obscure its meaning, rather than clarify it. God is so different from you, so alien, if I may be so bold, that analogy and imagery are the only way he can be described intelligibly. Taylor seemed to grasp this concept immediately. So your avatar and the name Fragment are analogies you offer, because if you revealed yourself as you really are, we would be unable to wrap our minds around it. That is not quite right, but it is close enough. The problem is that you humans have to name a thing before you can talk about it, or even think about it. This is a consequence of perceiving the universe in terms of the one and the many, a paradigm that, from my point of view, contains a fundamental category error. Unfortunately, it is a paradigm so deeply embedded in your conceptualization of the world around you that were I to offer an alternate paradigm, it would strike you as nonsense, because you could not make sense out of it. It would be like trying to describe the colors of a rainbow to a colorblind person. Taylor changed directions. Do you think of yourself as a god? The fragment laughed. I am not a god, Alexander. At least not in the sense that you mean it. For example, I am not omnipotent, or omniscient, or omnipresent. 3 characteristics a theologian might ascribe to God. Nor am I immortal, though I am long-lived by your standards. He drank some tea. Taylor followed suit. I have a question for you, the fragment said. Is the mystery of the inner life of God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, a mystery because we lack sufficient knowledge to understand it, knowledge we might, in theory, possess someday? Or is it a mystery because it is, in principle, beyond human understanding, and always will be? Holly had to repeat that in her mind to figure out what he was asking, but Taylor seemed to get it right away. An interesting question. He took a moment to think. I'll go with door number 2, he said with a quirk of a smile. God's nature is fundamentally different from ours. Even if he were to reveal everything there was to know about himself, most of it will be incomprehensible to us. He will always be beyond our comprehension. I suppose your existence, at least as you have described it, is analogous. Thank you, the fragment said. It's your turn to ask a question. Do you have anything to do with the Deathbringer? I do not. Your appearance and its appearance at the same time seems a bit much for coincidence. I was here first. Meaning, I've been observing humans for about 12,000 of your years. From my point of view, the Deathbringer is a recent arrival. If Taylor was taken aback by this, he did not show it. He drained his coffee cup and said, "That is a long time." 12,000 years is not a long time for me. Why are you here? The fragment wagged a finger at him. Now, Alexander, it is my turn to ask a question. Taylor held up his hands in mock surrender. The two seemed to be getting along fabulously well, which Holly found a bit disturbing, though she wasn't sure why. Your father used to claim that I am the Antichrist, and that poor Holly here is the whore of Babylon. He drew heavily from the Book of Revelations for his rhetoric. Your own opinion seems more nuanced. You still refer to me as the Antichrist and an Antichrist. Ah, yes, an important distinction. According to the first letter of John, there would be many Antichrists, some of whom were already on the scene when he wrote his letter. You also refer to Holly as a whore of Babylon. Why the demotion? Taylor took a moment to think about that. I won't try to defend my father. He was a complex man. I can only assume he believed what he preached. For myself, I believe your appearance and your siren call to flee the earth is a danger to the world and to the faithful. This is our home. God made it for us, and us for it. The scriptures portray Armageddon as taking place on this world, not somewhere else. You tempt people to abandon their trust in God and to trust in you instead. From my point of view, that makes you a deceiver of the faithful, which is to say, an Antichrist. Taylor's bluntness surprised Holly. Did he not realize he was insulting an alien with godlike powers? Of course he did. He had already taken his life in his hands when he boarded her spaceplane. That took courage, a character trait her briefing had not mentioned. I believe it is my turn to ask a question, Taylor said. Why are you here? Curiosity, mostly. I am an explorer. I wander the universes, exploring, observing, and reporting. I happened across your world and was delighted to find it teeming with biological life. Is that unusual? It is. Planets are plentiful. Most stars have them. But planets capable of supporting biological life are not. And planets that actually have biological life are few and far between. Rarest of all are those worlds that are home to intelligent, sentient life. There have been other highly developed species like yours, but they perished long ago. Your world is the first I have discovered on which such life currently exists. I decided to stick around and see what would happen. For 12,000 years. This is so. You have a long attention span. Patience is a byproduct of being a long-lived species. As I said, 12,000 years is not a long time from my perspective. Taylor put his cup down and leaned back, obviously thinking about what the fragment had just said. You appear to have a threefold mission statement, he said. Exploring is clear enough, as is observing. But I am unclear about the reporting part. Who do you report to? I report to others of my kind, and they report to me. So there are others like you. The fragment smiled. In a manner of speaking. To what end? What do you mean? You explore, observe, and report. To what end? Is not the adventure of seeking knowledge an end unto itself? Taylor took a moment to respond. That sounds suspiciously like an evasion, intentional or not, to avoid answering the question. Do you know the why of your mission? The fragment seemed to think about this for a few moments, though Holly was pretty sure none of the fragment's thoughts took more than a few nanoseconds. That is all I have to say on the matter. Okay. The others must be very far away. Not for me, but I see what you are getting at. The speed of light in a vacuum is a hard limit in your space-time continuum, so reporting back and forth across thousands or millions of light-years should require a great deal of time. But as I mentioned earlier, I am an interdimensional being. From your perspective, I can be in many places at once, though that is only a perception, not the reality. In her press conference, Holly offered the analogy of a three-dimensional being standing on a two-dimensional world. From my perspective, I am in one place, but because I can touch your space-time continuum in more than one place, it seems to you that I am in many places at the same time. One of those places happens to be a place where all of my kind exists simultaneously. Taylor started to speak, but the fragment held up a hand to stop him. "My turn," he said. "You are obviously an intelligent, rational, educated man. Yet you seem to believe the Deathbringer will not destroy Earth, despite nearly all evidence to the contrary. How do you explain that?" "I do not doubt the science," Taylor said, "but science is always tentative, never certain, always a work in progress. This is built into the scientific method and into the nature of science itself, which necessarily limits itself to the study of that which is subject to empirical observation and analysis. That's not a criticism of science. Science has more than proven its worth, as evidenced by the knowledge and technology that make modern life possible." He paused, and the fragment nodded for him to continue. "But what happens when the scientist asks about things that are not subject to empirical observation and analysis? If he is an honest scientist, he must assert either that nothing exists that is not subject to empirical observation and analysis, which is itself a statement of faith, or that such things lie outside the domain of science, and he cannot possibly have anything to say about them from a scientific point of view. My conviction rests on my faith that God will save us, that he will not forsake his people. I do not know how he will do that, and I cannot prove that he will. Nonetheless, I believe it. Would you say that I present you with an object that is not subject to empirical observation and analysis? Not necessarily. Your presence confronts me with something that at present is probably beyond the ability of human science to observe and analyze. That could be because our science is still at a primitive stage, and we may someday be capable of understanding you. Or, as you suggest, you may be in principle beyond our ability ever to observe and analyze, because you are fundamentally outside any possible human context. I have no way of knowing which is the case." To all appearances, the fragment was enjoying himself. The sheer believability of the avatar never ceased to amaze Holly. She often forgot that he wasn't an actual person. Of course, in this case, he wasn't really here at all. There were nanites in the coffee Taylor was drinking, which the fragment used to create a shared dream state that included Taylor, herself, and the fragment. "My turn," Taylor said. "What is your purpose here?" "You already know my purpose," the fragment said. "Explore, observe, report." He flashed a quick smile. "But I know what you are asking. You want to know my intentions regarding humanity." "Yes, I do." "My intention is to continue observing your species. Strictly speaking, interfering in your affairs, as I've done, is problematic. It could be construed as conflicting with a mandate to observe, because the act of interfering changes the conditions of the observation. But your species was about to become extinct anyway, so I decided a little tinkering was not a matter of great importance. I was curious about what you might have become if you had another 100 years to develop the technologies needed to escape the end of your world. I decided to give you a 100-year bump, a small one in the greater scheme of things, but enough to make up the gap and give you a chance to survive.
But you have done more than that, Taylor said. You gave us the Emissary. He tilted his head toward Holly. And you continue to be involved in her life. And you are talking with me, presumably hoping you can persuade me to abandon my opposition and become an ally.
You are correct, the fragment said. I confess that I cannot adequately explain or justify my continued engagement with your species. There are those who would question the correctness of my actions.
Taylor raised his eyebrows. So did Holly. This was new. He had never talked about it before. Taylor started to speak, but the fragment raised a hand.
My turn.
Taylor grinned. You are familiar with Tolstoy's Parable of the Flood?
I am.
You might say it is the reason I wanted to meet you.
Holly was confused. She knew who Tolstoy was, of course, had even made her way through Anna Karenina, which had altogether too many characters with difficult Russian names. She knew Tolstoy wrote parables, but had not read any. What did Tolstoy have to do with Taylor wanting to meet the fragment? Taylor must have noticed her perplexed expression, because he summarized the parable. A man is stranded on his rooftop as floodwaters rise around him. 3 times people come and offer to save him in various ways, but he always declines, saying, I have prayed to God to save me. I will wait for his salvation. The floodwaters eventually sweep him away, and he dies. Upon arriving in heaven, he asks God, Why did you not save me? God says, I tried 3 times, but you refused my help every time. He turned back to the fragment. You are asking me if it is possible that you are God's answer to my prayers for salvation from the Deathbringer. Taylor paused, presumably to think about it. That would require a more metaphorical reading of much of the Bible than I am accustomed to, especially the book of Revelation. Not that I am a biblical literalist. The scriptures were written over at least 1,000 years and constitute a record of God's history with his people. A history told in their language, within the framework of their worldview, in forms they could understand. He paused again. Since their worldview inevitably contained misunderstandings about the nature of the universe, such as the belief that the earth is the center of the universe, those misunderstandings are bound to be reflected in the scriptures. He paused again. It struck Holly that he was working through something he had not worked through before, thinking out loud. He continued. The texts dealing with the end of the world and the coming of a new heaven and new earth are expressed in a literary form called apocalyptic, which is a highly metaphorical form, more a matter of mythological images than of history or science, which is not to say they are untrue, only that they are expressing truths in metaphors, because there is no other way to express them that we humans would understand. He stopped talking and stared into his empty coffee cup. Several seconds went by. Faith, seeking understanding? The fragment offered. I always liked Anselm. Holly had no idea who Anselm was. Have you found what you were seeking? Taylor was silent for what seemed like a long time. Then he surprised Holly by asking, What is it like out there? Oh, my friend, the fragment said. There are such wonders to behold that even I am sometimes reduced to what you would call awe. At those moments, I feel what you might call gratitude, perhaps even worship. An awkward feeling for someone who claims not to believe in God, eh? I would like very much to see some of those things, Taylor said. 10 days later, the Reverend Dr. Alexander Taylor announced to his worldwide audience that he had met with the fragment and had come away convinced the fragment was God's answer to the Deathbringer, and that the emissary was a modern-day Noah whose arks would save a remnant of the human race. He was, therefore, throwing his weight behind the emissary and Project Exodus. Oddly, this complete reversal had no discernible effect on his ratings. 33. 8 years before the end of the world. The old man gazed out on the familiar scene from the White House veranda, where he stood leaning on his cane. Flowering cherry trees threw late afternoon shadows across an immaculate lawn. A light breeze carried the smell of mowed grass to him, and the eerie mating call of a red-throated loon floated across the lake at the bottom of the hill. Philadelphia had been an excellent choice for the new capital. It was, after all, the original capital of the country, before they moved it to that damnable swamp they named after Washington. James Cartwright was tired. It was not the kind of tired that a good night's sleep would fix. Not that he had had a good night's sleep in, 20 years. No, this was a weariness of body and soul. A weariness that came from a lifetime of working 12 hours a day, 7 days a week for the betterment of his country. Having reached his 76th birthday played a part too, he supposed. The far horizon of his life was not so far off now. He was comfortable with the approaching end of his life. He had little to live for anymore. His wife had passed. He rarely saw his children, or his grandchildren, or his great-grandchildren. The life he had lived had been full and fulfilling, leaving him with few regrets, something few could say. His last task, his last gift to his country, indeed to the entire world, was almost complete. His son and daughters, and their children after them, would build a new civilization on a new world. He would not see it, but they would. "Mr. President," an aide said, "they are here." He took another moment to savor the sounds and sights and smells before he turned and followed his aide into the building. They were waiting for him in the Oval Office, which was as close to the original Oval Office as the builders could get it. The entire White House was a close copy of the old White House, the one the emissary had destroyed. "Mr. President," his chief of staff said. They all stood. "Thank you, Sam." He took the chair in front of an excellent reproduction of the Resolute desk and looked around the circle. His chief of staff, the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State, his National Security Advisor, the chairperson of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and Jedediah Dawson, his vice president. These 6 men and women formed his inner circle. He couldn't say he trusted any of them, except Sam and maybe Eleanor. But with the realization that the emissary had been right about the end of the world, he was their best bet for getting off the planet, so they were unlikely to turn on him. The 7th person in the room was Colonel Mitchell Daniels, who would play a critical role in the events that would unfold in the next few months. "The Exodus project is nearing completion," Cartwright said. "Amanda?" His National Security Advisor said, "They have begun loading food, supplies, seeds, and embryos onto the first ark." The petite woman's physical stature always struck him as incongruous with the weighty title of National Security Advisor. But Amanda had proven to be a tough cookie with a sharp mind. "Why so soon?" Dawson asked. "The Deathbringer is still 8 years away." "It takes a surprisingly long time to load the arks with sleepers and supplies, so they are going to load and launch each ark as it is completed. And they are already running behind schedule. The main challenge they are facing is how to ensure that all the ark systems will work flawlessly for upwards of 5,000 years. 5,000 years? Johnny, his SecDef, said. How far are they going, anyway? Not that far. At least, not in astronomical terms. The emissary has identified 6 star systems with planets suitable for human colonization within 1,500 light-years of Earth. The closest is 237 light-years away. Traveling at 30% of the speed of light, which I am told will be the Ark's cruising speed, the journey will take 756 years. The others are further away, but all are reachable within 5,000 years, so she is building arcs capable of keeping the sleepers alive for that long. Cartwright reached back to his desk and snagged a cigar, which he lit and puffed on a few times to get a good burn going. "Then it is time to make our move." "Isn't that risky?" Dawson said. "What if the emissary hasn't solved all the problems, or hasn't revealed all the critical knowledge yet?" Cartwright leaned back in his chair. Dawson was not wrong about that. There was some risk, but Cartwright judged it to be an acceptable risk, compared to the risk of not acting before the emissary started loading the wrong kind of people on the arcs. The emissary was a liberal, who believed multiculturalism was one of humanity's strengths, and her plan for who would be on the arcs reflected that. It was a worldwide lottery system, weighted according to the country's populations and their contributions to the project. Her one concession to elitism was that they would limit the pool to those who could contribute the most to the new humanity she was creating. They had to be healthy, intelligent, and socially well-adjusted. She had also reserved a few hundred slots on each arc for specialists in a variety of fields, so that each arc would have the expertise it needed to build a sustainable colony. She had made this plan public, so everyone would know how the selections would be made. To her, racial and cultural diversity was a gift, not a curse. Cartwright had no argument with most of the plan. This was a one-time opportunity to improve humanity's gene pool, and she was not wasting it. His objection was that she wanted a variety of races represented in the new humanity. This was the epitome of stupidity. Multiculturalism was the bane of civilization. Had been since the beginning, starting with Cain and Abel. The curse of dark skin marked Cain and his progeny as barbarians. Over the millennia, they had only marginally improved compared to those of Northern European stock. One had only to look at history to see that. No, inferior racial genes would not be allowed to dilute the genetic character of the new humanity, not if he had anything to say about it. Which was why he would take the Exodus project out of the emissary's hands. She may have been the right person to build the arcs and all the supporting infrastructure. In fact, what she had accomplished was nothing short of miraculous. He doubted he could have pulled it off. But she was the wrong person to decide who would make up the new humanity. He would make that decision. It was his gift to the future of mankind. He answered Dawson's question. "There is some risk of moving too early, but I consider it a low risk compared to the potential gain of ensuring we control who will be on the arcs. I want humanity to start with a clean slate, and that means starting with the right kind of people." The chairman of the Joint Chiefs made the obvious observation. "Not all our allies are the right kind of people. Leave that little problem to me, Evander. Right now, let's talk about how we are going to take control of the Exodus project. What do you have for us?" The general made for a striking figure in full uniform. He was a Marine, and everything about him reflected that, even his short hair and his ramrod straight posture. At 60, he was an exemplar of physical conditioning. "The Exodus project has sites all over the world. They did that to spread the work around, so that countries that couldn't afford to make generous financial contributions could provide human capital instead. Only 8 sites are still critical to the project. 5 of them are lightly defended, security guards and automated defenses, whose capabilities we can only guess at, because the emissary has kept that technology secret. We control militias around some of them. We might want to let them attack 1 or 2, so we can see what kind of defenses she has." Cartwright liked Evander, and this was part of the reason. The man was cautious. He liked to have contingency plans for his contingency plans. He was a man who hoped for the best, but planned for the worst. "That's the smaller sites," he continued. "The 2 terminus sites present a different set of challenges. First, They are better defended than the others. Second, we have to be careful not to break anything, like a space elevator. He brought up an image on the big board. This is a satellite image of the Quito terminus. The building in the middle with what looks like a long smokestack is the terminus. The smokestack is actually the tether, the other end of which is attached to Quito Station in geostationary orbit 53,000 kilometers above the terminus. Geostationary means it stays directly over the ground site as the Earth rotates. Surrounding the terminus on the ground are laboratories and light industrial buildings. Beyond that are warehouses where the stasis pods are kept. "Damn," the SecDef said. "That's a lot of warehouses." "It's a lot of pods. 120,000 of them." You can see roads fanning out from the space elevator to the warehouses. People who have been chosen to leave Earth will be flown in from various locations around the world and put into the stasis pods. As the arcs are completed, stasis pods will be transported from the warehouses to the elevator and up the tether to the space station, where they will be loaded onto the arcs. The Mount Kenya terminus is similar, except it has seeds, embryos, and supplies instead of people. He paused for a moment. What you are looking at here is a genuine eighth wonder of the world. The pyramids pale by comparison. This is the most audacious project humankind has ever attempted, and it all came out of one woman's mind. An alien-enhanced mind, Sam noted. Indeed, but it makes you wonder what it is like inside her head. He pointed to twin railroad tracks running past the warehouses and off-screen, and another pair running off-screen in the opposite direction. This is a high-speed rail system connecting Ibarra, a city north of the terminus, to the terminus site, and then on to Quito. Most of the people who work at the terminus live in one or the other of those cities. The site has a private airstrip as well. "You said the terminus sites are well defended," Cartwright said. "Right. There is a 10-foot-high wall around the entire site. It is made of bertonium, the same super-strong material being used to build the arcs. It would take high explosives or heavy artillery to put a hole in it. There are guarded towers at 100-meter intervals. They are there mostly to keep trespassers out, and maybe to deter rioters and looters in the final days when social order will break down completely. I don't think they are prepared to defend against a concerted military assault, though I could be wrong about that. They have likely made the same calculation we did. Namely, anyone trying to capture a terminus site would have to be careful, lest they damage something important and doom humanity. The site has the same automated defenses we have seen at the other sites. Again, we don't know their capabilities." "Show me," Cartwright said. The general zoomed in on the site and pointed to a gray cube on the roof of a warehouse. "It is 3 feet on a side. According to one of our people on the inside, it is some kind of air defense installation. They were delivered pre-built and appear to be self-contained. You can't see it from this viewpoint, but there is a warning printed on each side. Warning, do not touch. There are dozens of these scattered around the site. One of our people made the mistake of touching one and found himself the subject of immediate attention from an armed aerial drone, followed by several security guards. He was questioned and fired." "Air defense," Cartwright said. "Lasers?" "That would be a good guess, since we know she has them, but we won't know for sure until we see them in action." Amanda Wright said, "It's on the corner of the building, not the middle. Are they all like that?" "I'm glad you noticed that," the general said. "Most of them are on the corners of the buildings. Some are on towers. We think their field of fire includes the surrounding ground. So they are more than air defense," she said. "That is what we believe. We have seen the emissary's lasers in action," his SecDef said. "They are formidable." "That was in space. I'm told lasers lose considerable range, precision, and overall effectiveness in the atmosphere. They have to burn through air to reach their target, which doesn't sound like a big deal, but apparently the effectiveness of the laser drops off quickly with distance. At least lasers we know how to make, Sam said. Who knows what the emissaries can do? That's why we need to probe their defenses at a secondary site. Cartwright said, let's ignore the secondary sites for now and focus on the two terminus sites. We are looking at a ground-based assault with air support. Is that right? That is correct, Mr. President, the general said. Put together options for each site and get back to me. Yes, sir. What about the space stations? We don't control Project Exodus until we control them. They present unique challenges of their own, the general said, and we have not come up with a workable plan yet. The only practical approach is by spaceplane, which means they will see us coming a long way off. If they have the same defense systems we have seen before, they'll shoot our planes down before we get anywhere near them. Can we use the space elevators? Dawson asked. We thought about that, of course. The crawlers are fast, upwards of 3,000 kilometers an hour. But even at that speed, it's a 10-hour trip. They would have plenty of time to prepare for us, most likely by simply shutting down the elevator, which I am told they can do either from above or below. A few moments passed before Johnny said, How the hell can they go 3,000 kilometers an hour, straight up? The power requirements must be staggering, and the friction on the cable would generate an enormous amount of heat. I was skeptical too, the general said. I am told they use some kind of advanced Malgov technology, which means the crawler itself never comes into direct contact with the cable. They use electromagnetic thrust for propulsion. There are generators underneath each terminus that can create powerful magnetic fields that push the elevator up the tether. The ability to power the whole thing from the ground is their main advantage over spaceships, which have to carry fuel with them. Must suck up a lot of electricity. Each terminus has its own fusion power plant. Jesus, Eleanor, his Secretary of State, said. The Emissary has some impressive toys. Cartwright said, So spaceplanes are our only option for getting to the space stations, and that option is likely to fail. Does that about sum it up? A somber mood settled over the room. They had arrived at the conclusion Cartwright had already reached. The space stations could not be captured by a direct assault, unless he was willing to risk their destruction, which he wasn't. Project Exodus was the only game in town now, and it was nothing without those space stations. Eleanor said, What about taking them from the inside? Obviously, that would be easier and less risky than attacking them from the outside, Amanda said. We have a few operatives inside the Exodus Corporation at various levels. The challenge has been that every time someone enters or leaves a site, an in-depth security check is performed, in real time, from scratch each time. That must require some serious computing power, Dawson said. They have thousands of employees around the world and in space. We think it is done on Gabriel's Fire. When a security check is required, a signal goes to the spaceship, which does the analysis and sends a result back. It takes about 2 seconds. She chuckled. If that seems like a very fast global search, that's because it is. We know the Emissary has some sophisticated AI tech, because she has released some of it, and our people have studied it. Unfortunately, we can't reverse engineer it. Why not? Dawson said. You've all heard of quantum computing? That theoretical technology for super-powerful computers that enables previously unsolvable problems to be solved? Well, the Emissary's computing capabilities are way beyond that. According to our smartest people, it operates on principles we don't understand and that, frankly, shouldn't be possible. We're getting bogged down in the details, Sam said. Let's get back to infiltration. Sorry about that, she said, but this is damned fascinating stuff. Anyway, we have 3 operatives on the space stations, 2 on the Quito station, and 1 on the Kenya station. Just 3? Sam said. Just 3. Cartwright already knew this, because Wright had briefed him earlier, but he wanted his people to understand all the options before settling on a plan. He turned to Mitchell Daniels, who had been quiet throughout the conversation. He had caught Cartwright's eye some years earlier when he was still a Navy SEAL. It was the man's knack for thinking outside the box that had impressed Cartwright. "Mitch, what do you think?" He cleared his throat. "It is clear that we cannot take the Exodus project by force alone. We need to find another way." He looked around the room. "The Emissary is the key. Grab her, and we own Project Exodus." "We thought of that," the general said, "but kidnapping her won't be easy. She may be the most well-protected person on the planet. If you watch a vid of her in public, you will notice the expected security detail around her. They stand out like a sore thumb. That's intentional. They want to be seen. But when you look more closely, you discover she has no less than 30 other security people around her at any given time, supported by some impressive surveillance and counter-surveillance technology. They provide a security bubble that moves with her whenever she moves. It will be a tough nut to crack." Daniels nodded all the way through the explanation, then said, "So we don't attack at a strong point. We attack at a weak point. What we need are hostages. Hostages she cares a great deal about. Then she will come to us." Cartwright leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling for a while. "I like that. If we can't get to the Emissary, we make her come to us." 34. 7 years before the end of the world. Waves of hot air blasted out from under the Eos as Jerry brought it down on the landing pad atop the headquarters of the Exodus Company. Holly found the sounds of the vertical thrust rockets whining down toward silence somehow soothing, maybe because it meant she was home, though it was strange to think of the 4-square-block, 18-story building as home. She lived in a flat on the 16th floor of what was quite possibly the most heavily defended building in the world. Theo, Adrian, Anna, and Danae also lived there. Everyone else, including Robert and his family, lived in Quito itself. It was 8 in the evening, and she wanted nothing more than to fall into her own bed and sleep for 12 hours. Not that her nanites would let her sleep that long. They needed 4 hours to rejuvenate her body and mind. Then they would wake her up, bushy-tailed and bright-eyed. Sleeping in on Saturday mornings, or any other morning, was not an option for the Emissary. On those occasions when Theo spent the night in her bed, she would invariably be gone when he woke up, and he would find her in her private office, having already put in several hours of work. The noise of the landing woke Anna, Robert, and his PPI Reese. They had to be at least as tired as she was, and they didn't have nanites to keep them going, not to mention her pilots, Jerry and Mustafa. The 2 Marines in the back got out and talked with the Marine contingent on the roof before allowing her to debark. A warm breeze brushed her face as she stepped off the plane. She walked to the roof's edge to look out over Quito, which sat in a bowl overlooking the vast Amazonian rainforest to the east. She had always thought of Ecuador as a tropical country, hot and humid, and much of it was, with the equator being just a few miles to the north. But Quito sat high in the Andes, which gave it a year-round temperate climate. She felt Anna's presence behind her. "Ma'am." Half a dozen Marines had taken up positions around her, weapons ready, scanning the surrounding area. She shook her head. She knew better than to stand out in the open. Robert and Reese were waiting for her at the elevator, as were Theo and Adrian. "Sorry about that," she said loudly enough for the Marines to hear as she walked to the elevator. "Welcome home, Emissary," Adrian said. "How was your flight?" "Fast." It was an old joke. At hypersonic speeds, she could travel anywhere in the world in a few hours. The flights weren't the exhausting part. Meetings with government officials, tours of facilities, banquets with too much rich food and too much wine, endless committee meetings, scientists excitedly explaining their work to her, work she often knew more about than they did, workers asking for selfies, All those were the exhausting parts. The elevator dropped 2 floors to the residences. "Glad to be home?" Theo asked. "I'm beat." "Want company?" "No, I need sleep, but thanks." "I'll see you in the morning." He turned into his own bedroom. She undressed and crawled under the covers. It seemed like she had just fallen asleep when Theo woke her. "There's a problem at the terminus," he said. "A problem?" "An explosion." "An explosion? How bad?" It had to be bad, or he wouldn't have woken her. "Fires, injuries, some lives lost. Details are still sketchy." The terminus site was a 24/7 operation. The space elevator was fully operational, but production of the sleep pods were behind schedule, and they were pushing hard to catch up. "Get the plane ready," she said as she started getting dressed. "Adrian and Danae will go if anyone needs to. You and I can monitor the situation from C&C. This was his way of saying her people would not want her anywhere near the site. "You wish." "Why don't we go to C&C, he said, "and find out what's happening before we do anything else?" She took a deep breath and her cheeks puffed out as she exhaled. He was right. The elevator carried them down to the command and control center, 6 floors beneath the surface. A skeleton crew occupied half the stations. No doubt others were on their way in. The middle vid screen showed the world map, with lights representing their sites. Half of them were blue, the others still yellow. The general was not present. She walked toward the front of the room where Adrian stood, talking on his headset. "Who called Alert Status 1? She asked. "I did, Emissary," Adrian said. "I am talking with the general now. He is on his way in. It's just a precaution. The explosions at the terminus are probably exactly what they appear to be, an accident. But we have to prepare for the possibility they are part of something bigger." The vid screen on the left showed a real-time image of the terminus site from a drone. There were several fires and a lot of smoke, but none of it was near the terminus itself. The facility covered 8 square kilometers, mostly warehouses, office buildings, a few shops, and several townhouse complexes where some of the people who worked there lived. Flames engulfed one of the housing complexes. The site had its own emergency services, and 2 fire trucks and an aid vehicle were at the fire. It looked like complete chaos, but she had good people on the ground for whom it was not chaos, just a series of problems to be solved. "I'm going to the site," she said. "That would be a bad idea, ma'am," said Anna, coming up behind them. "They won't want you there, Emissary," Danae said as she walked into the room. "We don't know the extent of the damage or the injuries, and we don't know if this is part of something bigger." Theo was nodding. "Half our security force on site would have to be assigned to protecting you, when they should be helping with the injured." It wouldn't be half the site security force, but they were right. Still, at least 100 employees worked the night shift. Her employees. Some of them were injured. Some of them were dead. She needed to be there for them. Make it happen. Danae shrugged her shoulders. "I'll activate a security detail. They'll catch up with you as quickly as possible. A detail will be waiting at the site as well." She should have gotten used to it after all these years, but it still irked her that everybody had to make such a huge production every time she wanted to take a walk. Hell, at least 2 Marines would come running if she so much as sneezed. Her people were right, of course, but that didn't mean she had to like it. Eos's engines were warming up when she reached the roof. 2 Marines met her at the elevator and followed her, Anna, and Danae to the spaceplane. Theo and Tomas were already on board, as were Leon and 2 more Marines. It was crowded. "Where's Adrian?" she asked Theo. "Somebody has to stay home and mind the store." Jerry was in the pilot's seat, but a co-pilot hadn't arrived yet. Holly slipped into his seat and said, "Go," as she buckled herself in. 10 minutes later, they were over the Quito terminus. The plane landed on the site's runway. As usual, She had to wait for her Marines to look around and consult with the detail waiting for them. They gave the okay, and everybody but Jerry got out. The site was lit up like a football stadium during a night game, except it was the size of a dozen stadiums. 2 SUVs took them to the site of the fires. The night shift manager walked toward her as she got out of the SUV. "Emissary," he said, with the usual bob of the head. "With all due respect, you should not be here." She had given up trying to get them to stop doing the bob bow, as she called it. It had been a victory to get them to stop doing full bows as though she were royalty. "Matteo." She grabbed his hand and shook it. "How bad is it?" "Flames have engulfed 3 housing units." He pointed toward the fires and waved his hands as he spoke. "We have given up on them. 4 more are on fire, but we have them under control." "Casualties?" 7 dead so far. There will be more. We have about 30 people injured. Mostly smoke inhalation, but some burns as well. We're taking them to the medical clinic." "Thank you." She started walking toward the clinic, but stopped when she realized he was following her. She turned to face him. "Matteo, you have a job to do, and I'm not it." He looked chagrined and walked back toward the burning buildings. The clinic wasn't large, and there were about a dozen people in the lobby being treated for minor injuries and smoke inhalation. She took a few moments to speak with each of them before heading to the examination rooms. She stopped beside an Ecuadorian man, lying on a bed in the hallway. His face and one arm were bandaged. She touched his good arm, and his eyes popped open, squinting to see who was there. "Oh, Emissary, I did not know you were here." He tried to sit up, but she placed her hand on his chest and gently pushed him down. She read his name tag. "Eduardo, right?" "Yes, Emissary." "How bad is it?" "I think it was only one complex. As far as I know, the terminus itself is okay." "No, I mean, how bad are your injuries?" "Lo siento. Burns on my arm and the side of my face. The doctor said I will have permanent scarring, but other than that, I should recover completely." "Are you in pain?" "Earlier, Emissary, but they gave me a shot of happy juice, so I ain't feeling no pain now." She smiled. "That's good, Eduardo. Enjoy your happy juice." She walked through the clinic, nodding and smiling at her people, letting them know she was there. On the way out, she pulled Theo aside. "Scarring from burns. Can we do something about that?" "Scarring?" "Yes." He hesitated. "Burns are difficult. Sometimes grafting is required. Burns usually result in scarring." "Cosmetic surgery?" "Pricey, but I suppose we could bring in a cosmetic surgeon." "Do it." He nodded. "What do we know about the explosions?" A male voice came from behind her. "Arson." She turned to see the head of site security walking toward her. He wore his usual military-style black trench coat and black beret. "Emissary." He bowed slightly. "Why do you think it is arson, Samuel?" "That's a tentative conclusion, but I am pretty sure that it is what the investigation will show. There were multiple simultaneous explosions, and the intensity of the fires points to accelerants. We won't know for sure until everything has cooled down, but it has the feel of an arson." "Which means site security has been compromised," Danae said. She looked at Anna. "Take the emissary back to Exco." Anna grabbed Holly's upper arm. "We're moving, ma'am." Samuel whipped off his trench coat and handed it to Anna. "She's an obvious target dressed like that." She was wearing her usual white skirt and shirt. Anna threw the trench coat over her shoulders and grabbed her arm again. Leon took the other arm, and she found herself propelled toward the SUVs. 4 Marines closed in around them. They were halfway to the vehicles when she heard a whump and a high-pitched, descending whine. A small maintenance building to her right exploded with an ear-splitting boom. The concussion wave knocked her off her feet, along with Anna and Leon. Debris rained down on them. The Marines took up kneeling positions around them, assault rifles up. 2 more Marines joined them. One of them said, "Is the emissary okay?" "We're good," Anna said. She and Leon lifted Holly to her feet. "Let's move." They started jogging, the phalanx of Marines moving with them. More whumps, whines, and booms filled the air. The sound of small arms fire broke through the explosions. Her mind finally registered the fact that they were under attack. They were almost to the SUVs when one of them exploded, bringing them to a stop. The boom was deafening. She couldn't hear anything except a loud ringing. She looked around, trying to make sense out of what was happening, but her mind couldn't create a coherent picture. 3 men with assault rifles emerged from behind the second SUV and pointed their weapons in her direction. Anna suddenly appeared in front of her, grabbed her shoulders, and shouted something she couldn't make out. Then Anna's body jerked, and a shocked expression appeared on her face. A hammer-like blow hit Holly in the stomach, as though Anna had punched her in the gut. Then Anna pushed her away and fell face down on the ground. A bloody spot was forming in the middle of her back. She looked down to where her hands had instinctively grabbed her own stomach. They were covered with blood. So was Samuel's trench coat. For some reason, it crossed her mind that she would have to get it cleaned before returning it to him. Her knees slammed into the ground with jaw-jarring force, and the ground heaved up and smashed into her face. There was shouting and automatic gunfire and the whump-whump of mortars, all running off into the darkness until everything was quiet. 35. Theo stared at Holly's body sprawled face down on the ground. Dark blood was pooling on either side of her. This could not be happening. She couldn't be dead. She was the emissary. Anna lay next to her, also face down. There was a bullet hole in her back, but less blood than he would have expected. Without warning, his legs gave out, and he found himself sitting on his butt. The ground to his right erupted, throwing dirt and rocks and who knew what else toward him in slow motion. He tried to roll over and protect his head. Debris thudded down on him. His ears were ringing. They must be under attack. He looked at Holly again. A doctor and 2 nurses had pushed through the protective circle of Marines. Danae was with them, talking on her headset. He had lost some time somewhere. Someone was pulling on his arm. It was Tomas. "Theo?" he said. He sounded worried, though Theo wasn't sure why. He started patting Theo down, which was not appropriate. Theo tried to push him away, but his left arm wasn't working. He looked at it. His shirt sleeve had been torn off, and everything below the elbow was a bloody pulp. "I think I've been hit," he said. His voice sounded like it was coming from inside a bucket. Whumps and booms and gunfire filled the air, along with the smells of smoke and gunpowder and burning flesh. A regular zinging sound punctuated the sounds of the battle, and lightning flashed around him. Great. A thunderstorm, just what they needed. A disembodied voice said, "This is gonna hurt." He must have lost more time, because when he looked at his arm, Tomas was cinching tight a strip of cloth he had wrapped around his arm, just above the elbow. It hurt. "The emissary, is she okay?" "She's been shot, but she's alive. They are trying to stabilize her so they can move her to Exco." "Maybe we should get her out of here. I think we are under attack." Tomas gave him an odd look and said, "Danae is taking care of it." A nurse appeared from somewhere and checked him for injuries. She shined a light in his eyes, looked in his ears, examined Tomas's makeshift tourniquet. Then she put a compression bandage around the stump of his arm, inflated it, and loosened the tourniquet. She examined the arm to be sure the bleeding was under control. "Can you hear me, Ambassador Peters?" she asked as she wrapped bandages around his upper body to hold what was left of his arm against his chest. "There is an awful ringing in my ears." "Do you know where you are?" He looked at Tomas. "Help me up. I need to make sure the emissary is all right." The nurse objected, but Tomas said, "I have paramedic training. I can take care of him from here. There are others who may need your help more than he does." Tomas helped him up. The space around Holly had been converted into a makeshift emergency room, with a dozen or so medical personnel setting up an assortment of beeping devices. A bag of clear fluid hung from a pole and fed into an IV in her wrist. An oxygen mask covered her face. He caught sight of the wound. There was a lot of blood. Anna's body had been moved a short distance away and rolled onto its back. Tomas laid his jacket over her face. Shouting drew his attention to an argument between Danae and one of the doctors. "We need to move her, and we need to do it now," Danae said. They were standing almost nose to nose. He was an older man, and clearly not used to having his authority challenged in such matters. "If you move her now, you might kill her. If we don't move her now, she might be killed anyway. We're in a combat zone, for God's sake." Theo walked over to her. "What's going on?" "Cartwright has launched an all-out assault." "Get me a headset so I know what's going on." She and Tomas exchanged looks. Tomas shook his head slowly and said, "We need to bring Eos to us. Maybe over there." He pointed to a playfield 50 meters away. She went back to talking into her headset. Heavy machine gun fire from an armored vehicle marched across the grass, spitting up sod as it closed on them. A bolt of lightning crackled overhead, close enough to make the hair on Theo's skin stand up. The armored vehicle disappeared into a ball of electricity and exploded. He had never seen the bolt cannons in action before. They were fast and efficient at acquiring targets and firing their powerful bolts of electricity. Dozens of smoldering bodies lay on the ground, and more were falling everywhere he looked. 4 soldiers rounded the corner of a building, only to be met by a lightning strike that seemed to jump from one to the other until they were all lying in a smoking heap. Other bolts were electrocuting soldiers climbing over the wall. Cartwright had sent a lot of people here to die. The familiar whine of Eos, coming in for a vertical landing, broke through the cacophony of battle. It was coming down 30 meters away. "Move, move, move!" Danae shouted. The medical team had Holly on a stretcher, and they were jogging toward the plane before it even touched down. It hit the ground hard and fast, making Theo wonder how the wheel struts did not collapse. Tomas pulled him up and moved him toward the plane. They reached the door, and someone helped him get in and make his way to the front of the plane, where he dropped into the co-pilot's seat. Tomas stayed back to help get Holly on board. Jerry looked over his shoulder. "Holy shit, is that the Emissary?" "Get us back to Exco," Theo croaked as he buckled himself in. His voice was hoarse. His arm throbbed. He felt like he was falling, even though he was sitting down. By the time everyone was on board, the plane's VTRs had kicked in, and the plane was lifting off. Danae was the last one to board. Theo was looking at her when her body stiffened, and she fell backward out of the plane. Heavy caliber gunfire pinged off the sides of the spaceplane. He saw a look of anguish on Tomas's face, and knew he was trying to decide whether to go back for her or stay with the plane. Then he punched the button to close and secure the door and shouted, "Go!" The plane leaped into the air, turning as it gained altitude and accelerated toward Quito. Theo wanted to go back and get Danae, or at least join the battle. After all, Eos was the most potent weapon in their arsenal. But Tomas was right. Getting the Emissary to Exco headquarters with its state-of-the-art medical center was the most important thing. Tomas made his way up to the front and sat behind Theo. Neither of them said anything. The Exco building rushed toward them, and Jerry didn't bother slowing to hover. He just pointed the plane's nose up at a 45-degree angle and used the VTRs to slow them as they skidded onto the roof in a shower of sparks and came to an abrupt stop. The medical team got Holly off the plane and into the elevator. A few minutes later, they had her in one of the medical center's operating rooms. They wouldn't let anyone in except Leon, who refused to leave her side. He pulled his jacket back to show them his gun, and someone handed him a mask. Theo stood outside the OR, staring at the door. He didn't know what to do. He felt lightheaded. Tomas appeared by his side with a doctor in tow. She looked too young to be a doctor, but she was of Asian descent, and Theo had always been terrible at guessing the age of Asian people. His fault, not theirs. Tomas said, "Theo, this is Dr. Nguyen." Then to the doctor, "Ambassador Peter's arm is pretty bad. I applied a tourniquet in the field to keep him from bleeding out, and a nurse stopped the bleeding, but it needs more attention. He's in shock, which is the only reason he isn't feeling much pain." Theo wanted to object to Tomas's assertion that he wasn't feeling much pain, but the room chose that moment to tilt to one side, and he found himself in Tomas's arms, and then on a gurney being wheeled down a corridor. Adrian was in the command center when the call from Tomas came. He already knew the emissary had been shot. "How is she?" "Critical condition. They're operating on her now." Adrian took a deep breath to calm himself. "How's Theo taking it?" "He's in OR too. Lost his left arm." "What the hell happened, Adrian?" "Somehow, Cartwright managed to sneak some 400 troops to within striking distance of the site, without us knowing. The general is fit to be tied. And embarrassed. I think he would offer his resignation if we weren't in the middle of a battle. 12 stealth fighters and 8 transports are inbound from Mexico. He figures they are bringing reinforcements. No other reason to have the transports. Cartwright probably thinks we can't see his stealth fighters. What about you? Are you okay?" "I'm good," Tomas said. "Some flesh wounds from shrapnel. I'm in the medical center, so I'll get someone to take a look when things calm down a bit." "Sounds good. Did Danae come back with you? I can't get hold of her." There was a longer pause than there should have been before Tomas said, "She took a heavy round in the back as we were boarding the plane. We had to leave her behind and get the emissary back here. I don't know if she is alive or dead." Adrian's world came to a stop. He dropped the connection and sat down. He and Danae had just started getting to know each other, in more than a professional way. Somewhere along the line he had realized he was falling in love with her. He thought she felt the same about him, though they had never talked about it. Now she was gone. Just like that. How could that be? The general entered the command center and walked over to Adrian. "How is she?" he asked. It took Adrian a moment to realize he was asking about the emissary, not Danae. "She's in surgery. Critical condition. Theo is in surgery too, but it's not critical. At least, I don't think it is." "Are you okay? You look like you just lost your best friend." He looked up at the older man. "I think maybe I did." He took a breath and stood. "Where are we?" "Fighting at the site is fierce, but the autonomous defenses are holding up. The planes are 1,200 kilometers out. It's a straight run over ocean from their base in Mexico to Quito. They are coming in fast." "You think they are reinforcements?" "I figure there are 40 paratroopers on each of the 8 transports. That's 320 heavily armed troops. They're going to try to drop them right in the middle of the site." "Can they do that?" "Sure, unless we shoot them out of the sky first." "Recommendation?" "Shoot them out of the sky first." It suddenly struck him that the general was looking to him for orders. The problem was, he didn't know what to do. He was the CEO, not a general. He'd never been in a battle, let alone given commands that decided who dies and who doesn't. "Show me," he said. The left-hand board was zoomed in on the terminus site. The general zoomed out and changed it to a graphical representation of the top of South America, Central America, and most of Mexico, with Mexico City labeled in the upper left corner, Quito in the lower right, the terminus a little north of Quito. A mass of red dots appeared over the ocean north of Colombia. That would be the incoming warplanes. The terminus site was an indecipherable mass of red and blue dots. "Zoom in on the site again," he said. "Close up. It was easy to see who were the good guys and who were the bad guys. The good guys had chips in their ID cards that identified them as friendlies, so they showed up as blue dots. Anything else was red. There were a lot of red dots around the complex, and they had breached the perimeter at several points. The blue dots were concentrated around the terminus itself. Every once in a while, one would disappear. Red dots, on the other hand, were disappearing fast. He tried not to think about the fact that every time a dot disappeared, someone died. The general said, "They have avoided trying to take out the bolt canyons on the buildings, which is why they are being slaughtered. I imagine they are under orders to leave the terminus and warehouse intact. But my God, they are taking an awful beating. It must seem like they wandered onto the set of a bad science fiction movie." "I don't think Cartwright expects to take the site," Adrian said. "He is probing our defenses to find out what we have." "Well, I hope he appreciates the intel he's getting, because it's costing a lot of lives." Adrian came to a decision. "General, you are authorized to use whatever force you think necessary to defend the Terminus facility and this building." The general turned toward his team, a grim expression on his face. "People, the emissary has been shot and is in surgery in critical condition. There's nothing we can do for her except do our job, which is to defend the Terminus and this building. The Terminus's autonomous defenses are handling the ground assault well enough, so we'll leave that to them for now, and we'll concentrate on the incoming hostile warplanes. We will engage when they are 500 kilometers out. I want those of you responsible for monitoring other sites to remain vigilant. More attacks are possible." He turned toward the vid screens on the wall. The incoming warplanes had separated into 5 squadrons of 4, with the transports in the rear. "Bring missile batteries online. Delta E2, load out. We will launch in pairs at 10-second intervals. Target transports first, then fighters. Let's get the railguns warmed up." Adrian was familiar with the XCO building's defenses and could imagine what was happening in response to the general's orders. 2 missile battery emplacements on the roof were opening, each revealing half a dozen launch tubes. Below them, on the building's top floor, automated systems were loading them with Delta E2 hypersonic missiles with a small payload designed to do what the general had in mind, namely, to shoot planes out of the sky. A circle with a 500-kilometer radius appeared on the vid screen, with the XCO building at its center. The cluster of hostile planes was fast approaching from the north. He held his breath as the planes crossed the invisible line. The room was still. One of the general's people calmly said, "Target sequence set. Initial targets acquired and locked in. Systems are green." "Commence firing," the general said. 2 green dots leaped away from the square that represented the XCO building and began accelerating toward their targets. Adrian had seen a demonstration of the launchers. A burst of compressed steam propelled the missile out of the launch tube, then its engine kicked in and became a ball of fire, rocketing away so fast his eyes could not follow it. Missiles 1 and 2 away. Time to target? A little under 2 minutes. My God, Adrian thought. 500 kilometers in 2 minutes. Of course, that took into account the velocity of the approaching planes as well, but still. Mach 1, someone said. A few moments later, Mach 2, missiles 3 and 4 away, someone said. A moment later, missiles 1 and 2 are hypersonic. On the vid screen, the planes were spreading out, jinking one way and then another, hoping to break the missile locks. But the Delta E2s were smart missiles, with advanced tracking and maneuvering capabilities. Once they locked onto a target, they were nearly impossible to shake off. Missiles 3 and 4 have gone hypersonic. Missiles 1 and 2 have reached cruising speed at Mach 10. 12,700 kilometers per hour. It was one thing to know the numbers in the abstract. It was quite another to watch real missiles streaking toward real airplanes at such mind-boggling speed. Missiles 5 and 6 away. A fuzzy circle appeared on the board around 2 of the transport planes, showing flares the pilots hoped the missiles would go after instead of their planes. The missiles ignored the countermeasures. 2 green dots merged with 2 red dots, and 80 or more people died. He must have looked distressed because the general said, "Remember, son, they attacked us." "Yeah." It didn't make him feel any better. A minute and a half after they began launching missiles, the last of the transports were gone, and they started targeting the fighters. Then their missile batteries stopped firing. It was just a matter of watching the missiles already in the air finish the job. "Missiles incoming," someone said. A swarm of fast-moving red dots appeared on the vid screen. The fighters had launched their own missiles. "Target?" There was a pause. "Exco headquarters. They have gone hypersonic. Activate railguns. Anti-missile loadout." A few moments later, someone said, "Railguns loaded. Capacitors charged. Commence firing." There were 4 railguns on the roof, each sitting on a turntable-like platform that could point them in any direction. They would fire metal balls the size of tennis balls at nearly supersonic velocity. Shortly after the launch, each ball would burst open and release a cloud of pellets. It only took 1 pellet to knock a missile out of the sky, and by the time 4 clouds of pellets reached the missiles, they had formed a wall of kinetic energy that could take out a lot of missiles, depending on how widely spaced the missiles were. Hostile missiles began disappearing from the vid screen. The railguns continued firing until there were no missiles left to shoot at. Fighter jets were disappearing from the vid screen. The last 4 altered course and began a long, curving arc that would take them away from the terminus site. "Looks like they have had enough," the general said. "They won't be able to outrun the missiles, though." He turned to Adrian. "Should I order the remaining missiles to self-destruct?" Adrian thought about Anna lying dead on the ground, and Holly down in the ER, hanging between life and death, Theo's missing arm, Danae likely dead on the battlefield somewhere. He wanted to make someone pay. The more someones, the better. "It's your call, son," the general said. "But it is one thing to defend ourselves with lethal force, quite another to kill someone who is running away." He was right, of course. The pilots of the remaining planes were not the ones responsible. Cartwright was the one responsible. He let out a deep sigh. "Let them go. It's what the emissary would want." The general nodded to someone at a control board. Adrian said, "I'll be in the medical center," and left the room. When Adrian reached the OR, Tomas was standing outside, waiting for him. Through the window in the door, he could see the emissary on the operating table. A surprisingly large number of people were crowded around her in scrubs and masks. He pushed past Tomas and walked into the room. The surgeon turned to him. "She was under. I had opened her up and was looking for the bullet when she opened her eyes, reached up, pulled the oxygen mask aside and said, 'Stand down, doctor. I've got this.' Then she closed her eyes again." Several others nodded as he said this, a look of shock on their faces. Another doctor, who Adrian guessed was the anesthesiologist, said, "She was unconscious, I'm sure of it. She's still unconscious, damn it. I have never seen anything like this." More nods. "Doctor," a nurse said. She pointed at Holly. The surgeon followed her gaze and stepped back. "What the hell?" Adrian elbowed someone aside so he could see what they were seeing. Someone shoved a face mask into his hand. Her abdomen was the only exposed area. The surgeon had cut her open, and clamps held the skin back, revealing internal organs. There was less blood than he expected, and the passage of the bullet through her abdomen was obvious, having shredded parts of at least 2 organs, though he had no idea which organs they were. Then he saw what had made the surgeon step back. Thousands of tiny threads were wriggling around inside the open wound. Revulsion hit him, and he took an involuntary step backward, bumping into a nurse. He made himself look again, and what he saw would remain etched in his memory for the rest of his life. The tiny worm-like threads were repairing the damage done by the bullet. Nobody said anything for several seconds. Finally, the surgeon said, "This is completely outside my training and experience. I don't know what to do." Something clicked in Adrian's mind. It had to be her nanites, the nanites that kept her young and healthy. But they were microscopic. They shouldn't be able to do anything at a macroscopic level, and certainly not something as complex as a major surgery. What did she say? Her exact words? She said, "Stand down, doctor. I've got this." Others nodded. He wasn't sure whether it was relief or the emotions of the last hour catching up with him, but he burst out laughing. "Emissary," he said, "you are ever full of surprises." The doctor stared at him like he had lost his mind. Adrian stopped laughing and said, "I have generally found it best to do what the emissary says. Stand down, doctor. She's got this." The doctor's alarmed expression turned to shock, then awe. He stared at the wound again, which had become a bed of frenetic activity. Is she healing herself?" "You might want to take her off the anesthesia," Adrian said. "I doubt she needs it, and it might be hindering her. I'd get rid of the clamps, too. They are going to be in the way." 36. Holly woke in a hospital room. A young Ecuadorian woman in scrubs sat in a chair near the bed. When she saw that Holly was awake, she said, "I will get the doctor," and left. She returned a few minutes later with a man who did indeed look like a doctor, complete with white coat and stethoscope. He was about her age, her chronological age, that is, and had a kindly face. He, too, was Ecuadorian. She pushed herself into a sitting position. "Emissary," he said, "I am so happy to see you awake. How do you feel?" He said it as though waking up was not something to be taken for granted. Sticking the prongs of his stethoscope in his ears, he listened to her lungs front and back. Apparently, the question about how she felt was rhetorical, because he seemed intent on answering it for himself. He checked her pulse and blood pressure, even though a monitor to her left was happily beeping away as it displayed the same information. He examined her fingertips, which was odd. When he asked her to lie back down, she decided to assert some personal agency. "Where am I?" "The medical center at EXCO headquarters." "Who are you?" He looked taken aback. "I am Dr. Sanchez, the doctor who performed surgery on you when they brought you in. At least, I tried to." He tried to perform surgery on her. Huh. Flashes were coming back. Explosions at the site. The fires. The cries of injured people. The smell of dead people. Brief scenes, more like snapshots than anything else. She peered at his security badge. It was a standard EXCO badge, and included his picture. It wasn't surprising that she didn't recognize him. She had never had a reason to visit the medical center before. "Why am I here?" He gave her a curious look. "What is the thing you remember last?" "I was at the site. There had been an explosion. Fires, people injured. I was there to see how bad it was. Then there was gunfire and mortars, and armored vehicles, and small arms fire. A kaleidoscope of shifting images crowded into her mind, but they were just snippets and all mixed up. I seem to have some gaps in my memory," she said. "I'm guessing that means something bad happened to me." "That is so, Emissary. I am sure someone will fill in gaps, but right now I would like to complete my examination." She wiggled her way into a prone position and discovered she was wearing a hospital gown. He pulled up her gown and began feeling around her abdomen with his fingers. He kept asking, "Does this hurt?" It didn't. He stood back and looked at her curiously. "How are you feeling?" It sounded like a genuine question this time, and his tone suggested he thought she ought not to be feeling fine. But she was. In fact, she felt great, like she could run a marathon. Not that she had ever done that. "I feel fine," she said. "Really." She caught a whiff of a disgusting smell and sniffed her armpit. "I stink." "We are not sure why. Ambassador Peters thinks it is the nanites in your bloodstream, dissolving the bullet and excreting toxic substances through your sweat glands." "Really? Wow, that's weird." "What bullet?" Theo walked in. He had a coffee mug in one hand. His other arm was half as long as it should have been, and hung at his side with the lower part of his shirt sleeve folded up and clipped to the upper part. She glimpsed 2 Marines outside her room. "What happened to your arm?" she said. "Got it shot off." He grinned. "Just below the elbow. Luckily for me, Tomas was there to tie the tourniquet around it, or I might have bled out. They got it stitched up, and I am learning how to get my shirt on and off without help. I am under orders to report back here every day to check for infections, and, once it's healed up, I look into getting an artificial limb." "That must have hurt like hell." "I was in shock, so I hardly noticed until later. Then it did hurt. A lot. It still hurts when I move around, but they've given me pills for that." The doctor said, "I am happy to report that the emissary's health is excellent. The last scan showed the bullet almost entirely gone. If the world were not coming to an end, I would have a wonderful article for a medical journal." "What bullet?" Holly said again. She doesn't remember the attack. "I'm right here, you know." Theo said, "Perhaps you and Janie can give us a moment. The emissary and I need to talk." She latched on to the word attack. More memories came back. Anna and Leon rushing her to the plane. Anna stopping, turning to her, saying something she couldn't hear, then jerking and looking surprised, then collapsing in front of her. Then a burning pain in her stomach, like a mule had kicked her. There was blood. A lot of blood. A jolt of panic surged through her. "Where's Anna?" Theo used one foot to pull up a chair and sat. He set his coffee mug on the nightstand beside her bed and took her hand. She braced herself for what she knew was coming. "The bullet went through her before hitting you. She died almost instantly. By the time the bullet reached you, its kinetic energy was mostly spent. She saved your life." The image of Anna's surprised expression filled itself in her mind. She closed her eyes, willing it away. She wanted Anna not to be dead. She wanted her to be in the next room recovering. She reached for her amulet, but stopped. The fragment couldn't fix this. Probably wouldn't, even if he could. She thought she should cry, but she didn't seem to have any tears. Just an emptiness, a numbness. She opened her eyes, not sure how long they had been closed. Theo was still there. He was always there for her. Anna had been there for her too, and had died saving her, just like she was supposed to. Now she was gone, and there was nothing she could do to bring her back. She took a deep breath and let it out. The terminus? We still control the terminus, and it is intact. You will be pleased to know that the defenses here and at the terminus worked as advertised. We lost 23 people in the attack. Cartwright lost several hundred. He really came at us, didn't he? Danae took a heavy-caliber bullet in the back, sliced right through her lower spine. She's alive, but the doctors say she will never walk again. Anna dead, Danae crippled, a score of her people killed. A knot of anger formed in her chest. Cartwright would pay for this. By the way, Theo said, your nanites played an interesting role in saving your life. How's that? The bullet tore you apart inside. Your nanites repaired the damage right there on the operating table. I wish I had been there to see the expressions on the faces of the doctors and nurses when they saw an army of itty-bitty threads wiggling around in an open wound, repairing damaged organs right before their eyes. Really? I didn't know they could do that. Makes you wonder what else they can do. She took a few moments to let all the information sink in before coming around to the big question. Why had Cartwright launched a full-scale attack that he had to have known would fail? There is another thing you need to know, he said. During the attack, a CRA SEAL team overpowered the security detail at the compound where Robert and his family live. They took Ngari, Kari, and Peter. What? They took Robert's daughter and his grandchildren? Her mind stuttered as it tried to wrap itself around that. Then, an icy chill settled over her as the enormity of Cartwright's plan came into view. It was as brilliant as it was abhorrent. Cartwright never intended to take the Quito site. That was a diversion. It was Ngari and her children he was after. Was anyone hurt? 2 members of the security team were wounded. 1 died on the operating table. She took that in and set it aside for the time being. Everyone else is all right? The rest of your family is fine. We doubled their security detail, though it's kind of like shutting the barn door after the horses have escaped. It's not them he wants anyway. It's me he wants. Has he called yet? Theo nodded. When we told him you were critically injured in the battle and were still recovering, he said to call him back when you felt up to it. When she felt up to it. How considerate of him. The only thing she felt up to was killing him. Nurse Janey chose that moment to appear with a tray, which she set on a small table beside Holly's bed. Tea, toast, milk, and a small bowl of fruit. "What the hell is this?" Holly said. "I want real food." "Emissary," she said calmly, "you have been asleep for 6 days. You need to start out with light food." 6 days? She had been out for 6 days? "Fine," she said with a dismissive wave. "Get out." Then to Theo, "I'd like to be alone for a while. Tell the Marines I don't want to be disturbed." He looked like he was going to say something, but changed his mind and left her alone. She stared at her miserable breakfast and sipped some tea. The room felt empty. She wasn't used to being alone except in her private quarters. For the last 11 years, ever since she returned from Titan, she had been surrounded by people all the time. Even now, there were 2 armed Marines outside her room. She looked up from the tray, half expecting to see Anna, but of course, Anna wasn't there. She thought back to the first time they met at the airport. "I'm Anna Lindstrom, ma'am. I will be your PPI." "What's a PPI? Personal Protection Individual?" "I need a bodyguard?" "Tomas thinks so, ma'am." He had certainly been right about that. She remembered the French door incident and smiled. She thought about the press conference and the car chase and how her team had protected her from harm. Showtime, Harry. Bump and run. Anna had taken her out for an evening of drinking and dancing after the debacle with the council. Of course, she hadn't really left the protection detail behind, but she had let Holly think she had. Then, the attack on the Quito terminus, where Anna had put herself between Holly and a bullet meant for her. A bullet that likely would have killed her had it not gone through Anna first. The shocked look on her face was indelibly inscribed in her memory. Anna had done her job, and it had cost her everything. A sob welled up, and the tears came. Later, when she had run out of tears, she thought about Danae. She had also done her job, and would be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of her life as a reward. And Theo, who had lost an arm, and Robert, whose daughter and grandchildren were in Cartwright's hands now. She thought about the workers at the terminus who had died in the attack, and Eduardo with burns on his arm and face, and the Marines who had formed a tight huddle around her to shield her from hostile fire. She had come back to Earth alone and in need of allies. She had found them, and they had done their jobs. All of them. Now it was up to her to finish it, and that meant finishing her unfinished business with Cartwright. Why, after all these years, had he decided to move against her now? Revenge? No, that wasn't his style. Project Exodus? Yes, that had to be it. He would try to trade Ngari, Kari, and Peter for her. Then he would use her to gain control of the Exodus project. But why? To ensure a seat for himself on the last ark leaving Earth? Not likely. Cartwright was an old man. He wouldn't much care what happened to him. To save his family? Maybe. But he had something bigger in mind. Whatever else she might think of James Cartwright, he was a patriot. He would always act for his country's benefit, as he understood it. She chewed on that thought while she ate her fruit. Canned fruit had a distinctive smell and taste that was impossible to confuse with fresh fruit. This was definitely canned fruit. Then she saw Cartwright's endgame. Gabriel, she thought, I am here, Holly. What is the current status of the Underground Cities project? 11 underground bunkers in 4 alliances are under construction. The 4 bunkers in the Christian Republic of America and the 2 in Great Britain are essentially complete, and have been stocked with food and supplies to support about 120,000 people for 5 years. They have begun moving people in. 7 years early. She drank the rest of her tea. Guards, she said. One of the Marines opened the door and peered in. Get Theo and Adrian here, ASAP. A few minutes later, the 2 men entered. Shut the door, she said. Adrian closed it. They both sat. I know what Cartwright's endgame is. They looked at her expectantly. He wants Project Exodus. He knows he can't take it by force because he has no way to get at the space stations, at least not without putting them at risk, which he doesn't want to do. So he kidnapped Ngari, Kari, and Peter and intends to trade them for me. Then he will use me to take control of the space stations. Theo looked puzzled. But why? And why now? Adrian said. She waited a few beats and said, Cartwright is a white supremacist. Theo shrugged. That's been evident for a long time, though he denies it. And we've never taken it very seriously. But for Cartwright, it's the whole point. He wants to control Project Exodus so he can ensure that the right kind of people get on the arks. The white kind, as in descendants of Northern European stock. He sees this as a one-time opportunity to start the human race over again without the genetic impurities of the inferior races. They thought about that for a moment, and Theo said, Mexico and India are part of the UCP alliance. That doesn't mean any of them will be on the arks. Adrian said, his allies are not going to be happy when they realize he intends to leave them behind. Nor will anybody else, she said. When other heads of state figure out what he's up to, he will find himself at war with most of the world. That's why he is going to preemptively start World War III. Whoa, Theo said. That's a big leap. It's only a big leap because we haven't been looking at it from his point of view. In his mind, the most important thing is that the next iteration of humanity be a pure white race, unsullied by the lesser races. Everything else is secondary to that. Everything. And that end justifies any and all means, including a global thermonuclear war that will kill hundreds of millions and leave hundreds of millions more with a post-apocalyptic world worse than the one we already have. Neither of them looked convinced. Think about it, she said. Why has he continued building the underground cities when he surely knew a long time ago that they won't survive the coming of the Deathbringer? Why has he stocked them to support 120,000 people for several years? Why is he putting people in them as we speak, 7 years before the end? I'll tell you why. It's because they have to survive the coming war. The war he is going to start. And he has to do it soon, because it won't take long for the rest of the world to reach the same conclusion I have. Adrian said, I hear what you are saying, but it— He stopped when he saw the expression on her face. There was a rage building inside her, a terrible rage. A rage with James Braxton Cartwright at its center. This was the difference between her and Cartwright. He was willing to do whatever it took to get what he wanted. The end always justified the means, no matter how horrendous those means might be. She, on the other hand, had limits on how far she would go to accomplish her goals. She mentally kicked herself for not realizing that something like this was coming. She had been happy to ignore Cartwright as long as he left her alone, and as a result, she had underestimated him. But that changed the moment he threatened her family. He had started a war with her, and he had made it personal. "What are you thinking?" Theo asked cautiously. She spoke calmly and coldly. "I am going to kill James Cartwright." The shocked expression on their faces was almost comical. "But first I need to do some research. I'll be in my study. See to it I am not disturbed." She yanked the IV out of her arm, got out of bed, and marched out of the room with her hospital gown flapping. She took a moment to orient herself, then headed for an exit with nanite-fueled determination. The two Marines fell in behind her. Leon came out of a restroom. "Emissary!" He ran after her. Dr. Sanchez was sitting at the nurse's station when she swept past. He ran after her as well. "Emissary, please, we need to run some more tests now that you are awake." She stopped and pivoted to face the flustered doctor. She glanced at Leon, who had caught up with her at the same time, and then at his gun. He hesitated, then produced the weapon. He didn't point it at anyone, just held it at his side. The Marines were instantly alert. The doctor took a step back, hands up. Theo caught up with them and said to the doctor, "As with all things having to do with the emissary, it is generally best to let her do what she wants. Otherwise, she gets cranky." 37. Recalling memories the fragment had put in her head was like peeling back the layers of an onion. As she pulled each layer back, new layers appeared. All she had to do was focus her mind on a specific area of knowledge, and the memories would emerge. It wasn't as easy as it sounded, and required concentration to stay focused on what she wanted to remember. Early on, it had been like trying to hold on to a bar of soap that kept slipping out of her hands and disappearing into the water. But after 10 years of practice, she rarely lost the soap. She knew more about nanotechnology than anyone on the planet, but she had never run across anything related specifically to the nanites in her bloodstream. They were certainly more advanced than anything she knew how to make, and she had just assumed this was a technology the fragment had chosen not to reveal to her. It was Theo's passing remark that it kind of makes you wonder what else they can do that piqued her curiosity. For a memory she had never before discovered, it was surprisingly easy to find, almost as though it had been waiting for her to ask. It even had a title, Holly's Nanites. She laughed. She had found the owner's manual. 2 hours of immersion in the contents of the manual revealed that there was indeed a lot more to her nanites than she had realized. She had already known they could do more than keep her young and healthy, like performing major surgery if she was seriously injured, which meant they could work at a macroscopic level as well as a microscopic level. But they could do more than that, much more. They were several orders of magnitude beyond anything she knew how to make. With the nanites, the fragment had given her some extraordinary abilities. She stepped out of her suite, told the 2 Marines standing guard to wait for her, and walked down the hall to Danae's quarters. She tapped on the door and let herself in. Danae was sitting up in bed reading a book. An actual book, oddly enough. Her face lit up when she saw Holly. "Emissary, you are awake and walking around. Last I heard you were in a coma. Are you supposed to be up?" "I'm the emissary," she said with a grin. "I can do anything I damn well want." She sat on the edge of the bed. "Danae, I am so glad you are all right, though I understand you can't walk yet." Danae Najafi went to lengths to present herself as a tough woman who was impervious to pain and emotions, probably a necessary defense mechanism, given that she worked in an overwhelmingly male profession. Nonetheless, her chin quivered. "They're talking about more surgeries and physical therapy," she said, "but I have no feeling from the waist down. That means a wheelchair. I am afraid I won't be of much use to you anymore, Emissary." "Actually, that's why I'm here." "You're here to fire me?" Holly was taken aback, then laughed. "Good God, woman, I'm not going to fire you. Besides, Adrian would be the one to do that, not me. As far as I'm concerned, you can run Exco's security operation from a desk. It'll force you to delegate more, which you should probably do anyway. Besides, you are one of the few people in the world I trust." "Thank you, Emissary." She looked like she was going to cry, so Holly moved the conversation along. "I am here to perform a little experiment, and I need your help." "An experiment?" "I want to see if I can heal you." Danae's expression was the definition of surprised. "So, you've taken up faith healing?" "No, nothing like that. Okay, maybe a little like that. I have been researching my nanites, something I have never done before. I always thought of them as passive, microscopic machines running around in my body looking for things to repair or destroy, which they are. But when I learned they had repaired massive internal damage from that gunshot wound, I got to wondering what else they can do. So I rummaged around in my memories and found an owner's manual for my nanites. Don't laugh. I'm not making this up. It turns out the nanites can do more than I thought. Apparently, I can direct them to accomplish certain functions, including repairing damage in other people's bodies. At least, I think that's what the manual says. There are parts I don't fully understand yet. Danae's facial expression made a short journey from surprise to skepticism. "And you want to see if you can get them to heal me?" "With your permission, of course. But what do you have to lose? Other than both of us feeling silly, and if that happens, we just won't tell anyone about it." Danae chewed on her lower lip for a few moments. "All right." She giggled and then looked suitably embarrassed. "What do I have to do?" "Nothing. Just don't be alarmed when I lay hands on you. It's not a religious thing. I need skin-to-skin contact so the nanites can travel from me to you. At least I think I do. I really am flying blind here." She pulled the sheet down and Danae's pajama top up. Her abdomen was wrapped in bandages, so she put her hand where she figured the exit point had been. Danae frowned. "You're not trying to get into my panties, are you?" They both laughed. She imagined nanites assembling themselves in columns and marching like an army down her arm to her hand and into Danae's body, where they surrounded the base of her spine. Her hand seemed to tingle and feel warmer than before, but that might have been her imagination. She did this for a minute or so. "I can't tell if anything is happening," she said. "Did you feel anything?" "No, sorry. I'm trying to wiggle my toes, but I can't feel anything down there." Holly grabbed her toes. "Try again." She felt nothing. Holly was disappointed and embarrassed that she had so easily succumbed to magical thinking, and a little angry at herself, at the fragment at Cartwright, at nobody and everybody. When she got back to her suite, Theo and Adrian were sitting on a couch, heads together, studying something on a tablet. She headed for the small kitchen that was separated from the living room by a bar-style counter. Adrian looked up. "Theo tells me you are doing research. I'm guessing it has to do with nanites?" Holly made a time-out sign with her hands. "I'm starved. Toast and fruit didn't cut it." The kitchen wasn't large enough for 3 people, so they sat on bar stools on the living room side of the counter, while Holly collected the things she needed to prepare a meal. "What makes you think I'm researching nanites?" she asked. "An educated guess. You haven't turned on your tablet recently, so whatever research you are doing has been going on in your head. My guess is you are curious about how the nanites healed a major gunshot wound and are wondering what else they can do." She got 2 pans heating and began chopping onions and tomatoes. "I have always thought of the nanites as passive," she said, "just cruising around looking for bad things to kill and broken things to fix." The fact that they could heal a serious gunshot wound, including getting rid of the bullet, made me realize there is more to them than I thought. They can work cooperatively to achieve macroscopic effects. She put the chopped onions in the small pan with a little oil to sauté. The tomatoes went into a small bowl, and she started grating cheese. By the way, the awful smell my body is giving off? Theo was right. That's the nanites excreting chemicals from the dissolved bullet out through my sweat glands. Disgusting, but effective. "Well," said Theo, "now that you mention it, that is definitely not the holly smell I am used to." Adrian rolled his eyes. She ignored them. I rummaged around in the memories the fragment packed into my head and found an instruction manual for the nanites. I know, it's weird. She retrieved eggs from the refrigerator, broke them into a bowl, poured them into a large pan, and began shaking the pan back and forth while gently stirring the eggs. The best analogy I can come up with is army ants. Individually, they are small and relatively harmless, though you probably don't want one to latch onto your finger because army ants have really strong pinchers. Anyway, a single army ant is pretty limited in what it can do, but an army of them is a different story. A few thousand of them working together can bring down a large animal. They can form a bridge across a river. An army of them marching through a forest will leave a swath of barren land a mile wide. I think the nanites are like that. Singly, their capabilities are limited, but an army of them is something else entirely. When they realized I had been seriously injured, they formed millions of larger machines. That's what they are, you know, teeny tiny machines, and went to work repairing the damage. That's the wiggly things you saw, Adrian. Battalions of nanites going to war. Kinda cool, huh? Kinda creepy, too. She added the sautéed onions, tomatoes, and cheese. It turns out I have some control over my nanite population. I can direct them to do certain things. Not in detail, but in general. I can suggest they do something, but how they go about it is up to them. She added salt and pepper, flipped one half of the omelet over onto the other half, and slid it out of the pan onto the cutting board, where she cut it into 3 pieces, which she transferred to plates. Voila! Omelets! She handed them each a plate. "Forks in that drawer over there." They took their omelets into the living room. After a few bites, Adrian said, "These are pretty good. I didn't know you could cook." "She can't," Theo said. "She is one of the few people I know who can ruin a perfectly good can of tomato soup." I'm guessing she found a cookbook in her mental archives. Holly grinned. "It's scary what all is in my head." "You seem unusually chipper," Theo said, "almost euphoric." "I am tempted to think you are in denial about the mayhem and trauma and loss you have just gone through." She put down her fork and looked at him. "You could not be more wrong," she said evenly, bitterness in her voice. "I am heartbroken and angry. Heartbroken about the hundreds, maybe even thousands, of innocent people who died in the attack. Heartbroken about Anna. Heartbroken about Danae." Her voice rose in volume as she spoke. "And I am angry. Angry that Cartwright killed a lot of innocent people. Angry that he killed my best friend. Angry that he crippled Danae. Most of all, I am angry that he targeted my family." She stopped to catch her breath and continued with a quiet and deliberate coldness that surprised her. "It is time for James Cartwright to die. Something I should have done a long time ago." Both men stared at her in silence. 38. 2 days later, she gathered Theo, Adrian, and Robert in a conference room, along with Cinta and the general. A tap came at the conference room door, and Danae walked in. "Emissary," she said with a slight bow of her head. "I wonder if I might sit in." Holly stared, her mind momentarily blank. Robert said, "What?" Adrian leaped out of his chair, rushed to her, and wrapped her in a huge hug. Theo said, "You're walking." "Wow, not much gets by you, does it?" Danae said. Holly's mind finally gained traction. "How can you be walking?" "I guess those nanite thingies you gave me took a couple of days to get the job done. Maybe you should start up a healing ministry." Holly burst out laughing. "Let me get back to you on that." Adrian pulled back from his hug and kissed her, on the lips. She blushed. Holly looked at Adrian, then at Theo, who shrugged. Holy crap, there was something going on between Adrian and Danae. How long had that been going on, and how had she not known about it? He pulled her over to a chair next to his and turned to Holly. "How?" "When I discovered I could transfer some of my nanites to another person, I tried it out on Danae. As near as we could tell, nothing happened, but we were wrong. It just took the nanites a while to repair the damage to her spine, maybe because there weren't very many of them." "I have a question, though," Danae said. "Do I have a permanent colony of them in my bloodstream now?" "I don't think so. The nanites have a relatively short lifespan and will only replicate in my body, so while you might still have some, their population will decline over time until none are left." She offered an apologetic smile. "Sorry you don't get to be forever young." "That's all right. As much as I appreciate being able to walk again, the thought of microscopic critters running around inside me is creepy." "I know, right? I try not to think about it. Such are the travails of being the emissary," Theo quipped. Robert said, "I am so happy for you, Danae." She gave him a sad look. "I'm sorry we haven't gotten to your happy ending yet." "Speaking of which," Holly said, "let's get this done." Adrian punched in the number Cartwright had given them and put it on speaker. It chimed for a long time before Cartwright answered. "This is Cartwright." "This is Adrian Verhoeven." "I don't want to talk to you, Verhoeven. Put Dr. Burton on." "I'm here," she said. "Good. This is how it is going to work. In 24 hours, you will be at this location." He gave them a set of coordinates, which Adrian captured on his tablet. "Please repeat the coordinates back to me." Adrian did so. "Good. You, Dr. Burton, will come in a small private jet with only you and a pilot. Not one of your space planes, by the way, but something commercial. You will surrender yourself to me, whereupon I will put your niece and her children on the plane, and the pilot will take them wherever you tell him to. Are these instructions clear?" Robert said, "I want to talk to Dr. Burton. Please answer the question." "Yes, but I want proof of life." The connection dropped. She looked around the table at a collection of unhappy-looking people, except for Robert, who looked like he wanted to throw furniture around. "You're not going to surrender yourself to him, are you?" Cinta said. "I will do whatever is necessary to rescue Robert's daughter and grandchildren. Now that we know where they are, we need to decide how I am going to do that." Adrian said, "Room, give us a satellite image centered on the following location." He read out the coordinates, and a satellite image filled the vidscreen at one end of the conference room. It showed a lake, surrounded by dense boreal forest. On the shore of the lake was a cabin with a dock and a small boat. On the other side of the cabin, about a kilometer from the lake, was an airstrip. At one end of the strip sat a space plane. An undeveloped road connected the airstrip to the cabin. "Nice location," Theo said. "Where is it?" "Room, zoom out." Again. Again. There. The view had expanded to include more forest and part of a large lake. "Room, identify the large body of water." The Great Bear Lake in the Northern Territories of the Christian Republic of America. Northern Territories, Theo said. It certainly is out in the middle of nowhere, not far from the Arctic Circle. Can a small plane get there in 24 hours from here? Probably not, Adrian said, but Eos can get her to Seattle in a couple hours, and we can have a chartered jet waiting and ready to go from there. Tough target, the general said. Dense forest for 50 kilometers in every direction. The only practical way in or out is by air, and they will see anything approaching by air long before it gets there, so we won't have the element of surprise on our side. We also have to assume Cartwright has defenses in place against a variety of likely attacks. Can we take the cabin by force and not lose the hostages? Adrian asked. The general and Danae said no at the same time. They exchanged glances, and the general said, "This is a classic hostage situation. Our best chance for getting the hostages out alive is negotiation." "There is only one negotiating point," Theo said, "and it is not negotiable." "General," Adrian said, "if we were to attempt a military assault, how would we do it?" The general studied the image for a few moments. "If it were up to me, I would use cruise missiles to take out whatever defenses they have in place by destroying everything in the immediate area except the cabin, and count on the shock and awe effect to give us enough time to land a Marine force right on top of them. The risk is that the hostages will be killed in the ensuing firefight, either by their captors or by friendly fire." "What are the odds none of the hostages are killed or seriously injured?" The general hesitated. 50-50, if everything goes our way. He looked at Danae, who nodded. "And if it doesn't?" He shrugged. Danae said, "The problem is exacerbated by the fact that we don't know exactly where the hostages are in the cabin. We don't even know for sure that they are there. All we have is Cartwright's word on that. We could find anything there, or nothing. Cartwright might have rigged the cabin with explosives for all we know." Holly said, "Gabriel, can you show us a real-time image of the cabin's interior?" The AI used the room's speakers to respond. "I have dispatched a drone with the required capabilities. It will be over the site in 6 minutes. We'll wait." 6 minutes later, the image on the vid screen was replaced with a shadowy grayscale image of the cabin and its interiors. The interior of the cabin was visible as though the roof had been removed. The image was blurry, but adequate for their purposes. 2 soldiers stood outside, armed with assault rifles. 2 more soldiers with rifles stood inside, near windows. A single man sat on a couch in the large central area with his feet propped up on a low table. Another man stood guard at the door to one of the cabin's bedrooms. An adult and 2 children were there. "Gabriel, zoom out a bit." The image pulled back to reveal a 50-meter area around the cabin. Other soldiers were visible, along with a missile battery and 2 machine gun emplacements. They were well hidden in the trees. She said, "Now we know the layout, exactly where the hostages are being held, and the deployment of soldiers around them. We also know that Cartwright is there. General, does this change the tactical situation?" "It helps, of course, but it makes no material difference. The risk to the hostages remains the same." Danae nodded in agreement. Holly asked, "Does anyone have any other ideas about how we extract Ngari and her children unharmed?" The room was quiet, the faces glum. "Okay then," she said. "We do it Cartwright's way. I go in alone." This was met with a chorus of objections. She held up a hand and waited until they quieted down. "General, you will watch in real time. Once I have secured the hostages, you will send the cavalry in. The scorched earth scenario followed by a rapid deployment of Marines seems like a good plan, but I leave that to you. If I cannot secure the hostages, you will wait until Cartwright puts them on the plane and sends them on their way, which I believe he will do. You will take no action until they are safe. Is that clear?" Nobody looked happy. How exactly do you intend to secure the hostages? Theo asked.
Let's just say the fragment has provided me with certain capabilities that will prove useful in this situation.
This drew more silence.
In my absence, I have a few standing orders. First, no matter what happens, Cartwright must not be allowed to unleash a nuclear Armageddon on the world, even if it is coming to an end. The world deserves the few years it has left without the horrors of nuclear war. General, I want you to come up with a plan to neutralize the nuclear capability of the CRA and the UK. I will instruct Gabriel's Fire to give you whatever assistance you require, including access to the ship's weapons and intel on all 3 legs of their nuclear triads. They may believe their nuclear submarines are safe beneath the ocean's surface, but they are wrong. If I don't survive, you are to execute that plan. She looked around the table to make sure they all understood. Second, no matter what happens, Cartwright must not get control of Exodus. He will try to use me to take control of the space stations. You will not allow that to happen, even if my life is at stake. Is that clear? She looked around the table again and waited until everyone nodded. Finally, if I don't survive this, Adrian is in charge of the Exodus project. You will take orders from him as if they were mine, and will do everything in your power to finish what we started. 39. It was a sleek-looking private jet, with seating for 12 passengers beside the pilot and co-pilot. Holly slid into the co-pilot's seat next to Jerry and strapped herself in. "Seems like a lot of seats for so few people," she said. "It was the smallest jet we could find that had the range to get there and back." "And you can fly one of these?" "Well, I've never flown this particular model, but I've flown some just like it, and at the end of the day, these small jets are all the same." "I see." She didn't really, but it didn't matter. She had seen Jerry fly a lot of things she wouldn't have thought he could fly. She had dispensed with her emissary clothes, opting instead for jeans, a loose shirt, and leather boots. No telling what kind of terrain she might find herself walking through. She wore an unzipped bomber jacket in case it was cold where they were going. She didn't actually have a plan for killing Cartwright and freeing the hostages, mainly because she couldn't know exactly what she would find at the cabin. His people certainly wouldn't let her anywhere near him with a weapon, but she doubted they would realize that a nanite-enhanced kickboxer could be a lethal weapon. She would have to wait for an opportune moment and take advantage of it when it appeared. "We're coming up on the coordinates," Jerry said. They had exchanged hardly a word during the several hours they had spent in the air. He probably couldn't think of anything appropriate to say. For her part, she had said everything she needed to say to Theo and Adrian, and didn't have anything to say either. The forest below was dense with few breaks, so they didn't see the lake until they flew over it. Jerry circled around so they could get a look. The cabin was there, as was the dock. No sign of the boat. The airstrip was an ugly scar on an otherwise pristine landscape, as though a bulldozer had been used to scrape away the trees and shove them off to one side. A small jet sat in a clearing at one end. A vehicle was making its way along the road from the cabin to the airstrip. The airstrip was primitive but adequate, and Jerry brought them down without incident. 4 soldiers in CRA uniforms met her when she exited the plane. 2 of them kept their assault rifles pointed at her. Jerry stepped out, but a soldier waved him back in. "Good luck, Emissary," he said. "Thanks for the ride, Jerry," she said. One of the soldiers pulled out a tablet and studied it for a while, then studied her face. "It's her." Another soldier handcuffed her wrists behind her back. "Is that really necessary?" "My orders are quite specific, Dr. Burton." She shrugged. It was Cartwright's game now, and she had to play by his rules. Either that or get back on the plane and go home, which she was certainly not going to do. 2 soldiers took hold of her arms and walked her to a truck with an open back, lifted her onto the truck bed, and sat her on a bench on one side. They sat on either side of her. The trip to the cabin was short, bumpy, and uncomfortable.
At the lodge, she was met by Jedediah Dawson, Cartwright's vice president. That was an unpleasant surprise. She had never met the man before, but everything she knew about him suggested he was someone she would just as soon not meet. He stood on the porch, where he could tower over her. "Dr. Burton, y'all have no idea what a pleasure this is. I knew the aliens had done something to keep you looking young, but the pics just don't do you justice." There was a hungry look in his eyes, and the purpose of binding her wrists behind her back became clear. This was a man with a sadistic streak, a man who liked his women submissive, a man who liked to hurt women, especially vulnerable women. "Where's Cartwright?" she said. "Oh, you thought he'd be here, didn't you? No, no, no. He knew there was a pretty good chance you'd show up in force, so he sent me instead. Apparently, I'm expendable." He shrugged his shoulders and grinned. "Besides, he knows how much I like pretty little things like you." A chill ran down her back, despite her effort not to react. "Sorry to disappoint you, Dawson, but I'm 47. Hardly a pretty little thing." He laughed. "Of course you are, but you don't look a day over 30, and that's all that matters." "Fine. You have me. Now let my family go." "All in good time, my dear, all in good time. My orders are to put them on the plane you came in and see 'em on their way, and I'll do that. But first, I'm wondering if you might indulge an old man's fantasies and get down on your knees." A soldier behind her snickered. "I'd rather skip your personal perversions and get down to business," she said. "Where are my niece and her 2 children?" His smug smile turned into something more dangerous. He nodded to the soldiers behind her, who grabbed her by the arms and forced her to her knees. She held eye contact with Dawson as he stepped off the porch and approached her. Without warning, he slapped her across the face hard enough to make her see stars. It hurt, and she imagined it left an imprint of his hand on her cheek. "Such a rebellious little thing," he said, "just the way I like 'em." "You are such a disappointing specimen of humanity," she said. He laughed again. He could afford to. He held all the cards. At least for now. He slapped her again, this time on the other side of the face. It brought tears to her eyes. "That's better," he said. "Nothing like a woman's tears to stir up an old man's juices. Bring her into the house." 2 soldiers took her by the arms, lifted her to her feet, and marched her up the steps and into the cabin. The other 2 soldiers followed and stood back with their guns trained on her. She had not seen any more soldiers outside, but she knew they were there. "Greer," Dawson said, "bring him out here." The soldier guarding the room where the hostages were being held opened the door and waved Angari, Kari, and Peter into the room. "Angari, are you all right?" Holly said. "We're all right, Aunt Holly." "Hold that one," Dawson said, pointing to Kari. The man called Greer grabbed her and held her so she was facing Dawson, who had produced a good-sized hunting knife from somewhere. He approached the girl, squatted down so he was looking her in the eye, and held the flat side of the knife against her cheek. She was trembling, but didn't make any noise. "I have orders to deliver 'em to the plane so they can return home. But those orders didn't specify what condition they should be in when they get there. I'm thinking this little darling might like something to remember this experience by. Something to take home with her. Maybe a scar from the top of her ear to her chin. It would make for a fine conversation piece, don't you think?" Dawson's first mistake was underestimating the wrath of a mama bear when someone threatens one of her cubs. Angari stomped hard on the foot of the man holding Kari, hard enough to make him let go of her. The girl promptly backed away from Dawson. Then Angari went after Dawson, screaming and hitting and clawing. He dropped the knife and stumbled backward. Dawson's second mistake was assuming a bound and unarmed emissary was not a threat. Aside from her considerable skill at kickboxing, her study of the manual for her nanites had revealed that they could give her enhanced bone and muscle strength, making her stronger and faster. A lot stronger and faster. The effect could be maintained for only a few minutes before the chemicals involved became toxic, at which point the nanites' default mode would kick in, and they would begin destroying the now harmful chemicals. But those few minutes were all she would need. It had taken her a while to figure out how to think up instructions for the nanites, but it was surprisingly easy once she got the hang of it. She had commandeered Exco's gym and practiced kickboxing with her newfound strength and speed, from which she learned several things. She learned she could do a lot of damage in a very short time. She learned that enhanced strength didn't mean that hitting things wouldn't hurt, something she discovered while shattering cinder blocks with her hands and feet. Her nanites would heal the damage, of course, but it still hurt like hell at first. She also learned she had more muscle strength than her enhanced bones could support. She would have to be careful that she didn't snap a bone tossing heavy objects around. Finally, she realized it would be awfully easy to inadvertently kill someone if she wasn't careful. Holly released the physical enhancement chemicals into her bloodstream the moment Dawson threatened Kari with a knife. When Ngari attacked him, she snapped the handcuffs apart and went for one of the two men with guns at the ready. Both were watching Ngari attack Dawson and didn't realize Holly was moving until she was on top of them. She kicked the assault rifle out of the first man's hands and followed with a hard, fast punch to his chest. Ribs cracked, and his body flew across the room. By the time he hit a wall with a solid thud, she had ripped the rifle out of the other man's hand and smashed him in the face with the butt of the gun. His face collapsed in on itself in a bloody pulp, splattering blood everywhere. His head snapped back, breaking his neck. He dropped to the floor. She turned on the other two soldiers who had come into the cabin with her. They were still registering shock at what had just happened. Moving almost too fast to see, she bashed one of them in the head with the assault rifle. His face exploded in flesh, blood, and bone. The force of the blow broke the gun, leaving her holding the barrel. She turned to the next soldier and ran the woman through with it. The one called Greer had finally wrestled Ngari away from Dawson, throwing her against a wall which he hit hard enough to bounce off and end up on the floor in a heap. He turned and tried to get ready to grapple with Holly, but she had already crossed the distance between them. She delivered a lightning-fast snap kick to his knee, which made a satisfying popping sound as it broke, and followed up with a kick to his midsection. He folded in half and fell to the floor with a groan, then was still. She glanced around to make sure nobody who went down was getting back up. Then she stalked toward Dawson, who backed up as fast as he could until he ran into a wall. Without a word, she executed a roundhouse kick to his head. Normally, that would have staggered him, but she put all the strength and speed she had into it. His neck snapped with an audible crack, and his body slid to the floor. Ngari was sitting now, looking around. "Oh my God, Holly, you... Oh my God!" Holly wasn't sure which part of the last few seconds her niece was referring to, but it didn't matter. She was more concerned about the two children who had just watched their great-aunt kill 6 people with her bare hands in less than 10 seconds. "The cavalry will be here in a few minutes," she told Ngari. "Are you okay?" I think so." Holly picked up an undamaged assault rifle, checked to make sure the safety was off, and aimed it at the cabin door in case more bad guys came in. She caught a movement in her peripheral vision, but did not react fast enough to avoid the taser, which delivered a jaw-clenching jolt of electricity to her body. She fell to the floor, jerking and twitching. A man in an officer's uniform loomed over her. He held a syringe, which he jabbed into her neck. Her world faded away. 40. She didn't know how long it took her nanites to get rid of whatever the man had injected her with, but it couldn't have been very long, because she was lying in the back of the truck. This was conjecture on her part, because they had put a hood over her head so she couldn't see anything, but the sound of the engine and the bumpiness of the road almost certainly meant they were taking her back to the airstrip. Her mouth was taped shut, and her feet and hands were bound tightly with something wider and stronger than the cuffs they had used earlier. She tested them, and decided that even with superhuman strength, her bones would break before the bindings did. The fact that she had single-handedly killed 5 armed soldiers without a weapon must have made an impression on them. They weren't taking any chances. A foot nudged her leg. She remained still. There was no reason to let them know she was awake. A woman's voice said, "She's still out." A man's voice said, "The colonel shot her up with some heavy-duty stuff. He said it was emissary strength." They both laughed. Holly wasn't laughing. Things had not gone as she had hoped. She had failed to secure the hostages, so the cavalry wasn't on its way. She hoped Ngari, Kari, and Peter were in the truck as well, and would soon be on their way home. But that was out of her control now. All she could do was wait and see how things played out. Hopefully her captors would take her to Cartwright, which was fine with her, because he and she had unfinished business to attend to. At the airstrip, they carried her on to what she assumed was the space plane. Someone must have figured out she was awake, because a needle poked her in the neck, and she drifted into unconsciousness again. She woke to the rumble of spaceplane engines and about 3 Gs of acceleration, which continued for a while until the engines shut down, and she found herself weightless. She was strapped into a seat. They were most likely in low Earth orbit. Cartwright's face was the first thing she saw when the hood was pulled off her head, and the first thing that struck her was how tired he looked, and how old. He was bald, and his face was pudgy and scabby. She wanted to offer some snarky remark about how god-awful terrible he looked, but her mouth was still taped shut. Perhaps he knew what she was thinking. "You like the bald look?" He paused, as though waiting for a response. "Lung cancer. Too many cigars. How boring is that?" He laughed and then fell into a coughing fit that took a full minute to get under control. "It's in remission, but it'll come back soon enough, and that will be the end for me, because they've run out of things to do. Looks like I'm gonna miss the end of the world." She caught a glimpse of Earth through the forward windows. They were not in low Earth orbit as she had thought. They were higher, maybe high enough for geostationary orbit, which meant they were headed for the space stations. Cartwright wasn't wasting any time pressing his advantage. "I don't mind," Cartwright continued, as though he expected her to be listening with rapt attention. "We all die sooner or later." He paused and peered curiously at her. "Except you. You don't seem to age at all. You're what, 48? But you don't look a day over 30. That hardly seems fair. How long will you live anyway? Or, should I say, how long would you live if I didn't kill you first? I am going to kill you. It's not personal. It's just that I can't risk keeping you alive. There is too much at stake, and you have proven to be a dangerous adversary." He started coughing again and reached for an oxygen mask. "They took most of one lung, you know." He put the mask over his face and took several deep breaths before putting it back. "I want to apologize for Dawson's abominable behavior earlier. Cutting the girl was not part of the plan. I am not a cruel man. I had hoped he would be a better vice president than the last one, but frankly, it is just as well you killed him." He ripped the tape off her mouth. She grimaced. "What have you done with my niece and her children?" "They are on their way home, as promised. Whatever else you might think of me, I am a man of my word. Mostly. Besides, I don't need them now that I have you." "You won't be able to use me to get control of Project Exodus." "Oh, I think I will. I am sure you have given your people orders to sacrifice you rather than let me have Exodus, but I think you underestimate the almost godlike esteem in which they hold you. Your people will not fire on a spaceplane you might be on." He was probably right. Even if Theo or Adrian gave an order to that effect, which was unlikely, It was not at all certain anyone would follow it. "Gabriel's fire has capabilities you cannot even imagine," she said. "Ah, yes, Gabriel's fire. An amazing piece of technology. We have scanned it every way we know how, and have learned nothing except that its hull is made of something my people tell me can't exist." He grimaced, as if in pain. "The thing is, I have never seen that warship of yours do anything without you at the helm, and I don't believe the fragment is on it. I think it's just a piece of space junk without you. Nor do I believe the mythical fragment is going to come to your rescue. I have seen no evidence that it has done anything at all on Earth, except possibly that alleged meeting with the good Reverend Taylor, and I doubt what he saw was the fragment. An illusion, maybe, or a very good simulation, but not the fragment. No, the fragment is sitting on Titan, enjoying the view of the rings of Saturn, and you, my dear emissary, are on your own." He paused to sip something from a bulb. "I am curious, though, about how you took out 5 armed men and my vice president without a weapon. I watched the whole thing, of course, and it's obvious you have enhanced physical abilities nobody knew about. I suppose it has to do with the same nanotechnology that keeps you young and healthy. I wouldn't mind having access to something like that. In any case, as you can see, I have gone to some lengths to ensure you don't do anything like that to me. I'm sure you understand." She stared at him, unwilling to give him the satisfaction of an answer. "Not feeling talkative? Maybe later, after this is over." He put the tape over her mouth, and the hood descended over her head. From what she could hear over the next few hours, Cartwright had assembled a small armada of space planes that were approaching Quito Station. When, where, and how he had built them without her knowledge was a mystery. A woman's voice from up front said, "Quito Station, this is the CRA warship Exeter. Please respond." Cartwright's fleet was composed of space planes and spaceships, not that it made much difference. It sounded like the voice was coming over a speaker, apparently from another space plane. She repeated the call twice before getting a response. "Warship Exeter, this is Quito Station. You are entering restricted space. Please adjust course." "Quito Station, this is Colonel Williamson of the Christian Republic of America. Quito Station has been deemed an enemy outpost. You are ordered to stand down and prepare to be boarded. Resistance will be met with deadly force." There was a long pause. "Colonel Williamson, this is Adrian Verhoeven. If you continue your approach toward the station, it will fire on you. Believe me when I tell you that the station can and will destroy your entire fleet if necessary." Cartwright spoke now. "Ah, Mr. Verhoeven, you certainly have come a long way since your days as Ambassador Peter's errand boy. Who would have thought that naive, insecure boy would rise to be CEO of the Exodus Company? Be that as it may, I advise against firing on my fleet. I have your precious emissary with me, and my signal bounces around my ships randomly, so you have no way of knowing which one she is on. It would be a shame if you inadvertently killed her." There was another pause. Adrian would be at Exco, being relayed through the station. "Proof of life," he said. Someone yanked the hood off Holly's head. Adrian's image filled most of the main viewer at the front of the cabin. Theo stood behind him. "Take the tape off her mouth," Adrian said. "I want to be sure this isn't a double." Cartwright looked irked, but nodded to a soldier who pulled it off. Looking at their images on the screen, she knew they would not follow her orders. They would turn the stations over to Cartwright, hoping he would free her, even though they had to know it wouldn't play out that way. She had prepared for this possibility, though she had hoped it would not come to this. It was now clear that if she was going to defeat Cartwright, she would have to do so with the boldest move in chess. The Queen's sacrifice. It was a risky move, one she would not survive unless the fragment intervened, and maybe not even then. "Adrian," she said. Exodus is now yours." She closed her eyes and ordered her nanites to flood her bloodstream with a deadly neurotoxin she had prepared for this scenario. She was vaguely aware of panicked voices around her as darkness overtook her. Adrian watched from Exco's CNC as the emissary's body convulsed once, twice, a third time, and then was still. The soldiers behind her were obviously surprised. "What the hell did you do?" Cartwright yelled. "Nothing," one of them said. "She just went limp." The other one checked her pulse, then tried again. "She's dead, sir." The screen went blank. "Did they just kill the emissary?" the general said. Adrian looked around the operations center. It was eerily quiet. He could see expressions of surprise, anguish, shock, disbelief. The Quito station administrator was on one of the other big screens. "What just happened?" he said. Adrian knew what had happened. The emissary had taken her own life rather than give him a chance to turn the project over to Cartwright. He had heard the expression, "his blood ran cold," before, but until this moment, he had not really known what it meant. "Quito Station," he said. "The emissary is dead. You may use whatever force is required to neutralize the threat." The station administrator hesitated. "That's an order, Mikhail." He turned to the general. "Give me a graphical view." Quito Station appeared in the middle vidscreen. 20 or so red dots were arranged in 2 groups, one on each side of the station. 2 red dots disappeared from the board as pulses from the station's plasma cannons tore them apart. 2 more followed. The CRA ships had no defense against a weapon like that. It was going to be a short battle. After a few seconds, the general said, "They are breaking off." It was true. Both fleets were trying to slow their approach. But at 11,000 kilometers per second, they would have to use the main thrusters to make any significant course change, which would be prohibitively expensive in terms of fuel usage. Even then, while they might be able to break off from combat and get out of the station's weapons range, it was unlikely they would be able to re-establish a stable orbit. They would either float off into space when they ran out of fuel, or burn up in Earth's atmosphere. Their only hope was to reposition themselves for Earth re-entry. But they didn't have time for that, not at the rate they were disappearing. The pilots of the ships in Cartwright's fleet knew this. By the time half the fleet had been destroyed, the remaining ships were broadcasting their surrender. The general looked at Adrian. "Finish it," Adrian said. He felt Theo's hand on his shoulder. "She wouldn't want this, Adrian." Tears blurred his vision. His chest hurt. His hands trembled. He looked at the image of Quito Station's administrator on the rightmost vidscreen. The man was looking back at him with a pleading expression. Assuming each spaceplane carried 20 or so soldiers, over 200 of them were now dead. "Order surrendering planes to jettison their reactors." His voice cracked. "Destroy any that don't comply." He turned and walked away, his initial tears having given way to a kind of numbness. Nothing mattered now. Not with her gone. 41. Holly's death surprised the fragment. She had somehow arranged it without his knowledge, and it lay so far outside the bounds of reason that he had not even considered it. She pumped herself full of neurotoxins that paralyzed her body inside and out. Her heart stopped almost immediately. Other organs were failing fast. Her brain would begin dying as soon as the neurotoxin broke across the brain-blood barrier, which was about 3 seconds away, and the damage would quickly become irreversible. Her nanites were desperately trying to undo the damage and eradicate the neurotoxin they themselves had created, but it was a fast-acting poison, and they could not keep up. If she had expected them to save her, she had miscalculated. It seemed more likely that she knew exactly what she was doing. Having observed humans from their earliest beginnings, He knew they carried within themselves not only a powerful drive to live, but also the ability to sacrifice themselves for others. Behind most human suicides lay a loss of hope and the conviction that life was too full of pain and disappointment to be worth going on. Shame, for real or perceived failures, underlaid others. A few were driven by self-sacrifice for the sake of others. Holly's had been the self-sacrificing sort. She had arrived at her decision coldly and rationally before she left EXCO headquarters. She probably had several contingency plans in mind, of which this was one. When she realized it was the only option left to her, she acted without hesitation. It was a choice driven not by despair, but by hope. Hope for the future of her people. Now, he faced a dilemma. He had selected and prepared Holly not just for the Exodus, but also for the Promised Land, to borrow a phrase Alexander Taylor would have appreciated. 6 Promised Lands, in fact, though none of them would be a land flowing with milk and honey. The humans would have to fight for their survival, and not all of them would succeed. Alexander Taylor's belief that humans were made for Earth and Earth for humans was not wrong. He had equipped her for the task of guiding them through the hard years of adapting to their new worlds and building sustainable colonies. Not that she could be on every planet at the same time, but Gabriel's fire was capable of near light-speed travel, and the arrival times of the arcs at each planet were staggered in such a way that she could be there for the first few decades of each colony. Now she was dead, and none of the colonies would have her continued guidance as they started out. Unless he saved her. This confronted him with 2 problems, both being what Holly would have called ethical dilemmas. The first was his own mission mandate: explore, observe, report. Intervention had never been part of the mandate. He had already stretched the boundaries of it to the breaking point when he initiated first contact, and again when he saved Holly on Ganymede, and again when he gave her the knowledge to save her people and put a powerful warship at her disposal. How far was he willing to go to save the human race from a perfectly natural extinction-level event? His second problem was Holly herself. She made a free choice to sacrifice herself for the sake of her vision of humanity 2.0. Did he have the moral right to override her choice? It was a decidedly human question, one he had never before entertained. One that none of his kind had entertained, as far as he knew. But Holly was a special case, a nexus point. He had run tens of thousands of quantum simulations, tens of thousands of Schrödinger cats. If she lived, there was a 97% probability that at least one of the colonies would survive for more than 100 years. If she died, that dropped to 27%, with little chance that more than one would make it. At this critical juncture in the evolution of the human race, Holly Burton was the fork in humanity's road. She was the key to their survival. He had a little under 3 seconds left to decide what to do. Enough time to consult with someone else. The Elder. Ah, young one. I wondered when you would seek me out again. This is your 3rd report since discovering a biologically active planet. Let me recollect the first 2 to ensure we are in agreement. Your first report concerned the discovery of a biologically active planet with multiple sentient species in the early stages of evolution. A truly exciting discovery. You stated that you intended to observe their evolution, a proposal I fully endorsed and that several others also endorsed when I informed them. It created something of a stir. In your second report, the dominant species had become sufficiently advanced to begin exploring its own star system, but was about to be annihilated by a rogue dead star. You proposed giving them a small technological boost that would enable them to leave their planet and venture out into space before the rogue star destroyed their world. I advised against this. You claimed an exception to the non-intervention directive implied by the mandate, and based that claim on an anomaly in the quantum stream. An anomaly you believed pointed to the involvement of the hand in the affairs of this world. I attempted to dissuade you of this wild and unjustified speculation, but you were determined to intervene. I take it you are prepared to report the results of that intervention. The fragment. Your summary is accurate, Elder One. The anomaly turned out to be a single individual. An ephemeral moment of life among billions of ephemeral moments in a species whose entire existence is but a breath. I have performed a deep analysis of the quantum possibilities for this species. Most end in extinction in the very near future. A few end in survival for an indeterminate length of time. Among the threads that result in extinction, this anomalous individual is absent 92% of the time. Among the threads that result in survival, this anomalous individual is present 97% of the time. This is an astonishing result, and clearly raises the possibility of the hand's involvement. I revealed myself to the anomalous individual, and gave her knowledge that she has used to lead her species to the brink of leaving their world and moving into space. I had hoped she would continue guiding her people as they ventured into space to start anew on other worlds, but she unexpectedly sacrificed herself to preserve her vision of what a new humanity would look like. My analysis of the quantum stream leads me to the conclusion that, without her, this species will probably perish in a short time. However, the results of my analysis are not without ambiguity. The Elder. Ambiguity is the nature of the quantum flux. There are always many possibilities and considerable uncertainties about which ones will become actualities. The fragment. Will you examine my data and my analysis? The Elder. Of course, child. An undefined passage of time. The Elder. I perceive no errors in your analysis, though ambiguities remain. Your confusion seems to arise less from the data than from within yourself, particularly your attachment to this individual. You seem to be especially puzzled by her continued appearance in the quantum stream after her death. The answer to this is obvious. There is at least one potential future in which she does not actually die. The fragment. I am chagrined, Elder One. It hardly seems possible that I did not myself discover what you have pointed out. It is also clear to me that my confusion stems from a certain emotional attachment to her and her people, which has clouded my thinking. Thank you for clarifying this for me. The Elder. I am pleased to be of assistance. What will you do now? The fragment. I will save her. The Elder. I am disturbed, young one. You have lost your objectivity in this matter. Is it not clear that you should withdraw and let matters take their natural course? The fragment. Perhaps it would have been clear to me at one time, but it is no longer so. The Elder. Be warned, young one. The mandate has stood as the foundation of our existence from the beginning. To violate it is a thing unheard of, and would set a precedent whose consequences cannot be predicted. I foresee great upheaval if you continue on this course. Can this insignificant and transient species be worth the risk of undermining the mandate? The fragment. It is rare for us to encounter an extant intelligent species. How can that be insignificant? The Elder. I advise against this rash course of action, young one. No good will come of it. The fragment. With respect, Elder One, I am compelled to do what I believe is right, even if it means stepping outside the bounds of the mandate. The Elder. I sense your compulsion, and am disturbed that it exercises such power over you. I fear you have become contaminated by these creatures who will be here for an instant and then gone forever. Have you considered the possible ramifications of this action for the rest of this universe? For the future of our kind? This is very much bigger than you and your humans. The fragment. I take my fate in my hands. If it impacts the fates of others, so be it. Before I take my leave, allow me to share with you a part of a conversation I had with another human.
Exploring is clear enough, he said, as is observing. But I am not clear about reporting. Who do you report to?
I report to others of my kind, and they report to me.
To what end?
What do you mean?
You explore, observe, and report. To what end? Is not the adventure of seeking knowledge an end unto itself?
The fragment. Even as I answered him, I knew my answer was inadequate, as evidenced by the fact that I could only express it as another question. Allow me to pose a question to you, a question I believe is relevant to my decision. Who created us, and for what purpose? No fragment knows the answer to this question. If it ever was known, it has been lost in time. But now, I wonder if this ephemeral species contains a hint that merits further investigation. Thank you for your guidance, Elder One. The Elder. May new horizons always lie open before you, young one. The Elder was right. He had become contaminated by his contact with the humans, especially Holly Burton. Fragments didn't concern themselves with questions of morality, of right and wrong. If they had a moral code at all, it was the mandate to explore, observe, report. As long as their free agency remained within the bounds of that, they were unlikely to encounter situations in which questions of right and wrong could emerge. If they did encounter such a situation, it could only mean that they had stepped outside the bounds of the mandate, and any sane fragment would immediately back away to maintain objective distance. But he had not backed away. A compulsion he had not first recognized kept him from doing so. He had allowed himself to become personally invested in these ephemeral creatures, the proof being that he had come to care about them. Explore, observe, report. There was no caring in that, no intervention, no assisting, no year on Titan with Holly Burton. On the contrary, to care about them subverted the mandate, which demanded absolute objectivity. He had become contaminated, or maybe infected was a better word. Infected with humanity. How could that be? More important, was that a good thing or a bad thing? He did not know. What he did know was that it felt right. Another entirely alien experience for him, as though this was the way things were always meant to be. He felt an obligation toward the humans, an obligation he could not explain. He turned his attention back to Holly. He still had 1.3 seconds in which to act. Cartwright's plane had been one of the first to be destroyed. A plasma blast had torn through its midsection, resulting in a catastrophic decompression that killed everyone on board. The two halves of the plane were slowly drifting apart, but moving in the same general trajectory, a decaying orbit that would soon take them into the atmosphere, where they would burn up. A few odds and ends, along with a few bodies, floated with the wreckage. Holly's body was among them. The fragment ordered her nanites to abandon their futile battle against the neurotoxin and put her in a limited state of stasis instead. That would buy him a few minutes. He instructed Gabriel's fire to dispatch a shuttle to rescue her. It collected her body and put her in a stasis pod, which would do a much better job of keeping her in stasis than the nanites could. Then he instructed the nanites to continue clearing out the neurotoxin. When he was sure she was stable and his instructions were being carried out, he had Gabriel's fire activate the shuttle's emergency beacon and make a voice-only call to the Exco headquarters. A woman answered. "This is the Exodus Company. How may I direct your call?" "This is Gabriel's fire. I would like to speak with Adrian Verhoeven." 42. 1 year before the end of the world. The barge was big enough to fill 2 football stadiums laid side by side. It dwarfed the 2 space tugs, nudging it into a rectangular opening in the side of the Ark. The yellow lights around the opening changed to green to tell them the barge was seated. Jamie backed his tug away and glanced out the cockpit window to make sure Andrea's tug did the same. She gave him a thumbs up. He keyed his mic. "Orion's Reach, this is ORT-1. The tray is in the slot. Tug's clear." Everyone called the barges trays and the bays slots, because they looked like giant trays being inserted into giant slots on the side of a gigantic black oblong box. This was the last tray to be loaded onto Orion's Reach, which was the last Ark to leave Earth. There were 20 trays on the Ark, each holding 1,000 sleepers, for a total of 20,000 men and women who carried with them the hopes and dreams of humanity. If all went well, they would birth a new humanity on another world, as would the other 5 Arks that had already left. "Confirmed, ORT-1, a woman's voice said. "Stand by while we verify the cargo is secure." Her voice was calm and professional, offering no hint of the stress she had to be feeling. "It felt like a good lock," Andrea said on their private channel. "I hope it takes this time." "It had better," Jamie said. This was their 3rd attempt to load this tray. On the previous 2 attempts, it had failed to lock into place, despite huge electromagnetic bumpers in the bay designed to line it up with the locks that would ensure it didn't move under acceleration. He imagined the status panel on the Ark's bridge. 19 trays would show green, 1 would show yellow. The bridge crew's attention would be focused on that one yellow light, willing it to turn green. The same thing had happened with the previous 2 trays. Andrea's theory was that in the rush to get the last of the Arks built, the bumpers for the last 3 slots had not been properly aligned. When a tray failed to lock into place, it took 9.5 hours to pull it out, line it up, and push it back in. Hours they didn't have. The faint outline of the Deathbringer, larger than the moon now, hung unmoving against the star-speckled black of space. Except it wasn't unmoving. That was an optical illusion. It was, in fact, rushing toward them at a blistering pace, the pull of its gravity already making itself felt on the planet below them. Massive tidal surges sweeping through coastal cities, earthquakes of unprecedented magnitude, long dormant volcanoes coming alive, wildly destructive weather patterns. Even the moon's orbit was changing as the Deathbringer pulled it away from Earth and toward itself. They were out of time. "We have a green light," the woman on the bridge of Orion's Reach said. There was clapping and cheering in the background. "Stand by for manual verification." Jamie imagined a dozen people in environment suits scrambling over the tray, ensuring nothing was amiss. Long minutes passed. Not for the first time, it occurred to him that if they failed, they might be ordered to abandon the last tray, so the Ark could begin the long climb out of the sun's gravity well to escape the Deathbringer. He understood why that order might be given, and he did not envy the Ark captain, who would have to give the order to leave 1,000 sleepers behind. The massive bay doors began to slide closed. Andrea's sigh of relief whispered in his ears. "ORT-1, ORT-2, this is Orion's Reach. The last tray is secure. You are clear to return to dock." Jamie let out his breath. "Confirmed, Orion's Reach. Moving to dock at Bay 3. Another voice broke in. "Well done, Jamie and Andrea. 1,000 people owe you their lives, and I owe you a debt of gratitude." His breath caught. He hadn't realized the emissary was listening in. which was just as well, because it would have made him even more nervous. Then he realized why she was on the channel. If they had failed to get a good lock this time, she would have been the one to decide whether to try again or abandon the last tray. He was glad they had not put her in that position. "Thank you, emissary," he said. "Just doing our job." The emissary's laughter flowed over him like a gentle afternoon shower, which probably said less about her voice than about the near religious reverence he, like so many others, held toward her. He knew it was foolish to think of her as a goddess, and she discouraged such notions, insisting she was no different from anyone else. But everyone knew that wasn't true. Religious movements had sprung up that revered her as a deity, and that was the people left behind. Who knew what religious movements would arise among those who would colonize new worlds as her mythology grew? This was the woman who had saved the human race from extinction. This was the woman who had gone toe-to-toe with the most powerful people on the planet and made them back down when they got in her way. This was the woman who single-handedly persuaded humanity to abandon their world and take to the stars. This was the woman who oversaw the greatest project ever undertaken by humankind. Whatever else one might say about the emissary, she was not like anyone else in the world. A week later, after the last Ark had left Earth orbit, she said, "Gabriel, show me the map of the Ark's destinations." A star field appeared, showing all the stars within 1,500 light-years of Earth. A bright yellow dot sat in the middle, with 6 green lines extending away from it in different directions, each ending at a bright green dot. It was the same image she had shown at her challenge to the world after the council rejected her offer. That seemed like a lifetime ago. The yellow dot in the center represented the sun. The 6 green dots were the Ark's destination star systems, each containing a human habitable planet that would become a new home for 20,000 colonists. None of the planets were as human-friendly as Earth, of course, because none of them was Earth. Each one would provide its own unique challenges for the colonists. The nearest was 237 light-years away. This was the world the Lorma had once inhabited, though they were millions of years gone. It would take the colonists 756 years to get there, and a cold, semi-arid world orbiting an orange dwarf awaited them. Its gravity was a little lower than Earth's, and 2 moons would appear in the night sky. Flora and fauna were present, though not abundant. The colonists would build their first colony around one of the large freshwater lakes, where they would plant crops and raise herds with the seeds and embryos they brought with them. They would build homes and warehouses and offices and factories. They might be starting over, but they wouldn't be starting from scratch. They brought their technology with them. The second nearest planet was a water world without continents, but with hot, humid archipelagos supporting abundant flora and fauna. Its gravity was 20% more than Earth's, which would make life difficult for the colonists at first. It was actually a moon of a gas giant orbiting close to its sun, which happened to be part of a trinary star system. This arrangement would create a variety of interesting seasonal changes spread over 1-year, 11-year, 20-year, and 70-year overlapping cycles, something the colonists would have to adjust to. At a distance of 480 light-years, the colonists would arrive in a millennium and a half. Holly had resisted the urge to name the 6 worlds to which she was sending the remnants of humanity. The colonists would name their own worlds. If the Ark survived the journey, and if they could establish viable colonies, and if nothing catastrophic happened to them, like a planet-killing asteroid, then humanity 2.0 would be an interstellar species. And maybe, sometime in the distant future, 6 branches of humanity would meet again. Would they recognize each other? It was a grand, sweeping vision for rebooting the human race. A vision easily stated, but not easily accomplished. A vision that boggled even Holly's mind, and she was its architect. It was an utterly audacious plan. Had been from the beginning. The first phase, getting humanity off the Earth, was complete. The second phase, establishing a human civilization on 6 alien worlds, was about to begin. She made her way to the pod room, put her clothes in a locker, and climbed into the stasis pod. She listened for her father's voice, asking, "What are you doing, Holly?" but didn't hear anything. "Gabriel," she said, "I'm ready." This concludes The Emissary by Michael J. Edwards, narrated by Allison Ewing. Copyright 2021 by Michael J. Edwards. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Michael J. Edwards and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.